like there's certain stuff. Reading that made me think like, okay, this is actually a downfall. I think of the manga kind of setup because it almost relies on you got to read the series,
right? And you got to get deep into it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the best of manga, like the most memorable stuff, they give you the MacGuffin in episode 1, and that's not in. We don't know where it's going at all in 3, and you know, like Brian Lee O'Malley hit me up and was like, it becomes what it's supposed to be in 5 volumes, and I'm just like, well, I'm just not going to read 5 volumes.
Yeah, I can't. I don't. I've been burnt so much by stuff that you got to read 5 volumes of, where it's like I can't. If that's the commitment, I can't do it.
And that's when it gets good. But there's 40 volumes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was cool. It was cool to check out. I dug it enough. I have my history with that. Like, I've known about Berserk since about 2000 because of a video game.
I wonder if it's something where you can just jump, like
game?
start at volume 10.
Right.
You know what I was looking at after that wizard is I flipped through a Poison Elves this week.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good issue of Wizard, by the way. Like with some of the features.
So much focus on like indie and self-publishing stuff.
Yeah.
I also realized, like whenever Wizard would be like, casting this or that, or, you know, this comic book's going to become a show, and it's like, I have no interest in it.
Right.
And then I would see like the clickbait of like whoever's doing the next movie and who's cast and what they said about, and it's like, yep, I have the same amount of interest now as I did when Wizard was running these articles.
Oh, I see, like in regular articles.
Yeah, I just don't care.
Yeah, no. We are live. We are on the Patreon.
Is that artist edition a new one?
No, I've had it for a long time, and I'm like, you know, it's good for a half hour. It won't yield a Sunday episode.
You know what I saw? One of the Kayfabers posted somewhere. Corbin did do a clip of Conan's. It was when Dark Horse had the license, and Tim Truman was writing.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's on my list now. Like, that's one that I'd like to check out.
Yeah. Truman was really like a journeyman at one point over there, dude. He was doing Star Wars comics.
Pulps, you know, almost like a pulp serial writer.
Yeah. Yeah, dudes are doing all that stuff, all that kind of.
Did you send a link?
Yeah.
What's up, King Kayfabers? How's everybody doing this week? How many of you are going to Baltimore is the question. It's been really interesting to me, Ed, that whenever we started asking for like, hey, what do you want to see us cover?
Yeah.
Like every 5th comment is some recommendation.
Right.
And I'm surprised that it took soliciting that to kind of get, you know, like people used to say now and then they'd say, check this out or go read this or what do you think of that? But it wasn't that often. You know, it's almost like you had to put out the invitation to give everyone permission to just be like, check this out, read this, look at this guy.
Gotta lead the horse to water, you know what I'm saying, man?
I guess so.
You know what's fun is that we got a twice up gimmick.
Yeah, that's always exciting.
Yeah, let me hit the bathroom.
I saw somebody in the weekly asked about the shirt that I'm wearing. It's this 1986 Turtles 8 Cerebus crossover shirt. It came to us from Sisters in Christ. I think they're New Orleans based comic shop, and I don't think it's just comics, but that's how we know them. So if you're looking for one of these shirts, look for them. They have social media, so Sisters in Christ, and maybe they can hook you up. I don't know how many, if they actually make shirts and sell them, or if it's just kind of a hobby to make a couple shirts now and then. But we've gotten a few very cool shirts from them over the years. We're going to be doing a Wizard magazine today. And this issue of Wizard has an unusual amount of indie and small publishers coverage. So it's a fun conversation to see where the indie self-publishing market was in the mid to late 90s collapse. A handful of them are going to Image Comics, almost like a shelter. So that should be pretty good.
I've been getting lots of reading in while hitting the treadmill.
Yeah.
You know, because I'll do it. I'll do it for an hour the second I wake up, and then I do it for an hour like after I powder out for the day. Like I stop drawing
that's
it.
a good.
I stop drawing at 6, and then I'll do a walk session at 6 to 7, and I'm very excited for like it makes you stoked to do it because it's like it's so effortless and you're like reading comics, like, you know, it's hard to beat. But I'm at volume 4 of Fist of the North Star, and that's the Jaggy one with the brother with the helmet. So that's like one of the highlight volumes, you know what I'm saying? I realize like manga's real good because the type is big.
Yes.
So when you're on the treadmill, you can see it further away, especially with my bad eyes.
That's going to be one of my criticisms of this Wizard is like, man, there's like 8-point type in some of those articles. It's like, dudes, I'm way too old for this.
So yeah, couldn't read that one on the treadmill.
Rob, man, some fun posts this week from you of some of that early artwork.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
It's cool seeing that stuff. I think one of the next books I'm planning to read is that Charles Manson Chaos book.
And what is that?
It's this guy started to do a profile on like the Manson murders like 25 years later, and ended up doing 20 years of research on this book. It came out maybe 4 or 5 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, what's it called?
Chaos. Chaos is the main name, and there's a subtitle. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I think Serena read that.
Probably. It was, you know, I think it did really well when it came out. A few people recommended it to me, and then recently somebody was talking about it, and I was like, you know what? You know, like I hit the buzzer, like, okay, I'm ready. I've heard whatever I needed to hear for it, and now I'm down. So that one's
Tell me about this one part, like whenever they would connect, like when he had the family and stuff, they would go into the desert, and he would talk people into digging their own graves, and then like getting in them and like starting to like cover themselves up and shit, and they were just doing it.
That's how that Mankind Undertaker match came inspired by. I'm in the middle right now of Gary Hart's autobiography.
Oh, that's a good guy.
Yeah, and that's a hard book to find. I found a digital copy of it, so I've been reading it.
He's got that twang, like he's from the streets, man.
Yep, the
Like
streets of Chicago.
Like he's an urban fella.
And when he was getting into wrestling, according to his book, and it's, you know, like all these books are just kayfabed to the nth degree, but he was like splitting his time between that and working for the mob collecting money.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting so far. I just got by, like, he was in a bad airplane crash.
Jesus.
Yeah, one of them, four guys on board, one died. I think one was paralyzed. But it crashed, like, in the Gulf of Mexico. And he basically swam the 2 survivors to shore. And he had, like, broken back. And he himself was in really bad shape. Took him a while to recover.
Whenever he would show up in, like, I guess NWA shits, you know, WCW or something when I was a kid, if I wasn't watching the TV, I thought it would be like a Junkyard Dog or like a Butch Reed or somebody, and it's like, whoa, that voice doesn't fit the fella.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty excited because a lot of that stuff I would just see him a tiny bit as a kid whenever I got a lot of wrestling channels.
Right.
But then, once WWE takes over, it's like if the guys aren't part of that plan, they just kind of drift away.
Right. And he was never.
No. Which is funny. You'd think he might have had, but you know what? I think it's in his book. He talks about going to see Vince Senior, and his offices were on 42nd Street. Of course they were. Where
Yeah,
else
man.
could they? Where else could the New York office be?
Like when I think about the territory days, and like I spoke to you just a little bit about it, but I don't think I finished my whole thoughts. Like they're like the dudes, like a Jerry Lawler is famously a sober fella who never drank or did drugs at all, but he's part of this grift. So is he grosser than the guys who are like fucking drug dudes and all that kind of stuff? Because he's completely of sound body and mind, but he's like willing to dig into these trenches and shit, completely coherent
Yeah.
in his
That's a good
actions
point.
and stuff. It really gets illustrated when you see him on like Memphis Heat and stuff like that, where it's like these guys are all bombed out, like from years of drug abuse and shit like that, and he's cogent. I feel like Jimmy Hart's that guy too. He probably was like a weed dude or whatever, but he's pretty cogent. And it's like you guys are part of this like weird grift, this carny shit, but you're like not you don't have like vices really. How about that, dude? For that cover even. Right?
You know what? Those guys all had something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, his stuff like it's
I feel
definitely
like
cool.
Cornette's was like food.
Oh,
You would hear him
oh.
gorging.
Oh, you're
you know,
talking
like
about
they
the
all have
wrestler
some
guys.
kind of vice.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and we know what Jerry Lawler's was,
Yeah.
man. But
The puppies.
well, puppies.
Love the danger. That's a word I'd work into a title.
Yeah, is that kayfabe for this edition? I swear I don't remember it being on piracy. Oh yeah, because it's not piracy. This is all fake shit.
Yeah. We were talking about those knockoff turtle covers
Yeah.
or comics, and I was looking at one of them, and the typography. It's laid out the same way as Ronin and Turtles,
Right.
but the typography's just shit. I was looking at it thinking just how bad, how much the person making this just doesn't care.
Yeah. And probably made more money on that than, any number of our comics. Time and place, man.
There's some interesting stuff in Wizard for that. Like that Star Child thing, where the guy's selling like 1,000, 2,000 copies, and then he gets hurt and does the zero issue and sells 35,000 copies. It's like it completely changes. We'll save that for the Wizard episode, but it's amazing some of the numbers that float around on these different books. I do a big bunch on Chris Silver,
Yeah.
and it's like they describe him, because I have text excerpts from other people talking about Silverwolf, and they describe him as like, this is the conditions of the black and white explosion, and enter Chris Silver, that they describe as a nunchuck wielding comic book nerd, but he just completely exploited saw what the marketplace was and was like, yep, let me sell 17,000 copies of the worst comic ever made.
Right. Yeah, it's so funny to think that, like, I think at its best, like, Lloyd Llewellyn did 17,000 copies on, like, issue 1 or something like that.
There were like 3 or 4 of those came out in '86. Like once it starts rolling out, I guess it was quarterly, but like they were on schedule.
I think I'm good to go if you are, Jimmy.
All right. Want me to?
Yeah, if you could do it, like, off cam. Yeah, perfect. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name's Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We are a daily YouTube comic book channel. We have more than 1,300 videos available right now. Many of those are artist editions. We have a playlist for artist editions, and we might have talked about your favorite comics. Give the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Kayfabe YouTube channel a whirl, pop in your favorite titles, see if we talked about your favorite comics, and if we did not, make sure you let us know so that we can move those comics higher up on our reading piles. We have a Patreon for the King Kayfabers to support the channel at a higher level, and with that, they get access to a live stream recording session while we put these videos together. Plus, they get delivered all of the videos before anybody else. That mitigates the kayfabe effect. Thousands and thousands of people watch these videos as we put them out and start to seek the comics on the aftermarket. You're getting more expensive copies of those comics on the aftermarket if you are not a King Kayfaber. Without further ado, Jimmy, Reed Crandall's EC Stories Artist Edition is before us. We've done many artist editions, and this is one of those exquisite pieces of eye candy.
Boy, when they get the end pages right, it's just the best thing in the world.
They almost always do, man. They almost always do. Reed Crandall comes from that illustrative school from like the 1800s. The names Pyle, Wyeth, like those names. Forgot a couple of names, but
just from these like little snippets they show already, you see his obsession with lighting.
Totally.
Something that we've lost a lot of in our black and white comics art. But man, this must have been like the apex of really hitting this stuff with lighting. A real piece that I think EC, they didn't invent that, but I think that was the thing. If you were going to do horror stories, sci-fi, any of these kind of genre stories, that sort of lighting was your mood, that was your score.
Totally. And these guys come from a proper illustration tradition, which required that kind of knowledge. And off the bat, you can see that Reed Crandall is a heck of a draftsman.
Also great with different people types. Like this looks like an old lady. It doesn't look like the one person Reed can draw with a wig. It looks like an old lady. That's something that for a long time that kind of disappeared, I think, from mainstream comics.
When I discovered his work in the reprints of EC that came out in the early 90s, he was quickly one of my favorite guys for things like this. Like so much noodling, lots of gray value. These lines, you feel like you could make them. And just such a strong draftsman, but less imagination with this fella. I think one of the strengths of EC Comics writing was that they would write to the artist. And because he was so good at just proper figure drawing and things, the stories that he would tell would have a more psychological bend rather than... You'd never seen Reed Crandall draw a cool monster or anything like that.
It does make sense because the shading on these guys, it reeks of like psychology.
Right. Yeah, mania.
Yes, obsession, yeah. It is, I say it every time we look at an EC comic, artist edition, but it's amazing to me the detail of the line work, knowing it's going to be shrunk down half this size and then put on almost toilet paper.
Right.
Like you're just not going to see this level of detail, and yet all of these EC guys delivered that amount of attention. It's also very organic, the lines that he's putting in.
Yes.
I don't want to say loose, but there is some like...
hand to it.
A warmth.
Yeah, some clear hand to it. It'll get more etching-like when he goes to Warren and does work over there.
That's damn near Bernie Wright's and Frankenstein. Like the levels of gray and parallel lines to make those grays.
Yeah. The one real superhero comic that he was a part of would be Black Hawk. We did a Sergio Aragones shoot interview where Sergio was talking about these great Black Hawk comics that he got hold of as a kid, and then every other issue would be some hack guy or something. But the good ones were the Reed Crandall Black Hawks.
Did Crandall transition into Mad Magazine?
No. Like there's nothing humorous about his style.
That's brutal, man. Wow. What a story.
Yeah, he's a late period EC new trend guy. So he would show up in like the back half of the horror books. But he was there for the transition to piracy and impact and those sorts of strips. See, this is like probably the most horror you're going to get from
pretty horrific.
Reed Crandall.
Wow, look at this as like a Ditko. Like if I just showed you that panel, I was like, look, check out this Ditko with somebody else inking over top of him. It'd
Right.
be very believable. Makes you wonder if this was a guy Ditko gravitated towards. Just as a reader and a fan, you think of like his own psychology and his art, and it feels like there's some commonality with Reed Crandall.
Because of his interest in those artists, like Pyle and Wyeth, like maritime stuff,
amazing.
would always factor into Crandall stories. We have hand lettering here, so we might be in like Two-Fisted Tales, or actually maybe this is Extra. But I thought Extra was all Johnny Craig. Johnny Craig probably wrote this story.
It's incredible that they kept this original art intact.
Yes, and I believe
Probably unethical.
yeah,
but
yeah, it was Gaines. Gaines had the, the warehouse or whatever.
I often think about that, how there's this contradiction of like, if you had given the art back to the artist, there'd be none of this. We'd have no great record of like EC artists and their artwork. So like on one hand, it's shit that they didn't get their art back to do
Right.
whatever they wanted with it. But the flip side is like you preserved it for history.
Sure.
I guess like everything else, nothing, so little is actually black and white.
Totally.
Wonder where he's getting stuff for reference for things like that, like the huts on the water and stuff. That feels like something out of a National Geographic.
Yeah.
I don't know where else you would see that kind of material in the 50s.
Very reference heavy illustrator. Everything feels solid. Everything feels accurate.
Also wonder, like, whenever you get into like these ships, is this something that you're pulling almost like from movie stuff?
Totally.
You know what I mean? Like it's kayfabe on kayfabe.
That stuff was available. One of the most famous recent examples would be Robert Crumb with his reference for the Book of Genesis. Like he flat out says, "Man, Cecil B. DeMille was my guy." It's funny that these comics were made, like after the Senate subcommittee hearings and stuff like that. These are the nice comics. You could see he's in his own. It's almost like that piracy comic was created for Reed Crandall to keep busy.
You can also see certain stuff, like I feel like Mike Kaluta probably
Sure.
big fan.
But doesn't this kind of etching-like style lend so well to the subject matter?
Yeah, 100%. It does feel like of a time, and the time being part of the period setting of the story. Man, I just think of all those studio guys must have worshipped at Crandall's altar.
Oh yeah.
It also feels like you could have cut this up and put it in Watchmen as the Black Freighter.
Totally.
So weird.
Carrion Death. I remember this
That's
one.
awesome.
This one was a episode of the HBO show.
Right in the middle of the page, you have that face staring out at you. I mean, this seriously looks like a Black Freighter panel.
Totally.
Kind of makes me wonder if this stuff was distributed in Europe and UK. It's funny how much there's like overlap amongst the people that are working at that time period across comics.
Right.
Like I see it and go, oh, okay, I'm looking at this, then I project it onto all these other places. But if you found other comics from like the UK in the 50s or 60s, it'd be a similar sort of treatment, probably because they were looking at similar illustrators.
Totally. And like the UK comics, like the stuff in 2000 AD, had this level of rigor.
Yeah.
Bernardelli. There's like a couple of these names that haven't transcended much beyond. And I know I said his name incorrectly, but if you've seen these comics, like they would blow you away.
Of stuff.
Yeah, dude.
Like these panels that are just really, they're not some literal like, oh, I'll set up the photo.
But it does come from a filmic tradition. Mm-hmm. Would you agree?
Yes.
Like this panel would not be drawn in the 30s.
I can't get over how much Ditko I see in some of these faces.
For sure. Stuff like this even.
Makes me want a Ditko, like a Charlton Ditko artist edition.
Oh, please, man. Be still my heart.
Who knows what happened to that art?
He's such a literal creator that, while it's good drawing, it doesn't feel like a comfortable fit for the sci-fi stuff.
These comics also have the quality of, if you had read these in comic book form, this is almost a completely different experience. Because you're just not getting that, wow, that's pretty good.
A little explosive decompression.
Yeah, that's menacing. It's funny because some of this stuff, it's like, oh, it could be a romance comic or a crime comic.
Right.
Reminds me a lot of the Warren stuff. He must have gone to Warren and done a lot of work there.
Yeah. James Warren scooped them up for sure. A couple super popular strips. Like one of them reprinted in Les Daniels' comics book. A lot of whiteout on the pages of this one. Makes me real curious about what was up with the hand at that point, because there's a lot in weird places.
There's a lot above the panels. Like, I wonder if there were panel borders that were different that he changed. You know what else these EC books have? They're not cut. Like, the corners aren't clipped.
Right.
You know how so much comic book art has that quality? I wonder what was different.
Could have been as simple as Gaines, like telling the printers, like, don't do that.
Maybe.
You know, we looked at that Stan Lee documentary, and there was a clip from a program that he was on with Julie Schwartz, when Julie Schwartz was swearing up and down that comics are not art, they're meant for little kids, they're pulp, and they should be pulp, and all this kind of stuff. So it's like the ability to take care of artwork existed back then. It's just Julie Schwartz didn't give a fuck. You know, those editors didn't give a fuck.
That's unbelievable for a panel one. That feels like that one you could put in front of Congress and be like, let's get this regulated.
Because like that's referenced, man. That
Yeah.
looks like a real fella. Look at this paste up right here. This looks like somebody else drew that.
I was gonna say that looks like the DC. That could be a Julie Schwartz.
Right.
Put a monkey on the cover.
And by the way, you know, that's a good suicide panel.
It's a remarkable spread. You know, the intensity's so great. Guys just running around talking about I killed a woman.
Right. It's intensely paranoid. It's you know, there's Klaus elements to something like that. The melodrama of it.
Love the nighttime setting too. Shadows are so heavy on this. That's exciting seeing the
Methods and materials that
screen
play.
tone coming in. I wonder if these guys, whenever they would be like, oh, let's do some screen tone, if that were like relief, like I don't have to hatch the walls and make my own grays out of ink. Doesn't look like too much of a shortcut anywhere here.
That's for sure. Whenever I would study these guys deeply, I would look at stuff like this where it's like figures prominent. How do you squeeze in any sense of background? And even when they did, like, it all feels legit.
It does, although it is very basic.
You know, like that feels like a legit piece of furniture.
You know what's wild is if you look at this spread, the figures are either like this size or they're this size.
Right.
And that's it. There's like two size figures throughout, 12 panels there, 15 panels.
Yeah, it would be Wally Wood who would codify the panels that work under these conditions. Like, look at that. You delivered a piece of paper with these very small areas where you could put some artwork.
It's very true. I had a design teacher, and he would always talk about, like, this is the size of whatever it is you're making. Like you define that as step one. What are you going to put on it? What are you going to put in it? And it feels like that's what these panels are. Like you get a bunch of these, like maybe you get a square shape, but it's small. But a lot of these like rectangles.
Yeah, for these fellas who are working under like the Feldstein tradition, it's an illustration job because you're getting the circumscribed panels and stuff, and it's show and tell, which is a fault of these comics. You don't have to read this because they draw it.
That's a beautiful profile, by the way.
Yeah, I always marvel at that.
That was one of those short list of things. Like if you look at any of those correspondence comics courses, you kind of have a list of what you got to draw to be a working cartoonist. And A Beautiful Woman was one of them. You even see like Basil Wolverton will do that, where it's just like the most horrendous looking everything, monsters and atmosphere, and then there's a beautiful girl like in the middle.
His version of Beautiful Girl, by the way. Just an elegant piece of illustration. I mythologize Reed Crandall in a certain way because for what comics was at the time, it's like he's too good. So I look at him the same way I look at like you know, a 55-year-old person working at Wendy's. Like, what happened? What happened in your life, man? That you're in that position.
That does look like it would be a spot illustration in a magazine.
Right, like something you could sell to Saturday Evening Post for thousands of dollars at that time. Because I just never get the sense that Reed Crandall likes to be drawing comics. There's no sense of joy or fun in any of his work. You could look at a Wally Wood or a Jack Davis and say like, yeah, they're into this, but I never get the sense that he's into it because it's all so literal.
There's a real flawlessness to that literal quality.
Absolutely, which lends to the proper like Mad Men, Madison Avenue illustration career that would be much more lucrative than being in comics at this point in time.
A little bit of Harvey Kurtzman in these figures. It's a shame that we don't have the kind of record of the EC artists that we have now, where everybody gets interviewed and deconstructed. Like, it'd be amazing to hear those guys talk about each other, talk about stuff they would pick up in the offices when they're dropping off their work, and then seeing, you know, somebody's ink line and going, oh yeah, I like that approach. Because you know they had to be doing that. Yeah, it's a great panel.
Might have to isolate that for the thumbnail of today's video.
It's pretty good. I like to imagine like the templates being used on a tire. Oh, that guy's just getting crushed.
This guy looks like he's going to Provincetown to go meet up with his other boyfriends.
Wow.
Them short ass shorts. Look at that, man. And he puts them boots up there, up to about there.
Yeah, that's a look.
A tight shirt.
I feel like that should be a halter top.
He's going to get made pregnant. See, even the way he pulls back on that fishing rod. And he likes older men with guns. This is foreplay. See, like, look at that hip
looks like
swivel,
his pants
dude.
are down.
Look at that hip swivel.
There's a lot going
I think
on in
there's some
this one.
context here, man. Legs akimbo.
Look at the lighting stuff. That's incredible.
It's out of left field.
Yeah.
You know, this panel, there's no other panels
There's so
in the
much
strip that
gray
looks like
everywhere,
that.
and then whenever he decides to go hard black and white, it really pops.
Yeah, and there's other interesting choices like no, all this rendering, but like none right there. If it creates an unfinished look. And then there are some marks like I wouldn't doubt that he might have had a ghost on some of this stuff.
There have been panels that look
like,
that way to me.
Because like those marks look less Crandall-ish to me.
He certainly may have worked in a studio where he would pass pages around if there was a deadline coming up or anything.
And then all this stuff back there feels less Crandall-ish to me.
We got to this page, and it's like, oh, kind of a payoff, you know? And you get to see the murky lines of the underwater stuff, and it makes me think, like, is that planned from the very beginning by him? Like, does he look at the story and go, okay, we're into these underwater scenes, save this visual effect? Because it's really great as underwater.
Yeah.
That almost looks like sci-fi.
Mm-hmm. So now we're forcing our guy, Reed Crandall, into actually doing some cartooning under the tutelage of Harvey Kurtzman and Two-Fisted Tales. Man, you know, it's well known that EC paid well, but there's so much work that has to be done before you even start drawing to make this panel happen. Horse reference, elephant reference, like Roman soldier reference, you know, these African tribesmen shits. Like there's a lot of stuff that you need to figure out before you even get to drawing.
Do you think whatever this is referencing is also the reference for, like, Thor costume?
Yeah, maybe, man. When you see them circles, right?
Yeah. Because they always struck me as an odd Kirby-ism.
Right.
But
then you're seeing plates.
it looks like it's from something.
Yeah, that's like the precursor to chainmail or something. And when I say that Crandall is forced into being a cartoonist, he's working under roughs and thumbnail drawings that Harvey Kurtzman is laying down. Kurtzman is pacing this out not like a piece of illustrated prose, but he's making a comic out of this stuff. So all the decision making early on is Harvey Kurtzman, and then Reed Crandall is being tasked with doing the beautiful finish over top. So it would be Kurtzman's responsibility to turn these great illustrators into actual solid, good comic book makers, which is 2 different jobs.
That's a wild story, and it does look like he's moving pretty fast by the end here.
Yeah, and maybe like rope going heavy, because like you can almost see the Kurtzman underdrawing on a piece like that. But then when Crandall's allowed to be Crandall, he's going to do some noodling.
That's a great piece. I love the use of the gray lines for your background and then the black and white for the foreground.
Super atmospheric, soupy skies.
Good tree textures.
This would be a paste up from Johnny Craig, who would be the principal artist on the Vault of Horror comics. I do think that was a sad thing, though, that they would kind of, have Graham Ingalls draw all the old witches, and have, at a certain point, have Jack Davis do all the Crypt Keepers and the Johnny Craig paste ups. It's like, let's see what a Reed Crandall Vault Keeper looks like.
It is a kind of a weird choice, too, because that feels like a branding, like a character licensing thing, and I can't imagine that was at the front of anybody's mind in the 50s.
Yeah.
At least at EC. Maybe it was. I mean, you're in an industry where you do have the Supermans and Batmans
Consistencies
and stuff around, so
yeah.
maybe it was something they thought of.
A little white out for effect here. Pretty cool.
I noticed going through this, there'll be things that I see, and I think like, oh yeah, that just doesn't, nobody draws that anymore. Like a night sky where you're going to do some of the atmosphere in drawing. At most, you might get a couple lines for a cloud or something.
Yeah.
But you're not getting that kind of thing where like, oh, I'm going to color this whole sky. But with the black and white drawing.
The fact that it's twice up too, and doing that kind of close hatching, like what does that printed book look like? He's deep enough that he should know how it prints at this point.
Yeah, you'd think so. These kind of shadows on the tombstones are really great. It's almost an open panel.
Especially you think about a Crandall, and this is all grass. Like he could have done this for this, but he chose not to. Oh my goodness. See, this is like the kind of energy that I remember from his work at Warren. This very etching, like Sherlock Holmes, Victorian era type of texture.
We mentioned a couple times where it's like, oh, that looks like he's going pretty fast. I look at this and think, okay, this company pays the best.
Yeah.
Maybe that means he gets to spend 2 or 3 times more on this page than typical, because this is just a guy exploring.
And when you're dealing with the other EC artists, and if you have any kind of ego, you don't want to be the dog turd of the 4 stories in that issue. You know?
And there's probably real fear, depending on your age, of like, oh yeah, if my stuff's weak, maybe I don't get another story.
What's crazy, though, is that there's never really a turd in any of them. Like, none of them ever look bad. But the guys who will get the short shrift will be like your Joe Orlando's, who's doing a Wally Wood impression, or like your George Evans, who's kind of like solid, but, not so sexy.
Yeah, see, these are all the conversations I need them to have. Wonder if Squatrant covers a lot of this stuff.
Right. Looks like he's got a load in there. The adult diapers. Jimmy, can you imagine, like, how many more pages we would draw if adult diapers were normalized, as they call it? As the kids call it these days?
That is not missing from my process.
Normalize adult diapers? So beautiful. Whenever they talk about when you do perspectives and you have like the 3 planes of perspective, you should think in terms of like white, black, gray for the different planes, and you could see it on display here. Like this is clearly the black plane, and this we'll call it white because that's white, but it's also it's kind of gray. So like this is still on that same plane as that one, so you make that black. This is on the same plane as this, so you make it black. Because this incline is still on the black plane, you got to differentiate it from the white. So you add that kind of gray texture. This is white, so you got to make that white. But you would have to do that anyhow for the lighting on the inside. So that's like a lot of the thought process that goes into breaking down these kind of...
And you see it really well in the column because this is round.
Yeah.
And that's what you see in those drawing books is always like drawing that cylinder.
Right.
Lighting it. And that's what you kind of get there as to where that light source is coming from.
Yeah, very
it's
cool.
neat.
And there's your Jack Davis slipped in there, but then you put your Crandall over top. Though that barely looks like Crandall. I'm a sucker for the EC artists.
Sure.
I'm a sucker for them. So like whenever they put out a fresh EC artist edition, I gotta scoop it up. And once again, this is Exhibit A and B for EC Comics creating piracy as a vehicle for Reed Crandall to shine and do what he does best.
Man, his drawing lines are so good in the water.
Yeah, if you isolated those, you could think of those studio guys. Kaluta marks, Wrightson marks for sure, Jeff Jones marks.
Wow.
Maybe that's the thumbnail.
That's it's wild to see this illustration at that size.
Totally.
It's the thing that I don't think we can express across a video. But I mean, this thing's 3.5 feet across.
Right. Like here's my hand on
It's
aiding in her.
ludicrous how big this is. And it doesn't fall apart.
No.
Like these lines they're so crisp whenever you blow it up at this size.
Yeah, it is interesting to see him doing some back and forth. You know, which I didn't recognize in the original illustration. You see the kind of back and forth going on there, where he's kind of, you know, it's going pretty breezy.
Imagine watching this inked in like real life.
Oh, totally.
Because you know those lines. There's so many lines here. Like he's not laboring over them. They're
Right.
just anything that's parallel. Like it's just dash.
Yeah.
You know, it's a guy who obviously is in command of those tools. And I mean, it's one panel.
Totally.
You know, it's a splash panel or whatever, but it's still one panel. Like, I have no doubt that he inked this at a very rapid clip.
He's one of those illustrators that doesn't have the codified eyes, nose, mouth. You know, the drawing, the way the drawing looks is dependent on the lighting and the situation. I'm always a sucker for the drapery that's like that, man, where you have the kind of a bridge between two kind of peaks and valleys, and then you could sell the valley of the drapery.
I wonder what he's drawing this with that he's able to not lift his tool.
It's crazy because it looks like brush strokes.
It does.
So maybe you could do that with
Yeah, maybe.
those real horsehair brushes that were potted by German ladies in a factory or whatever. Great piece.
Yeah, heck of a book.
Not the last.
What a resource.
Not the last artist edition
That's
I have
a
of
good
this
panel
kind.
to close it on,
Yeah,
too.
dude. Yeah.
That was one of those highlights.
Yes, it was, man. The paranoia of them and the melodrama. Good to go, Jimmy?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we might have talked about some of your favorite comics already. If we did not, what you could do, you could hit this little search box. It's a magnifying glass on the Kayfabe front page. Search for your favorite comics. Turns out we didn't talk about your favorites, and you want us to. Put something in the comments. Let us know so that we can move those comics up to a higher position in our reading list. We have a Patreon for the major Cartoonist Kayfabe supporters. Become a King Kayfaber. You get access to our live stream recording sessions, which you get to see the videos that we're talking about and the comics that we're talking about in real time. But you also get delivered our videos before anybody else gets to see them. So, like, there's a finite amount of these Reed Crandall artist editions. The cheapest copies are going fast right now online before Gen Pop gets to see the videos. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, do you want to show the people what you have?
I do. This is my next release, Street Angel Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. This will be out in November, which means you can pre-order it now at your local comic shop. Let them know you want a copy. It is from Image, so you can get it in any comic shop in the country, is what I'm saying there. It is the other half of Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also from Image. It'll be a similar size, and it collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. So pick up both if you haven't already. I have a young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes. I have the Hulk Grand Design, which I believe is out of print. So pick that one up at your local shop if you haven't already, because those might get very scarce and hard to find. I also have a couple of new zines out. The BW zine and the 1986 zine celebrating the black and white explosion of the 80s. And True Crime Funnies, my self-published comic book, is back in print and will be available online soon. If you haven't already picked that one up, check out my website or my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRug, where you can read those.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is being solicited now. This means that your comic shop has the ability to order the thing, and we had to hit the print button some time ago. So there are a finite amount of copies of these out there. So many of them have already been pre-ordered on Amazon and other places online. Make sure you talk to your comic shop to order this thing if you have any interest in scooping it up. 500 plus pages of comics, 140 pages plus of material that is not in the first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. 10th anniversary of my series, 50th anniversary of the culture. So we had to do it up in supreme fashion. Please scoop this up. It's the best book that I've made to date. Another holiday effort that will be coming out in November is the trilogy of X-Men Grand Design. Taking all of my X-Men Grand Design comics, putting them inside of one handy-dandy trade paperback. Some of these volumes are out of print at this point, so it'll be your way to get all of my X-Men Grand Design in one clip. Good stores are going to have WYSIWYG, potentially, but I think it is out of print technically. The current focus is Red Room. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now. Antisocial Network, Trigger Warnings, and the latest round of Red Room comics is called Crypto Killers. 3 issues of that are out there right now. I'm serializing a daily strip that will be coming out in 2024 to early adopters on my own Patreon, and this is the first appearance of those characters. It's a backup in Red Room Crypto Killers number 3. Not the only ways that you could support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, will you let the people know?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also in the show notes under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
I have the Graham Ingalls one. I'll choose that one.
The ghastly one.
Yes. Everything is wet. It just looks wet.
That's such a disgusting description.
Even the people look greasy. Like all the hair and stuff.
It's funny listening to Terry Funk tributes this week. They were talking about the promo he did where he dumped motor oil on himself.
I didn't know about that.
Calling attention to how he was saying like the people in Florida are all greasy.
Let's see.
What do you want to do?
I'm gonna bust out that Berserk. Because it's a manga, I'm gonna highlight some images. But this, if you look, like I really did look to see like how well is our, the kayfabe effect showing up for Uncle Jeff and stuff like that. And the real impetus for this really was going on Amazon and seeing that it's just Berserk is the top like 15 fucking Dark Horse books on Amazon.
That's a pretty striking spread.
Yeah,
is that a title page? Is that what they consider that?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. Because there's only 3 strips. There's only 3 stories in the first Tankobon. It's a different treatment than your 17-page shonens, where it comes from a magazine that is bi-weekly.
I always wish that I would see the breaks. Like once in a while it's kind of obvious, but a lot of times it's not for me.
Yeah.
And I always am curious, like, what's a chunk? What was this serialized?
It's big chunks.
Yeah.
It's big chunks. Here's that guy. Serpentor.
It does look a lot different on paper. A lot of these grays were just kind of, you don't see the texture.
Yeah. This would be Barry Blair's
This is
favorite
pretty
part.
bold.
Yeah.
No eye.
Doesn't that look like an aircell character?
Oh, 100%.
Look at that. Look at that thing. Little incubus.
Boindage. How old's this? What's his name? The Black Knight?
Yeah.
The Black Swordsman?
Guts.
Guts is a good name. You always see that when people are talking about like action movies and what the lead character's name is always something absurd.
Right.
Guts is a good one. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, because of the game, I think that he's Gutsu, and like I just guess it's just like how Japan works. Like they always put a vowel at the end of every word, so Gutsu.
The giant sword. Did that appear somewhere else first?
This is from like 1990. So like the only other big sword is 97 Final Fantasy 7. That's like of that, and it's pulling from this. No
That's
doubt.
a pretty good claim to fame. I feel like that giant sword is something that has been used.
I'm gonna actually I think roll the dice a little bit, and we'll go through it. Like we'll skip the fucking at the beginning. And then we'll just go.
The painted stuff looks really cool in black and grayscale like this.
Right. And then we end it. I don't think we got there.
That's a good panel too, with that black moon or sun, whatever that was.
Right.
It does make me very curious to see later stuff, because the art's pretty strong to start with, and I just wonder like what happens to you if you do this for
right
decades.
Yeah, and that's what everybody says, because like this first Tankobon doesn't do it. It's fine, it's good, it looks good, but you don't. There's nothing to pull from too much. And it's one of those things where, like, I'm quite sure I know that that's the case, right? That it really becomes like I see the little symbol that he has on his neck. That's a I see that on people's bumpers. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a popular, like, so it's super popular, and the cynic in me wants to be like, well, you're the people that support American Pie movies or some shit like that. Like, it's populist, fucking lame shit. But I just know that it gets better. But I just don't know where. So,
yeah, the popularity's phenomenal. So you know that there's something. Like my takeaway from this first one is I don't know the hook.
Exactly.
Like I don't. It's more popular than I think it should. Than I would expect it to be based on one volume.
Yeah. So don't leave me hanging when I say that shit, and like leave it all in my lap, man. If you feel that same way, like please say it so that I'm not fucking holding the bag the whole time. Because that's the deal.
You ready?
Mm-hmm. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're doing a video that has been in popular demand from the Cartoonist Kayfabe audience. If it's your first time around, we are a daily comic book YouTube channel. We have more than 1,300 or 1,400 videos live right now. We might have talked about your favorite comics. And if we didn't, you want to hit the search field on the main Cartoonist Kayfabe page, pop in your favorite titles. If we did not talk about your favorite comics, please leave a comment in the video below. We see all those comments, and we will move your comic up higher on the reading list. We have a Patreon for the Cartoonist Kayfabe supporters to become what we call King Kayfabers, and that creates a situation where you get access to the videos before anybody else, and you get the cheapest copies very often. And sometimes we talk about rarities. It gives you the opportunity to get the few rare copies online that exist and disappear by the time the video goes out to the general public. Now, for some weeks, we've been putting that out there. Like, let us know your favorite comics. And by and large, more people than anybody else have mentioned Berserk to us as something that we need to put under the microscope. So today we'll take a look at the first tankobon that is in the Berserk Deluxe Edition, which is fantastic. Comic book size, so rare to get like a big comic book size manga treatment. Even when they produce their tankobons, it's usually about 6x9. And I think when Dark Horse originally did the Berserk tankobons individually, same deal, like the 6x9 format. But they started putting out these deluxe editions that contain 3 tankobons in one at regular comic size. And this is the kind of artwork that you want to see as big as possible. So we'll take a look at the first tankobon. And the question that I'm going to put out to everybody off the bat is, when does Berserk become what you guys are all stoked on? Because in this very first volume, in this very first tankobon, there is 3 stories in the first tankobon. You could see off the bat, these are chunky stories. These are big stories. The comic came out on pick your poison, bi-weekly or semi-monthly basis. I don't know that an entire chunk, 2 weeks worth of strips is 100 pages, 90 pages. Maybe those were broken up here and there, but by and large, there are 3 stories in the first tankobon, and whatever the MacGuffin is that carries on the comic and makes everybody stoked on it, it is not in this first volume, which was sort of shocking in a lot of ways because I've read plenty of manga series, and maybe it's just a consequence of being corrupted by like the Shonen Jump type manga, where it's very clear what the propulsion tool, the story engine is in the first episode, basically. It might change over time just from editorial issues or feedback from the audience. Kinnikuman comes to mind. Starts off as like a Ultraman parody, becomes a wrestling comic. These 3 stories aren't too different from one another. You got the Black Swordsman Guts going into a town, taking care of the bad guy, like a monster of the week kind of shit, Fist of the North Star kind of stuff.
That was my first thought reading this. And I should say, like, this has 3 stories in it.
Yeah.
I only read the first one.
Oh, okay.
So FYI, because I have a similar question, and it's not that there's anything wrong with this, but it's I would describe their fans as fervor.
Totally.
Like this is by far the number 1 most requested thing we cover. And I do wonder, like, it feels like it's missing something based on the just the rabid following that it has.
Yeah.
Again, nothing wrong with that first volume, but nothing that I would write home about and be like, you gotta read this.
So you're saying you read like the first 100-page story,
right,
and that's all?
Right.
Okay, cool. So,
which was satisfying. Like, we're gonna get a nice monster in there. You kind of get that arc, but it does remind me a lot of Fist of the North Star. That opening, at least.
I had no idea that this was a manga, because my introduction was in probably the year 2000. After the Dreamcast comes out, there's a game called Sword of the Berserk, and at a time when stuff like Unreal and Doom was out there, the first-person shooter, the innovation was there's this game that's a first-person sword game with a big-ass fucking sword, and that was just like kind of a cool idea.
I'm not sure that the big-ass sword is not the thing. Like, it's an amazing visual. Like, I'm looking at the character here and I'm going, man, it's a great character design.
Yeah.
And part of that is the sword. Like, you're seeing that giant sword, it's the size of this character. It's kind of amazing. And a lot of things have followed suit and copied that kind of thing. Like, I'll see fan art or new stuff where it's like that giant sword is almost like part of the language visually now. So if it comes from this, it's weird to think that's your innovation, but it might be.
I doubt it.
Certainly has caught on.
I doubt it, just because, it's like one visual element, and the way people are so rabid about it, they're clearly invested.
What this sword cuts through, too, because we'll have several of these kind of things. Cut a horse in half, cut a dude in half. It's Faustian in a way with the black blood.
Yeah.
And I like that kind of over-the-top cartoony violence.
He always draws it with great weight, and it never feels anything less than heavy as hell.
Yeah. It has a real that kind of physics to it. I always appreciate.
You got a little Barry Blair Aircell Comics influence coming in there. This is going to be your Tinkerbell, the character that like lightens the mood, or because like
It's a great contrast.
our guy always got a puss on. You know?
And
It's
also
like,
heavy blacks compared to even the eyes aren't black on our fairy character.
and he will give himself the opportunity to go kawaii, chibi with the stuff. It is the cartoonist's Kitaro Marua, however you say his last name. It is, this is major work. I think 40 some volumes came out before he passed away. He passed away during the tenure of us making this Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. So that's an interesting cipher to like look at all this stuff. I'm sure when the video came out in 2000, it's the plot of the game happens in between like volume 21 and 22. So this comic has been coming out since about 90.
That's amazing to think of, like 30 plus years of working on, one character, one story. And I know it happens from time to time, and in manga it's not completely uncommon, but it's still pretty rare air.
Yeah. Once again, like you have no complaints about anything. When you read the first story and you're building up the villain, Serpentor.
The villain's great. I love that he has like the snakeskin armor on the horse too.
You automatically assume, because of corruption of like reading shonen comics, like, okay, well, here's your guy. Like the MacGuffin is introduced. It's this dude, and he's the ultimate bad guy or whatever. Nah, dude, he's getting cut down in this story. And each of these three stories is completely, it's their own thing.
That last story is listed as chapter 1. And it surprised me that it's its own like standalone piece. I just assumed that meant there was a big epic spinning out of there.
Yeah, there's a couple more chapters in like the very next Tankobon. Great imagination on display. Whenever there's a new monster or creature that shows up, these little incubi.
You know what? Speculation on my part, but I bet you that's something that's really awesome throughout the series.
Yeah.
Because the monsters and the creature designs that we see so far are really cool.
Yeah.
So I bet you that's something that he sings at as he continues to do this.
So Jimmy and I, like we know plenty, but we don't know everything. And the word that we want to put out to the Kayfabe audience is like, let us know. Like when does this really become what it becomes? Because it is not here in this first volume.
This is one of those cool visuals, and we saw one earlier too where like one eye's drawn and the other half the face is in shadows, or it's cropped like that. I think the visuals are probably something too that just keep growing.
Sure. Offending his little Tinkerbell.
It also is interesting how many of these pages will have like maybe 2 panels, but then we'll go into this and it's almost a complete scene.
Yeah. This sequence happens in the first Fist of the North Star, by the way.
Yeah, that's one of those parallels that stood out to me reading this. Wild drawing.
Yeah, I would bet that Hera Tetsuo has a little bit of inspiration for the cartoonist here. Always badass, man.
You know what else is great? I don't have this book, so I read it online.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of manga, and especially the early stuff would often be printed poorly, and it was like, how do we reproduce this and get the screens to work? This is a beautiful reprint.
Absolutely.
Man, I love whenever we see this villain with the legs and the arms. It's like this cobra snake, except with the human body somehow in the middle of it.
Yeah, dude. It's a mix of Serpentor, but also there was that like snake, that snake guy from Masters of the Universe that had the plastic shell.
Yes.
That had this thing, and then you take it off, and then he had the arms and legs.
It's really good. He does great with the physics of like the tail too for the monster. Like this stuff all makes for a good fight scene, a good looking fight scene. Like that's pretty good.
Cuts that fucker away, dude.
And again with that one eye is it's here. That's such almost a motif, at least in this first book.
Right. In this first issue, the first volume, there's so much push-pull between the little Tinkerbell and just saying Tinkerbell. You just know that people are going to go pop off and like, fuck you. They ain't Tinkerbell. There's so much push-pull between Tinkerbell and our boy Guts. As he's clearly on a mission. We do not know what the mission is exclusively. There are these little traveling wanderers who offer him a ride, and he
humbly accepts, but he's standoffish. He's always trying to like push people away. You know, fuck these people if they can't handle the heat. Get out the kitchen type people.
I like his face is busted up. That's a nice little visual to keep going. This is cool.
Yeah, we saw earlier in that first volume there was like the little incubus, and when he nods off and has these dreams, it's an opportunity to really play with the visuals. You were talking earlier about like wondering like where things cut off. Like this feels like a logical end, right? And then like a page one of something.
Yeah, the visuals are really nice. There's so much stuff that I wonder, like, what does he invent? Like, what if some of these visuals that pop are they brand new to him? Is it something that maybe he popularized that other people were doing? Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, we need that real scholarly treatment of these works, because it is so old. And whenever I show off, or whenever I'm like in Japan talking with the fellas out there, they are astonished. It's unbelievable to them that like Domu first comes out in like 93 or 95 in America, 12 years after or whatever the thing came out in Japan. This came out a decade before it came out in the States, maybe a little bit more.
Not only that, but their stuff's released in weird orders here. You know, like the thing that might be following the influential Domu, we might get first.
Yeah.
And it is very strange. It's a very distortion of history.
That's where that context would be fantastic, if you could get somebody to write some good forward pieces or back pieces.
You know what? That'd be a nice on these deluxe collections. That would be a really nice addition.
You got to find that person, and I don't know that they exactly exist.
You know who it is Jog. That dude used to do that weekly, like what's new in comics, but he would start often with like some kind of obscure thing.
Yeah,
and a great dude to talk to because of that. Like he knows a lot of the chronological info on all of this. But I'm sure there's a few people out there that could lend themselves to it.
Yeah, I think my homeboy Sean, Japan Book Hunter, would be a guy, like if we put him in touch with Dark Horse or something. There's a conversation that's been coming up a lot lately about these frequent trips to Japan that we take, and how like the crew is amassing a little bit bigger each time and things. And there's going to be opportunity to bridge a gap between the Japanese comics crowd and the United States comics crowd with a couple more of these sessions, I think.
Like this is just great. I can totally see why from a visual standpoint, how this would be a series that would be fun to get into.
Totally. We're still at that stage, man, where it's Monster of the Week, and that does not stop with the ending of this tankobon. We arrive, Guts arrives at a town where there's kind of a tyrannical rule over the townspeople, and so many executions are happening very often. I believe it's a cannibalistic thing. You have your big Caligula, Cenobite looking fella.
That's a good visual too.
Yeah.
This looks like religious stuff is coming into this storyline.
Yeah, for sure. Like this takes place in like a medieval Europe kind of situation. So everything that entails, I guess, black plagues and fiefdoms.
That shadow on the face, so menacing.
And then when you see stuff like this, you know that this is like the frontispiece of whatever magazine it was serialized in. I think it was actually
what that media is, because it doesn't look painted exactly. It looks like it could be.
I wouldn't doubt that it was that processed red ink, and now it's just in a black and white. So it's all orange.
Mm-hmm.
I think the magazine that this came out in was called Young Animal, not unlike the Gerard Way DC Comics line. And after 3 volumes of this stuff here, this is a good one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's it's quite the visual. That villain looks good.
Right.
It's nice too. It's a very different design than the villain in the first book.
Mad props for keeping the Japanese sound effects, and then just like letting us know what it says. But I feel like they could just do away with that. Like we can imagine, like the book is not enhanced by having a Helvetica condensed, piece of type that lets us know what the sound effect is, and certainly you don't ever have to lay it over top of an illustration. That's kind of an ugly part. But it is good that they kept the sound effects to the thing.
Yeah, the visuals definitely a good one. I saw one time I saw a translated manga and they would have the sound effects translated and like this might be so that's Flap, I assume that's like his cape. It would say something like the sound of a cape fluttering in the wind.
Exactly.
It was kind of cool.
Yeah.
I remember reading that translation and being like, what does that really mean? Like is the sound effect can't that's not what it says in Japanese, right?
Right.
And it doesn't. It's almost like you're translating what it's an approximation
Well,
of, which
I think
was its own kind of storytelling.
I think it actually kind of does, to be honest, man. Because that Gun Report comic, like the way Sean was translating it, like what the title is like something about like gun firing or something like that. So like I don't know that they have onomatopoeia the way that we do.
That's funny because they are translating here as if it is onomatopoeia.
Exactly. Yeah.
I feel like this discussion is going to annoy more Berserk fans than anything else we've said.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna live with it. That would be the cross I bear.
It is a mechanical part of comics, though. Like it really is something I've been curious about in the past. I obsessed over it with that comic that had like the sounds translated.
See, this is an important moment, man, because this is when you realize Tinkerbell is a badass. But once again, Kayfabers, please put something in the comments and let us know what is the where does Berserk become Berserk? Because it's not in the first volume. These are 3 tongue-in-cheek pot boilers that don't exactly give us the MacGuffin that drives a 40-volume manga series forward. My experience with comics and people who are heavy into a certain comic is that by and large they're idolaters and they share hive mind popular opinion. So because like long time Berserk people exist and are very, very vocal, they jump in and they'll say, oh, it gets good right away, and that's not the case. Like I can't even hear that argument because this is good, this is fine, but there's nothing that sticks with me here. And there's certainly, I don't see what the thing is that makes it necessary to have 40 volumes of it. So what are the big arcs? Where do things really start cooking? I have some sense because on my Instagram stories, I showed this off and I got more feedback from my Instagram story on just showing this image off than anything I've ever done.
Yeah, there's a devout following.
And it was exactly as I expected it to be. The people who I don't know or who are just fans and stuff are like, yes, finally. The cartoonists are like, first 3 volumes, don't cut it. You got to give it slack. It's like volume 5. It starts and like all the cartoonists who are deep in the game, who like know structure of story and who are not idolaters, kind of say around volume 5 it starts to become what it is. But it's not in volume 1. And I am curious if you read all of the Berserk 1 deluxe edition, which contains 3 tankobon, is this enough to get you there? Because my cartoonist buds say no, you're gonna have to read 2. So an investment of, what is it, $100? Yeah, and after an investment of $100, Jimmy, $50 books, then the comic becomes what everybody is jock riding.
What's interesting is horror is one of the things that's tagged on the back, and I was thinking that one of the appeals of this could be the setting of being like Europe in the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, the night kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a popular genre.
The Anglophile weebs.
But I feel like there's some twists in this, like it's almost bringing that kind of dark energy to what would be, Lancelot or something,
right?
In another story. So, I wonder if that's one of the things that's appealing is that you're applying kind of like that manga detailed art storytelling, but on top of like the type of stories of the knights that we have seen so often in a very fairy tale like treatment.
Kayfabers, we did it. We took a look at volume 1. It's probably not the video that you were expecting, but this is a collaborative process. So please put some stuff in the comments to let us know where stuff hits. Save your comments about, oh, it's great from the start, because it's just not. It's very good comics from the very beginning, but the MacGuffin ain't there. Like there's nothing there that lets me know that this even needs to be a series. You know, it's like I read 3 cool short stories that stand up on their own.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the feedback on this as to like where it's pointed at. Like, hey, do this story or whatever, because I'd be curious to then dip back in here in volume
Just at
5
that,
or
just
something.
at that story.
Yeah, just to see like where it goes, because again, 30 plus years, like think of how much stuff changes. You know, this is almost that daily comic strip kind of thing where it's like decades from now, that guy's still making, Chester Gould's still making Dick Tracy 30 years later, 35 years later, but it looks different, it reads different. I'd be curious maybe to dip back in further down the road on Berserk. So that's a comment to point us to the volume where you think it's the best of Berserk.
That could be what it is. You know, like you guys were super vocal enough to get us to like look at this. So that was step 1. Boom, there. We took a look at the first Tankobon. It's good, but it's also whatever. Now the next step is like, now which Berserk story is the one that gets you hooked? Because that first volume, that ain't quite it, man. Good to go?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we have more than 1,400 videos up there as we speak. Take a look, search around, hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Kayfabe YouTube channel. Put in your favorite titles of your favorite comics. If we did not talk about your favorite comics, please put something in the comments below, and we will push those books to the top of that list, man. That's how Berserk got its video treatment today. We have a Patreon for the King Kayfabers to get the videos before anybody else, thus mitigating the kayfabe effect, which happens often when we talk about a comic that is out of print or in low frequency, low numbers. They disappear fast before our videos even go live because the King Kayfabers scoop them up. Ultimately, we are supported most by you guys buying our books. You're looking at a healthy stack of our books right before you here, but we've got new stuff out. Jimmy, what do you got?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next book. It will be in stores in November. You can pre-order it now at your local comic shop, and I highly recommend you do that so that Image knows how many copies to print. This is the sister collection of Deadliest Girl Alive. If you get both of these 2 books, one, they'll look good on your shelf. They're kind of designed to sit next to each other, but they also collect all of the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. So put your order in for that. If you didn't get Deadliest Girl Alive, pick that one up while you are at it. My other comic shop book is Hulk Grand Design. I believe this is out of print. It's definitely out of stock at the distribution level. So if you haven't picked that one up yet, you should grab it soon because those books are likely to get scarce and probably be long gone by the Christmas season. And you can also get some of my self-published material at my website, jimrugg.com, or you can read this stuff on my Patreon, patreon.com/jimrugg. And these include True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, as well as my latest zines celebrating the black and white explosion and that glorious year, 1986.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is able to be ordered at your local comic shops right now. Make sure that you do so because we had to print these things up some time ago. There's a finite amount of these, and so many of them have already been claimed on Amazon and other online resources, Barnes & Noble, all those places. So make sure if you have your eyes on it, scoop it up and get it ordered at your local comic shop. It's over 500 pages of material in here. Contains all 4 volumes of my Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions, plus 140 pages of stuff that is not in those original 4 volumes. 10th anniversary of the Hip Hop Family Tree series. It is the 50th anniversary of hip hop culture as a whole. The other holiday effort that is coming out is the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback. There's a volume or 2 of this that are out of print as well. So it's going to be your opportunity to get all of my X-Men Grand Design works in one handy dandy handsome collection. The current focus is Red Room. These are the 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room that are out there right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. But we're working now on the final season of Red Room Comics. We're calling it Crypto Killers. 3 issues of that are out there right now, and this 3rd issue has a backup called The Latchkey Kids here, but I'm working on a daily strip called Switchblade Shorties. It's going to come out January 1st of 2024, and these are the sort of proto versions of these characters. So this book is going to be kind of a hotkey when it comes to the Ed Piscor bibliography. These are not the only ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you will give the people the scoop on that.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also in the show notes underneath this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more manga. You gonna switch out?
I think I could do one more. I'm gonna I'll do a quick commercial for us real quick. I'm gonna try to be quick. I'm gonna try to be quick with it. All right, Jimmy. Hit it. This video is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. Become a King Kayfaber and mitigate the Kayfabe effect. You get all the videos before anybody else. We have more than 1,400 videos up on the channel as we speak. Hit the little magnifying glass, search around to see if we're talking about your favorite comics. If not, let us know in the comments so that we can show off your favorite stuff on the channel. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is a healthy bibliography of the stuff that we have available, but there's new material coming out all the time. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. In fact, your store needs to order it now. They have that opportunity to do so. It's going to come out October 18th, collecting all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree plus 140 pages of additional material, 500 plus pages of comics in there. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you in November, just in time for Christmas as well. Several volumes of that are out of print as we speak. The current focus is Red Room, and 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there, Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. Crypto Killers is the latest miniseries of Red Room, and there is a backup feature that is going to show off the characters that I'm covering in my daily comic strip in 2024, so this is going to be a hot key. Jimmy's got plenty of stuff on the horizon. Street Angel Princess of Poverty is coming out in November. This is going to collect all of the Street Angel material before Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. So you need both volumes to have all of Jim Rugg's Street Angel comics on hand. The Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition book is out of print. So when you see this, it's going to be your last opportunity to scoop up these books. Make sure you do so. You might be able to find some on Amazon, but they are going quickly. Jimmy's been in the self-publishing game for a while this past year. He's got True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories. A couple of them have wrestling in the subject matter. 1986 zine and the BW zine are back. The BW zine back in print, and 1986 zine is on the horizon. We need to do a whole episode on this, Jimmy. Now that we're done paying the bills, back to the video. I was good for one more.
You want to do one more?
Yeah, I think I could do one more. Do the Spawn for now. I'll take care of that. I'm gonna call this the last memorable issue of Spawn.
This is about whenever I quit.
Yeah, it's about when everybody quits. It's about when everybody quits who has some sense.
Except Matt Bors.
Except Matt. Nearly Pulitzer Prize winning cartoonist.
Youngest Herblock Award winner. Doubles
Fucking
down on his Spawn subscription.
Love it. I get emails from him from time to time. And it's so interesting because he's so dedicated. Like, he's dedicated. Like, he's in the game. But he is not doing what he wants to be doing ever. Like, he's always telling me about, like, wanting to do this kind of superhero thing, or, like, he's seen me do weird shit with, like, Red Room or this or that, and it's always that. Like, so, like, it's almost like that pothead on the couch kind of conversation, like an idea man, except he's very dedicated and in the game. It's just, like, he's forced, and now he's got a family and kids and all that stuff, so, like, now he's, like, forced into, like, doing this stuff that definitely, it's, like, the more sure thing for himself, and he can't.
It'll be interesting to see what he does next, because I guess Nib is done.
Right.
So it should free him up to do some other big project. He was always interesting to me, because one, obviously, he's a dedicated cartoonist.
Right.
But I don't want to say politicized, but I mean, like, everybody 9/11 had an effect on people, and I feel like it changed the direction of his career. As like an impressionable guy, it made him conscious of, say, world politics.
Yeah.
And he ends up making work about it. And I think that's really interesting. I think we're at another moment in time like that where, like, I think it's mostly with media changing, but I think you see that, like, new generation, and I'm kind of, always makes me think of him because, like, he would have been one of those guys early on that kind of went indie media.
Yeah, it's totally true. I mean, the fucking dudes,
Way before anybody was talking. You know, I mean, that's his whole career's been indie media, pretty much.
I mean, literally the dudes from Twitter, like that's how the nib started, right? It was like Twitter dudes gave him a boatload of money to edit that shit, and it's just from his like online popularity and stuff. Yeah, it was an interesting thing because like
That's true too, because like he was online because it was like, where else does a young editorial cartoonist have to go? Like newspapers weren't hiring new editorial cartoonists.
But he had that too, you know. Like Idiot Box was in the Pittsburgh Weekly, and he had dozens of. He was the last of the syndicated
the alt weeklies.
Alt Weekly guys. Yeah, absolutely. Idiot Box. Do you remember that? You guys took us to our first SPX.
Yeah, I remember looking at his work too. I don't know if I knew him. He might have come along because of you.
No, I met him at your house.
Wow.
And it was like the house in like Sharpsburg or wherever the fuck you were living. Yeah. The other place. Is that where it was, Sharpsburg?
No, it was Aspinwall, next to Sharpsburg.
Yeah.
Probably same exit. I just remember looking at his stuff, like we were staying at Jackson, sleeping on
the
floor.
Yeah.
And I remember looking at his comics and being like, oh, these are really good comics. Because in my head, editorial comics were usually like, you have some ideas you want to put out there, but maybe you're not a good artist.
It was, and also like I remember you guys had a prejudice because like he and I are like the same age, and it's like, what's a 22-year-old have to say about world politics? Like you guys had that like on you, and you know, I mean, he came from that perspective, but he's no dummy.
No, of course not. Yeah, it was really, like I say, I knew other people about his age that ended up getting into some kind of political commentary where, like, my generation wasn't that.
Yeah.
You know, and I was a little bit older where, like, 9/11 was, you know, a life-changing event for everybody. But it was a different response than, like, oh, this dude was, like, 18 when that happened.
Right, like we were able to be drafted.
Like, he's in school when this happens as opposed to, like, I'm at work. Or, you know, like, it was just a different... I remember it felt very different, his response. But I was impressed with his comics back then, so...
Yeah, man.
Worked out.
I think I still have his little self-published ones that he gave us, like, that exact time.
But nothing was as surprising as whenever I learned about his
that
Spawn.
That he has every issue.
I've had that happen so many times when people tell me what they read, and my response is like, you're being funny.
Right.
Oh, and then you realize, like, oh, no, that's really what they like.
Yeah, there was another Spawn guy that was surprising because he's a cartoonist, and the name escapes me. Maybe he did some video shit within the past year talking about it, but not a comic dude. That dude, Dan Bedrosian, who is the keyboardist for Funkadelic.
You know what? It doesn't
he's
surprise
a Savage
me.
Dragon guy.
That stuff was so strong visually. Like, if you were into visuals, I can see how people would be fans of that stuff, and not even necessarily comic fans.
Yeah.
But just like these, like the high end, like you're not going to see anything that looks like this anywhere else.
Totally.
I can see how that's a thing for people,
yeah.
Creative people.
Yes, and Spawn transcended the direct. Like Spawn was like a Walking Dead, where like just these metalheads or like these weird toy collector guys would fuck with Spawn.
Yeah, there's toy talk in here, and it's kind of interesting to already see like the pivot.
Yeah.
You know, like the writing must have been on the wall. Like, I don't know, season 1 of the toys, season 2. At some point, like a check came in, and it was like, oh shit, someone else gonna have to draw Spawn because like there were 3 more zeros here than I thought.
I got this fucking first rounds of Spawn at Kmart, and how many Kmarts were there at that time? You know what I'm saying? Like that was not like it was pre-internet. Like Kmart was at its apex. The Rosie O'Donnell commercials, you remember? Like Kmart was as big as it ever was, and I got the shits at Kmart, like tens of thousands of units each or something. Like
it was nuts too how those first wave were like, oh, it's so detailed, these characters,
and they just
and you look at them
close.
now and it's like it's junk.
Yeah,
but it really revolutionized. Like it was almost like they figured out how to do toys based on McFarlane's drawing style.
Right.
It was somehow like more McFarlane than his art.
Right.
Did you lock that? Did I lock that? I think I locked
Yeah.
it. All right, man, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We are a daily comic book YouTube channel, so we've got a filmography of more than 1,400 videos. Right now, we might have talked about your favorite comics. Take a gander. Hit the little search field. That's the magnifying glass on the front page of Cartoonist Kayfabe. Search for your favorite titles. If we did not talk about your favorite comics yet, let us know. We have big collections between the both of us, and we will push those comics to the top of the list. We've got a lot of Spawn and Todd McFarlane coverage on the channel as well, so if you dig this video, you probably dig that stuff also. We have a Patreon for the King Kayfabers to mitigate the kayfabe effect and get in on the ground floor. They get all the videos before anybody else. Sometimes we talk about some pretty rare items. It's the King Kayfabers who get to find the cheapest copies online before we put these videos out to Gen Pop. So Jimmy, today we're going to take a look at what I think of as the last memorable issue of Spawn. I don't know that that's even a controversial thing to say, certainly amongst our peer group, but what we'll be looking at is Spawn number 29, which is, 270 issues behind, maybe 300 issues ago of Spawn at this point. But this is the issue right after the lynching issue. No?
This is the issue right before it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we also look at the issue that follows this. And I agree with you totally about this being like a changing of the guard kind of moment.
Yeah.
This is where I stopped, right
Sure.
around here. And I think I bought the following issue, and I think around there they're like new Spawn costume, and it was like a boot or something. It was
Right, yeah.
the least change of a costume I'd ever seen. But this is about whenever I quit Spawn.
Totally.
Which is almost when I quit Image. Like Savage Dragon's pretty much it from that point on for me.
You know what is preceding this is the Angela miniseries,
Yes.
of which we did produce a video on that, looking at the Neil Gaiman written, Greg Capullo drawn issue, 3-issue miniseries.
I'll tell you a little more about this issue too. I got rid of this whenever I purged my collection in the early 2000s. I did not keep this issue. A Kayfaber sent this issue addressed to me as like, Jim, look at this issue or give this issue a second chance. And whenever you picked this week, I was like, I flipped through it. There's so many words in here, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna dread this. I thought the exercise for me was gonna be, how long do I go before I quit reading this issue? I read the whole thing. This is a strange comic, and I found it worth my time to read it. I don't know that it's great or that it all works, but it's really interesting, and kind of the parts that go off the rail a bit, part of what makes it so compelling.
This comic and the lynching issue, like if Spawn would have stayed that, I might have stayed reading it, because it's one and done issues. It's dealing with something that was topical at that exact moment, and it's kind of like a little morality play of something that was happening in the zeitgeist right then. The next issue with the lynching stuff, that's like when A Time to Kill came out, and it was clearly like influenced by that. There were campaigns about child abuse and gun safety and guns in the hands of kids around this time. And there was just infinite amount of that stuff. Imagine if like in the internet, when the internet comes out and all the cool story possibilities that would have come from that, if Spawn would have been a MacGuffin to explore all of that stuff, it would have been fun. It's ham-fisted. It's written by a guy who famously says that he doesn't read anything except the sports page. So in some ways, it's folk art.
It's one of the, again, interesting parts of this book is it feels like this is way above McFarlane's pedigree as a writer. And maybe it is, but also like he's swinging for a fence in a way with this story. And I always applaud that.
He has a huge disdain. Like when he does like public tours and talks and stuff like that, he always talks about like child molesters and child abusers and stuff like that. And he explored similar stuff in his Spider-Man comics. I think that Wendigo Wolverine run has to do with like, Boy Scout leader guy or something. And it's something that's at the front of his creative thoughts often. We did the Billy Kincaid issue earlier than this. So it's just something that's close to him.
I love too how nonchalant it is. Like this kid finds this
right
in the middle of the day, just under the tree or whatever, and yeah, sure, let me gather you up and take you home. You look like something I might want to play with. Like I'm running faster than I've ever run before if I see Spawn bloody under a tree.
There is clearly heavy hand of Greg Capullo in the storytelling of this, and the amount of cartooning that's in here is something that was maybe a little lost on me when I was a kid. I didn't think of this as realistic, but I thought of it as superhero comics, which is not exactly cartoony. But it's stuff like, you fall, you crack your head. How do you communicate that in comics language? Crack that ground. And then he's supposed to be big, heavy. Bend that little radio flyer wagon. So there's so much good cartooning stuff in here. The Greg Capullo is able to capture weight really well.
These issues are also really interesting to look at in the sense that we know Capullo comes on and then he more or less becomes the penciler with McFarlane doing the finishes for, I don't know, 30 issues, 40. Like, it's a long run.
Way more.
It's a long run. Many years they work together. But in these early days, you can kind of see that back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, like they're still working it out. McFarlane is higher listing as the artist on this issue, when probably it's Capullo doing most of the penciling here.
Yeah.
But it's neat to see those guys like figuring it out. Like, how does this work? How do we work together and make this look like what I want it to be from McFarlane's point of view?
Yeah, totally, man. Because you could see the style was much different on the Angela miniseries. Yes. And you could see little glimmers here and there, man. There becomes like less spotting of blacks as the tandem congeals into what it becomes. So like these little pools of black here, they feel sort of out of place. But here's one of those mirror moments that is to pretty solid effect in this comic. You have little Cyan with Terry having like a nice parental moment, and then you have the juxtaposition, the opposite, handled well with the Steve Olive color also, by the way.
You know, another bit of McFarlane, actually I don't know if it's McFarlane art, there's a Hulk piece whenever it's Gray Hulk, but it may not be a McFarlane issue, where Hulk is dealing with an abusive sheriff or police officer of some sort. And it struck me as there's a parallel there, but now that I think about it, I'm not sure McFarlane drew that issue. But it is that thing of like, what do you do if it's an abusive sheriff? It also reminds me of the Arseface comic.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the ultimate villain in a way, because like, this is a small town. Like, nobody's challenging this guy.
Right. This image right here was featured in a perspective exercise that Greg Capullo was highlighting in a Wizard column.
I think one of the shortcomings in writing in this issue is how much this sheriff is like, he's a 10.
Yeah.
Like as a villain, he's the paperest thin of villains. Like, there's no redeeming quality of this guy. And I always think that kind of heavy-handedness is tough.
No, I hear you. They play with him in an interesting way when it comes time for church, in a way where, you know, he's kind of the direct opposite. But I agree with you. He's just...
He's evil. He's just pure evil.
Yeah, there's nobody... You know, the banality of evil is real. And there's nobody who wakes up in the morning and is just like, I'm going to be a piece of shit in 100% of the decisions that I make in a day.
Right.
I'm going to open the fridge door like an asshole.
I wonder, too, I remember that Image documentary McFarlane uses an example of, like, hey, if you're drunk, quit drinking, you know?
Right.
People call you a drunk or whatever. And it feels like he's very critical of alcohol.
Oh, yeah. And in that same stuff where I talk about where he is on tour mentioning, you know, the child abuse, like, he'll say that stuff. Quit touching kids, like he'll say it. And yeah.
But you see it here, you know, like, not only is he an abusive father, he's also a drunk.
Mm-hmm. It's nearly a chick tract in the heavy-handedness
that's
of
kind
it.
of that's fascinating. I might like it more now through that lens,
because it's written that way, where it's just like you have very clear stakes, you have archetypical good guys, bad guys, and you're building up those stakes for that inevitable conclusion. How about this, like, sort of worm's eye shot of Spawn underneath that table in the shack with all the accoutrement that you would expect to see in a little shack. Just really, really well composed.
It does make me want to, again, go back and revisit this run to watch Capullo develop. Because as neat as some of this stuff looks, I feel like these are shots that are not going to be shots he would be doing a year from now. A year from now in the Spawn kind of run. You know, like, they're not McFarlane-esque.
You're right.
And it's kind of interesting to me to see that evolution. Man, drawing all that stuff in a shed. We say it all the time, but that's some of the hardest kind of stuff to draw.
Totally.
Capullo does well with it, too. Like, almost every scene that we see, the rooms, the settings are very believable for what they, what you're trying to communicate. I thought this panel in particular was amazing because you see a lot of this kind of panel and it's a struggle to show somebody looking at a piece of paper.
Right.
This 3/4 shot of the face, even though it's cropped, you only get the very edge. I think it reads well. The hand with the cigarette over the keyboard. I'm kind of amazed by it. Like it's probably not something someone's going to look at Spawn and go, what a great panel. But looking through this, it's like, that's pretty well done.
It's the obligatory Sam and Twitch sequence that's in like every issue. And I don't know if it ever built to any great climax, but certainly in 29 issues, these guys ain't about much. It's the same little back and forth of them just talking. There's never any advancement of their character. One thing that's interesting in this issue, just pure coincidence, 100% sure of that. I didn't know Sam's name is Sam Burke, and I'm reading those Burke novels that Andrew Vax put together, and Andrew Vax, like, huge champion, like when it comes to saving kids, child abuse, all that stuff. Not the first child abuse issue, he's looking at Billy Kincaid, and his name's Sam Burke. I'm sure it's a coincidence. I'm sure that Todd McFarlane never read a Burke novel, but it is interesting and kind of noteworthy. As a coincidence.
Billy Kincaid and Sam Burke could have been brothers.
Absolutely.
Separated at birth. You know what? It makes me wonder, like, who named Sam Burke?
Yeah, if it just happened in this issue, because I never knew his last name.
Bendis does a run of Sam and Twitch as a writer, and I mean, Bendis, I bet you knows the character Burke.
Yeah.
So I wonder, like, where that comes from. It's so close, like, to be a coincidence is hard to believe.
Yeah, I don't think that McFarlane was branching out too much. Like, just that Angela miniseries was, like, the only extra piece that existed at this time. But we have this back and forth. So in issue 5, so that's what I mean. Like, these characters are so slow moving. In issue 5, the big climax, of which we did a video, is Billy Kincaid strung up with popsicle sticks sticking out of his body with paper notes and shit and chains and things. And it was in the office of Sam Burke. So the police chief is trying to, like, pin something on him. And 24 issues later, they're still nowhere with that. He's still getting to work and all of that.
Well, what we learned 24 issues later is police chief may be corrupt and connected to Kincaid.
You're right. All right, and so now we're going back to our chick tract of the drunken, child-abusing father is a pious man when it comes to church time. And this is some more of that heavy-handedness where the kid is definitely jacked up. And all the people of the town, you got this macho-ass butch dad with the face of a pugilist. And you have the people of the town like, oh, your kid's still playing that football real tough, huh? You need to lighten up a little bit.
Reference to the mom, too, and everybody missing the mom, and you just wonder, like, how'd she pass?
Right.
But that wasn't a great life.
Right. And as soon as we get home, we got Pops hitting the sauce. You always have this part too in these kind of stories where, in spite of, like, all the gross shit that we see the dad do, you still have the kid mouthing off a little bit,
right?
And it's like, what kind of a fucking sadist are you?
And of course,
the ultimate climax for this issue.
We just all know this kid's gonna drop that bottle, right?
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't laugh, but it just feels like so much of this is cliche.
Exactly. Fully over the top, because basically we need to get our dad set off in such a major way, and what better way to do that than have, like, the last pint of alcohol depleted in the household. So dad is gonna perform a little psychological warfare on the children. I forget what it was. It was an interview with somebody. I know who it was, man. It was, I don't remember the dude's name, but he was, he turned out to be a rat for the mob, but not Sam Gravano. It was like some other dude. But he said that, his pops was the, capo regime or something, and he was like the Nepo baby. And something happened where they were going to push the kid out. And he said his own dad, like tried to shoot him and pulled the trigger, and, like, a bullet didn't come out and misfired or something. But he's like, when he pulled that trigger and the hammer clicked, like, he's like, a part of me died anyway. That, like, my pops is gonna my pops really was going to kill me.
Yeah, that's nuts. I don't think of contemporary cartoonists as being great figure artists, you know, because of how much distortion. But I feel like this is really hard drawing, and he nails it.
Yeah.
You know, and he kind of does it in cartoony language. Like that little kid is, you know, proportioned of like a cartoon kid, but it feels like all the mass and the forms all make sense in that drawing.
Yeah, you're right, man. These foreshortened legs,
Very hard to
tough to
draw.
do. The kid on that back swivel pivot and having like the trunk and the pelvis kind of like line up in interesting ways. The
I
feet
think
look
even
good.
believable the hand around the neck, like the head being like above the hand,
Sure.
even form wise looks right.
And we just got that kid blubbering mess.
It is disturbing. It feels like this is a story that is just there's too much here for to be handled with the language that is in Spawn. However, it is a disturbing scene.
Sure.
You know, like it definitely gets across like a nightmare for those kids,
Yeah.
which is pretty impressive.
Once again, man, if McFarlane would have stayed on this trajectory and screw all your CIA conspiracies and all that stuff and just do these kind of like little tongue-in-cheek potboiler morality plays, I would have liked to seen like him handle every kind of social issue.
This is like Spawn is like A-Team or Fall Guy or any of those, like we get one episode a week and we solve a problem.
Right.
And in this case, it happens to be this abusive sheriff.
Yes.
That would have been kind of an amazing, weird direction to go.
Not bad transitions between the Wendy moments and the Spawn moments here.
This is kind of great too, where the kids are begging Spawn not to do anything because it'll only make things worse.
Right.
And maybe overall it gets better eventually, but he definitely gets worse before it gets better.
Yeah. Another real solid drawing. I like two different sneakers on the kids. Cool poses. Definitely clearly in proper perspective.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where the feet touch the ground and stuff.
Yeah, there's a solidity to that I did not often see in McFarlane work.
No, McFarlane
That's a
can
hard
pull it off.
drawing right there.
Capolo can draw, but he's in that school. You know, he's a pro comics artist, and what that requires is that literal dumb down for your audience, double your dollars. He could probably draw academically correct anything you ask him to draw, but that's not necessarily exciting for superhero comics. So he knows how to kayfabe it in a way to make it look fun and interesting. Confronting the drunken dad as he leaves the bar, and here's another one of those heavy-handed pieces where as he leaves the bar, the people inside the bar extolling the virtues of how great a fella our guy Joe is.
I will say this. I know people like this who are kind of shitty to their families.
Oh, yeah.
Not necessarily abusive like this, but
Yeah.
just a dick.
Yeah, totally.
And they're the nicest people to strangers, and it always would make me mad because there are people close to me that are like this, and I would get so mad. Like, you treat strangers better than you treat your family.
Yeah, like familiarity breeds contempt, man, and I've seen plenty of examples of that myself, no doubt. Hopefully, not too guilty of such a thing.
Right. I try to be conscious of it because, you know, it's pissed me off before. This is like a flashback to, I guess, Spawn abusing his wife.
I think he saved the girl, but you're making me call that into question.
Yeah, I don't know for sure either. It's not like I went back and did my homework, but just reading it, that's what I interpreted there was like, this is a regret Spawn has about slapping Wanda.
I think that's a Caucasian hand, and I think that
Let me see yours. Okay.
I think that some of the conversation earlier was about Spawn saving Wanda or something. So I think that he might be projecting this guy onto the abuser. But I mean, that's first person point of view.
It says you might find yourself hitting someone you love like I did and regretting it forever.
Okay, well, there it is.
That's it sounds like a guilty man right there.
Yeah.
But he does pull one thing about it. He says that he's going to put a mark on him that'll fade in a month or so. Makes me think of Inglourious Bastards.
Right.
We want people to know what you did here.
Right. Yeah, so we turn into a scarlet letter. It's a very disturbing looking image right there, dude.
It is, especially because of how that beer can is positioned.
Sure. Yeah. got the shadow in the face. It's not unlike there was that Ethan Hawke horror movie that came out like a year or two ago, man. And there's like a lot of he wears a mask and he just sits there like waiting for something to happen in that exact position, kind of, perfect posture, sitting straight up. You see them scary eyes. But Spawn, misguided do-gooder, right? Like he fucks this guy up, brands him. There's only two people who know that this guy beats his kids, and they're coming home from school. But Spawn like leaves, sends the dad back home.
By the way, 1 page earlier, Spawn promised them, "It's okay, I'm not leaving, but things will get better, I promise." Well, where's he at now? Thought he wasn't leaving.
Right. So he is a devil's angel, Spawn is, man. And it's almost like it was all coming to this moment. The pops is like thumping on the kid with the goon hand. And then the older brother sees the gun in the holster. What are you looking at? You see some weird printing?
What is this BE there?
It's the I Beat Kids, tattoos on the dad.
That could have been executed better.
Sure. Get more of the word in there.
The Eddie stuff is pretty chilling, especially whenever he's off panel and it's just getting like more desperate.
Right.
Help me.
And then I would say that this is some more of that good kind of figure drawing for superhero comics, like twisting that character up. This is always a challenging thing because if you take a look, you're seeing some of the front and some of the back of the trunk, and I always struggle with like how much of the front do you show in an angle that way.
Also, a figure coming at you is a hard thing to draw, and I think he does that pretty well across 3 panels.
We got a first-person point of view. It's only now that I'm recognizing the silhouette of the gun right there in blue. Steve Oliff did what he could to try to highlight it, but it's only now that I'm recognizing that.
It's a distortion of the shape.
Yeah. And then an off-camera blam. We know what happens. There's no, the end or anything like this. It just is matter of fact. And then...
and I have to point out that blam is a classic Frank Miller sound effect blam.
It is.
Going
from
all the
Sin
way
City.
to Dark Knight.
Yeah. This, in the Image fan art, I know of this Jewel Strudler guy from Pittsburgh, PA. Whenever I was taking those like art camps and shit as a kid, the art teacher was a part of this like little crew of whoever like the indie cartoonists were of that time period, and I have some of that Strudler dudes comics.
I was enjoying this Image fan art quite a bit in that it's like all black and white line art. I don't know how they figured that out, but it's a really good move because you think of like the Wizard art at the time, the mid-90s.
Yeah,
it'd be all color, but these look great.
I think a lot of it at the time was there was such a division of responsibility when it came into becoming a cartoonist and stuff. So like the drawers knew that colorists handled color, so you would never waste a second playing with color because you needed to learn inking techniques and shit. And it would go to the point of like pencilers, where like pencilers would never ink, like dudes who wanted to grow up and become that. But I think specifically for something like Spawn, knowing that McFarlane pencils and inks, I think for like the Spawn fan, it inspired them to play with both. Here's your next wave of McFarlane toys. Is it still called it's
Todd Toys?
It's still Todd Toys. This is about where I left off. Like I had Commando Spawn, and I had the Youngblood dudes, and that was about it. I was done with the figures at that point. And then promoting the new Spawn costume because we have Todd Toys, and you always need a
That's right.
primo character. You need the title character to come out with each new wave. We just saw Commando Spawn, right? So like, how's another way we could do it? Could put a gauntlet and be symmetrical about it. The same arm that has the gauntlet has a leg that has a leg gauntlet.
Add some new spikes.
Yeah, dude.
I like this. Only sissies changed their costume in a phone booth. Talking about the passing of Terry Funk, one of his famous promos in Memphis, calling Jim Cornette a sissy. That's all I can hear now is the Terry Funk reading this ad.
It's one of the great sort of motifs of 1990s promotion, not far from... it stopped recording.
That's strange. It's paused. Should I just unpause it?
Yeah.
Do you know when it stopped?
No idea. Let's just start that whole piece over again. Fuck. We end this issue with promoting the new costume that is forthcoming.
Which is subliminally promoting the upcoming Spawn season of toys.
Absolutely,
no doubt.
man. You always need a new principal figure, man. The title character must be a part of the next wave.
It's very impressive that Spawn able to build a toy empire off of a single character book. You know what I mean? Like,
totally.
If it's a team book, that's one thing. But boy, you got to get Spawn in a lot of costume changes if you're going to be able to roll out two sets of toys a year.
Only sissies change their costume in a phone booth. That kind of provocative promotion, huge part of 1990s promo, makes me think of there was a famous ad for a video game called Daikatana that was like one half of the Doom team. John Romero, I believe, was the guy. And the ad said something like, Daikatana will make you John Romero's bitch.
Yeah, right.
Good to go, Jimmy?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we put things out all the time. There's more than 1,400 videos on the channel as we speak. And give the channel a search. See if we talked about your favorite comics. If we did not, make sure you let us know. We could put that stuff to the top of our reading list. But ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, please tell the people what you got out there.
Coming in November, Street Angel Princess of Poverty. This is my next comic from Image Comics. This is a companion piece to Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, but you need to order Street Angel Princess of Poverty now if you want to get it at your local comic shop in November. So let them know you want that. With Deadliest Girl Alive, it collects all of the Street Angel comics that I have made to date. Hulk Grand Design is also in stores while supplies last. This is sold out at the distribution level, which means they may become scarce, hard to find, and who knows, prices go up. So if you haven't picked up a Grand Design yet, do that the next time you see it while you still can. I've also been making and self-publishing lately. So the BW zine, my newest zine, 1986, and True Crime Funnies, my self-published nonfiction comic series, will all be available soon on my website. You can also read them on patreon.com/JimRugg.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you sooner than later. Make sure you get your comic shop to order it, because they can now do that at this point. And so many of these books have already been accounted for from online pre-orders that you cannot take it for granted that you'll be able to get this thing just off the racks. So let your comic shop know that you want the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. It's a 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. Come out within plenty of time to make this a great gift for the rap music lover in your fan. Even if your favorite, their favorite rapper isn't covered, their favorite rapper's rapper is definitely in this comic. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is a trade paperback that will be coming out in November. It's possible for your shop to order this one at this point. It's going to include the Grand Design books that are out of print, and I can't wait to put that into your hands. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now, Trigger Warnings and The Antisocial Network. And the last miniseries of Red Room is being serialized right now, called Crypto Killers. Issue 3 of Crypto Killers has a backup that contains the characters that will show up in my daily comic strip that I'll start to put out January 1st, 2024. But early adopters can read it right now at my Patreon. New strips every Tuesday. Jimmy, what else do we got going on?
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also in the notes under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give us marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
I need to see if we at least got the full story.
then the older brother sees the gun in the holster. What you looking at? What you looking at? You see some weird printing? Looking at? You see some weird printing?
What is this BE there?
It's the I Beat Kids. You know, tattoos from on the dad.
That could have been executed.
Hey, Jimmy, sit with me. I need to do one more piece on the last page.
Okay.
It cut off.
I wonder what caused that hiccup.
I think that maybe it's like the 20% thing came up or something, but I didn't see it. It's not on here.
Yeah, that's the weird part.
We're gonna have to be real conscious because that happened last time on your end, and I'm quite sure it's probably that 20% stuff that happens, which I want. We know we could milk about an hour and a half a piece of our phones and stuff, so if there's a way to turn it off, maybe we should, because I really don't want to get caught up and not conscious of something. Oh, okay. And so, as you can imagine, Chekhov's gun was established in Act 2, so you got to put it to use in Act 3. I don't think I noticed that there was a silhouette of the Gat right there, but Steve Oliff is definitely doing everything he can to kind of call some attention to it.
Yeah, he is. And you know, when you distort the shape that much, it's like perspective, right? It's on a door that's open. You lose the easy read of what is this shape.
Yeah, man. But some more solid figure drawing from Greg Capullo as he draws this very, very burly child abusing father with his tattoo gimmicks all over, advancing towards Eddie, the older brother. And you have your classic off-camera blam.
Yeah, very much. And I think Frank Miller when I see a blam like that. You know what's funny in this is like it's that serial killer movie point of view.
Yeah.
He's advancing towards us.
Right.
Which is just a weird... It's one more weird element in a story that's just kind of strange.
Sure. Opening the door kind of, works. It works. And, to show the stage left, of course, you have your Frank Miller type blam that we've seen. McFarlane famously doesn't read anything with much prose, but I think he looks at some comics every now and then.
Yeah, I think everybody looked at Frank Miller's stuff. Because, I mean, that's in Dark Knight as well as Sin City. So whatever the short list is, I'm sure Frank Miller makes that cut. It's really fun to me when we go back into this to see, like, what's being published here at this stage of the game.
Yeah. Sergio Aragonés Marcavania are at Image at this point.
I did not remember them being part of the team that early on. Yeah. I remember they had a little stint there, but that's much earlier than I remembered. And Shaman's Tears is up to issue 7. Like, boy, Mike Grell just pumped out those issues when he had a chance.
Yeah, he made good on his promises. I think he did 4 issues. I think he got tossed, and then they invited him back, and he did another round.
Always a good letters page early on, comparable to like a Savage Dragon page where McFarlane's answering a lot of that stuff himself.
I'm not sure who this is.
Got to be Jerry Ordway, right? Was that?
Oh, yeah, because Wildstar. Yeah, and Al Gordon. Was
it Jerry Ordway?
Yeah, Jerry Ordway and Al Gordon.
I enjoy the art stuff too. The fan art is really cool.
Yeah, totally. Not bad. And then wave 3 of Todd Toys figures, including the Youngblood joints. Man, this thing rocked. I had a buddy who had it, and I'm like, oh man, I got to get the Bad Rock toy.
Those toys were always cool, not just the Spawn toys, but any of them that were like the big figures. Like the King Kong Bundy, the Andre the Giants, all those oversized, like heavy. They would always be heavier than the other toys.
That's for sure. That's all. We'll stitch that in there. You know what it is? It's not if you more like a blunt thumb is better than a tip of finger. I think is the move.
You want to try your 4th video?
Definitely not. It'll conk out for sure. and it wasn't. I have 23% battery, so I have no accounting.
See, that was a hiccup. Because whenever we've had the 20% hit, it doesn't shut it off.
Okay.
Or at least it hasn't.
I'm just, just going to have to remain very, very conscious. I'm going to make another tea in the meantime.
I got some kind of an update notice on...
Yeah, there's some new stuff that happened.
It's always something.
This week. That's because it's so fucking buggy, man.
Yeah.
Session last week on the treadmill, dude.
Yeah.
I look forward to it this time because it's probably like 2 hours of content, so I'll be walking for fucking all day. We're gonna be doing Wizard issue 58 this round.
I can't remember what the other cover is, and I'm pretty sure I have it. Do you remember there was an adaptation of Barbed Wire? I can't remember the penciler, but like Tim Bradstreet does the finishing.
No.
I'm pretty sure that that's true. King Kayfabers, back me up on that. A Barbed Wire that Tim Bradstreet did inks on. Does that ring a bell? I feel like there's definitely a Barbed Wire that I ended up buying based on the art team, and a little bit underwhelmed by it, but what do you expect? Man, those Taschen cells are dangerous. I feel like they target us book lovers. They have a lot of comic things for comic fans. I have to pretend I didn't see that you mentioned that sales are going on. Taschen has their semi-annual sale up and running.
Yeah, I gotta see what they got, man.
I have to try not to see. I like those big archival books they've been putting out, like the Spider-Man.
Yeah, they said it's just $100.
Yeah, those are impressive books.
They are. It all comes from like Shelton's collection too, you know. I see this is one that I won't put on the proper air, but like the King Kayfabers can get the inside scoop, man. I was approached to write the X-Men introduction for the collection of the first 20 something issues of X-Men, and what they pay they want 10,000 words, which if you break it down is like half of a novel, I think. It's like 300 words is a page. So, well, I guess that's not half of a novel, but like they want 10,000 words. And no, that's not right. It basically broke down to like 20 pages of just prose. And what they pay is just like so ridiculous, man. And if they asked Ed Piskor, they certainly asked Chris Claremont first. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, no. And then the guys who do write those shits, it's like Kurt Busiek or Mark Waid, I think. These dudes who are like deep fanboys.
I was gonna say they probably already have the rough draft.
Exactly. So like and they you know they have their careers and shit, and they're getting their royalties, and their best works is probably behind them and stuff. I'm like, dude, there's no way. Like,
that's a lot of writing.
Yeah, and it might have been like 25 pages of prose. I would have to take a look, but it was an absurd amount of writing that they wanted for like $1,000 or something, and it's like, dude, this would take me 6 weeks to do.
Yeah, now and then I'll see stuff where like a writer will be hired to do that. Like Jonathan Lethem did a They Live book, and he did it in a way that probably was quick because it was, I think, him watching the movie and then making notes and then, you know, sort of transcribing those notes in a way. It was very fun to read that stuff, but you kind of almost have to have a hook into it because otherwise, like, you could research that for months. That's
the other thing, man, is like Kirby does the first 10, so the back half is all fucking feces. So like, what am I supposed to do about these feces? First off, I don't even like to read those because like it's so much words on the page with like Werner Roth writing, or like I don't even think it's Roy Thomas. I think it's like somebody else. So many words on the page, like a disgusting amount, and it's not fun. It's no good. It's unmemorable. It's erased from canon, like when Claremont does this thing. It's like none of those are ever talked about. Those are the most fun to play around with in my X-Men Grand Design because they're such shit that it's like I'm going to do whatever I want with that era. And so, you know, like, you know, half the book is worth having, and like and I'm supposed to after mag these 10 issues. Can't do it.
Yeah.
It would be lying. So that said, I do wonder who did write it, because it's like whoever did is definitely like, you know, choice 12 probably.
I think there's a lot of stuff that works that way. Speaking of your after mags,
well, that was in Comics Journal.
It was on the back of a Solson.
Solson.
Solson doing some kind of distro deal with wrestling magazines.
That was PWI too, right? That is the after mag.
Oh yeah. It's definitely the after mags. Probably the same printer or some, you know, like somewhere that they cross paths.
For the Hip Hop Family Tree Tankobon book, they're trying, like, if you look at a Shonen Jump, there's always like a Sony ad or you know, some technology ad. Like, they're trying to figure out how to get an ad for like Technics turntables or like some piece of equipment so that it could be like even closer to authentic as like a Shonen Jump type magazine.
I can't wait to see that book.
Yeah, I'm real stoked on it.
I'm surprised there's not just a like a channel dedicated to these books. You know, to like great books. Well, not just Tashin, but any of the books that are like everything just came together here, like the subject, the production, because it happens. But it's like you can sell me those books if I have no connection to them whatsoever. Like, I'll buy one of those books just based purely on like it all just lines up. Like, it ends up being a beautiful document of it. I bought a newspaper once, and it was this guy that worked on a newspaper. I think he was an intern or something, and then this was like what they let him do at the end. But it was when one of these big Philadelphia newspaper was basically shutting down, and he interned there, and he got all these dudes that were staff writers and editors that had been there for decades to basically write about the newspaper. And he did a newspaper edition, you know, so it's also like in the format of what they're talking about, right at the end of the technology that, you know, the web presses and everything were basically, this is going to be about the last thing we print.
Right.
But it was that thing of like the format could not have been better for what this is.
Yeah, that's super cool.
And it's like, I don't have any connection to it except it's just the perfect matchup of like everything fits here. And those happen more often than not. It's just how do you find out about them?
Good to go?
Yes. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
We are continuing our journey through Wizard Magazine, looking at issue number 58, June 1996. A pretty interesting issue of Wizard, if I do say so myself. I'm excited to unpack this one with you, Ed. I want to remind everybody first that this channel is brought to you by Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. We have 3 different levels that'll get you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you will get all of our videos first, and you'll get to sit in on our recording session. This gives you an advantage in the Kayfabe effect. If you see something on our channel that you want to add to your collection, you'll be the first one tracking it down. Sometimes these things are rare, they disappear, or they go up in price. So one good book in a month, and it'll pay for your Patreon subscription. So check that out, see what level works for you. So we have been looking at Wizard from the very beginning, and it was the best of times, and now it's approaching the worst of times for comics. So it's kind of interesting to see how Wizard responds to that. What are the big companies doing? And if they're not doing much, let's kind of look a little bit left field. And that's what this issue is. We're going to see some real coverage of like indie and self-publishing and just stuff that's outside the norm.
Mad props on that Joe Mad cover, man. He's fully formed at this point. The Joe Mad that everybody got very excited about is here, represented on this cover with these kind of proportions and the way that he's building like the hands and stuff. Influential in a generation, pivots the American, comic book penciler away from Jim Lee era, and we're now in Joe Mad era. So you'll get the Humberto Ramoses and the Mike Wiringos, and certainly the Roger Cruzes, and these guys are going to start to show up after and adopting a lot of these tricks.
Right, and these tricks being things like influenced by video games, influenced by anime and manga, some influences that we had not seen in previous generations of cartoonists that were often just pulling influence from the previous Marvel DC styles.
Joe Mad is a weeb.
The other piece here, Gambit is much more popular than I realized at the time.
Huge. Yeah, he was huge.
Mentioned
Absolutely.
quite a bit whenever they get into like one of the stories in here is about the X-Men trader, and Gambit is heavily mentioned.
When I saw these, I was like, are these Onslaught calling cards for phone companies? Is that what we're promoting? But it's just it's just a comic.
That's so funny because I still couldn't tell you like looking at it.
No, yeah.
Can't even tell what comic they're promoting there. Kurt Busiek's Astro City moving over to Homage Comics, Jim Lee's imprint still at Image Comics. And Astro City, one of those things that kind of a celebrated bright spot of the superhero genre at this time period.
Totally. Like, Kurt Busiek could do no wrong. And he was in that space where comics writing was so abysmal, still very, very, very image driven. And if you were just, I'm not saying, I like Kurt Busiek. I don't think I've read a Kurt Busiek comic I didn't enjoy. Like his contribution of, we'll say. But if you could string a story together, like, you're going to get work. And he was very celebrated, probably the best of those guys that could churn out those pot boilers on very regular basis and have 5-6 books come out per month.
Did some smart gimmicks too, like Astro City, at least the first series, all self-contained issues, and most of them would focus on different characters. So like you could pick it up and it was like, oh, cool, it's a whole superhero story here.
He knows the deal. He cut his teeth on the classic Silver Age comics, so he knows what can work, and that is a smart move.
Did not hurt that he has his Marvel's collaborator Alex Ross providing covers, because here's the other guy who's celebrated at this point in comics is Alex Ross big time. So you get a nice Alex Ross cover on each issue. That's better than any foil enhancement gimmick that you could think of.
And it is a gimmick.
Oh, yeah.
And his cosign sells fucking comics, man. Like, if he approves of it, people would give these things a look. Like, I think at a certain point he definitely watered down like his options and stuff like that to the point of like where you don't necessarily chase down this Alex Ross cover, but at this time for a good run.
Yeah, because we're looking right here at a story that's going to be on Kingdom Come. Check out our video on that one.
Yes.
But this is probably peak Alex Ross in terms of popularity. Like, he had done no wrong up to this point, and people are just loving him wherever you can get it. So getting cover for every issue of Astro City was really a great move by Kurt Busiek and everybody. Brenny Anderson, the guy who does the heavy lifting inside of Astro City, I always thought it was really well drawn. I remember running into him at my first San Diego Comic-Con, and he was selling pages so cheap, and it blew my mind, because in my mind, it's like, this dude's really good.
Yeah.
Why are these pages not marked up a lot? Although, to be fair, all the original art at my first San Diego Comic-Con, way below, maybe 2 zeros below what it would be today.
The only comic I think I had from him before Astro City was like a 1-issue fill-in of X-Men that had the Despair and Man Thing.
He did the graphic novel God Loves Man Kills.
That's true. Yeah,
that's something I would see. And he also did something that I picked up recently, as Somerset Holmes. I think it's Eclipse, but it might be a different one of those 80s publishers. But it's like a hard-boiled detective kind of series, about 6 issues or something. It's pretty good. But he was around.
Yeah.
But he had that almost like a Neil Adams kind of natural style. And like I said, I always thought it looked great, but it didn't see him on high-profile stuff. But Astro City was pretty high-profile.
Totally.
Kind of cool to see the Max and Aeon Flux in this ad.
Yeah, it's the era, dude. It's so close to my heart, because that's this middle school when those shows were on TV in their original forms.
Really amazing for animated work. Like the styles, unlike anything else being done, like remarkable that's something MTV could claim.
Totally. And they would woodshed. They had Liquid Television before this, and we interviewed Peter Chung on the channel. He's like, I put the most effort in on my Liquid Television skits, and I get to get a show. The other noteworthy show on Liquid Television was Beavis and Butthead, and my judge already had that. Like, it was licensed. So, he put in the effort, he put in the sweat equity, the sleepless nights, and he got to do, a series of a season of a TV show where he was the creative helm. We have 2 good solid interviews with him on the channel.
A series that continues to be relevant, decades later. So impressive. Any letters pop out to you?
Not in specific, but the delivery mechanism is noteworthy. Coming from CompuServe, coming from AOL.com. So we're at the earliest stages. This is 1996, so Windows 95 is out. So we're at the earliest stages of internet correspondence, which is just it's fantastic.
Airbrushing and painting your envelope art. It's amazing. It's wild too, like what gets coverage at this point. I would almost call that like Bisley coverage, even though it's that amalgam Captain America, Batman stuff, but that art is unmistakable.
Yeah, totally. And this is Die Mouse from the Tick cartoon, was never ever in the comics, so that's clearly a reference to the cartoon show, which is fantastic. Ben Edlund, like he might not have done an issue 13, but he explored those stories on television in living color. So
yeah, one of the high points I think of adaptations, and a lot of his imprint all over that show really kept that Tick quality level.
Jim Lee returns to Wildcats with the Alan Moore helm stuff. Like Jim Lee, he earned his bones through the speculator boom with X-Men 1 and Big Willie on the Uncanny X-Men series. But in terms of professional respect and the craft, the drawing is what it is, but he doesn't have that critical hit. And this is him trying to buy that critical hit early on before Frank Miller's still sore at him for doing that death blow shit. So he ain't collabing with Uncle Frank. So he's able to buy Alan Moore to write some scripts.
It's interesting to think of how successful he is. Arguably the most successful comic book artist, based on sales and whatnot. But did seem to be a student of like that quality. Like a big fan of Alan Moore, big fan of Frank Miller. How do you make these great comics, and studying the guys who had made the great comics.
Can't buy it, Uncle Jim. You can't buy it, sir.
I recently picked up this whole run, the complete Alan Moore Wildcats, and I was going to read them the other night. We looked at the first issue on the channel, and it was good. It was kind of interesting to see like what's Alan Moore pull out of Wildcats, and it was sort of like the Cliff Notes version as he's relaunching it. And I was like, all right, let me read the second one. And I forget who the artist is, but it's not Travis Charest. It's not Jim Lee.
Might be Dave Johnson.
I can't remember. I don't think it was, but it's like a fill-in guy for like a couple of issues.
Yeah.
It's like they're kind of getting all the pieces in place, and I was so discouraged looking at it that
It's
I was
bad.
like, I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah, it's bad. Like because even Travis Charest, however you say his name, it takes him so long to make his pages that they have to like form concessions and have like Dave Johnson do like the first 10 pages and he draws the last 10 every issue or something. And Dave Johnson's good, but it's spotty. You want to just see what he can do. There it is, man. And Alan Moore's doing what he can with the material.
Yeah, it makes me curious because he does like 15 issues. Like it's kind of a bit of a run.
Yeah.
But I don't know. One of these days, maybe. We'll see. Batman, no more crossovers. So we're hearing Denny O'Neil is going to focus on shorter stories, have at least one self-contained issue a month of all the Batman families. I think this is really reflective of like sales have gone down a lot in the last year or two, and it's just like trying to do something.
They took a lot of bites of this crossover apple. The last one probably being Contagion or whatever. So maybe we gotta like pump the brakes and try to figure out how to get new readers into the mixture, man. I'm reading the Grant Morrison run, and there are stories like the return of Ra's al Ghul that get carried over into Robin comics and shit. And it's like, come on, man, just like let me read this comic. Like I bought your comic. Why do you got to make me go buy some other Ersatz comics?
When I see that, in my mind, it's like you're punishing me for buying individual issues.
Exactly.
Do you want me not to buy these?
Right.
And hey, you got your wish. You know, individual issues, low selling at this point. And I think like you're just really aggressively against the person who's wants to buy the monthly Batman book.
Such a revolving door. Like it was a special time that Denny O'Neil gets to be editor for as long as he was. But nowadays, just to bring it back into modern times and stuff, like these editors, it's a total revolving door. So the only thought is short-term gains because they know that they're not going to be in that position very long.
They're sports GMs. It's like if you don't turn the sales around, then you'll be out, and the next person will get a shot at it.
That's it.
And it'll be shake it up again and try something new. Byrne going to New Gods. Eventually, he would do Jack Kirby's Fourth World, which I assume this was, and I think it probably spins out of this. But the way it's set up is he's taking over an existing New Gods series.
Yeah, or like starting a new one or something like that. But and we know that it's Simonson who does the one called New Gods, so I think you are correct. This is very noteworthy too. The Marvel 2099 editor Joey Cavalieri is dipping. He's leaving Marvel and he's going to become the Superman editor. This is noteworthy to me because in the later part of the 90s, early 2000s, he is the spearhead of a lot of interesting material over at DC, bringing in Hernandez Brothers, Peter Bagg. He may be the spearhead of Bizarro Comics.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
So
he's there a while.
Yeah.
Like he was there, I think, like 20 years or something, maybe.
Yeah. And he started out there. Scott McCloud on our channel talked about going to look at manga at the Kinokuniya bookstore, and Joey Cavalieri was there too.
That's fun. It lets you kind of know who's who in your coworkers, with who you run into in interesting places.
Yeah, totally.
Man, the Ultraverse just limping to its finish.
Editors Mark Panacea. The first place I've ever seen his artwork was pinups in Ninja Turtles. When Mirage would do that, and when I was doing Grand Design, he was the first ex-editor. That like when I was over there at Marvel. Yeah, he was. Working at that level, but he's a cool artist. He's an outlaw artist. At least, I just know his artwork from that period. He decided to cash in his chips and be like a company dude or something. But the dude could draw.
I would see him in some of those 80s black and white books.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's maybe as a publisher or something. Seemed like he was definitely
was a player, man.
Working around in those different venues. Scott McCloud will write Superman Adventures here in our Buzz Box.
We did an episode of that, which was fantastic. Tom brought it over, and it was one of my favorite episodes that we did. It was one of my favorite comics that we read on the channel.
It was very good.
The idea of that issue was that if the light that you see from stars is maybe decades old or 100 years old or 1 billion years old or something like that, well, then maybe Superman on Earth can use his telescopic vision and watch Krypton explode because of that delay of like light speed and stuff. And that's just it's such a smarty pants idea, beautifully executed. And just like Batman Adventures, Superman Adventures are the best Superman comics coming from DC because it doesn't have all that baggage.
That's why
of
we could do one
continuity.
issue. 'Cause
Yeah.
there's a complete story in there. Darkness for Top Cow is being mentioned here with Garth Ennis from Preacher will be writing with Mark Silvestri drawing. I bought this off of the stands when I was in college as that was noteworthy. It was one of the original Image guys starting a new book. And this is about whenever Silvestri and Top Cow were really building momentum. I think Witchblade had come out before that and was a hit. And it felt like he had figured out whatever the code was. At that point, Top Cow's up there. Another Kingdom Come ad. We've been seeing these in several of the past Wizard issues. Also covered that one in a previous episode. That's the big book at this time period. They build it and people come.
Yeah. Look at how boring that is.
Yeah.
And it's funny because like one of the things that we're building to as we continue doing Wizard magazines is the inevitable creation of cross-gen. And cross-gen publisher Mark Alessi, some big-time rich dude that just created a vanity comic book company. And where we're at now, you're seeing repeating names of writers. So like we got Carl Kessel mentioned here. You have Ron Mars mentioned. You have Mark Waid. Mark Alessi buys these guys, makes them move house and home down to Florida to be under his thumb to like write his vanity projects. And I just can't help but think that like as we keep going through these issues, you're just seeing the same names over and over. I don't doubt that that Kurt Busiek was approached and was like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, why would I participate in your little vanity project? But everybody has a price, and you could buy Ron Morris for cheap, probably.
I'm very curious to have somebody come in that was there
Yeah.
and give us the whole story because that is the blackest spot in my like history of comics. Like I never bought a cross-gen. I'm not sure I ever looked at one. Like
Yeah.
that was really like I was out. I was completely out on those kinds of comics. And it ran like 5 years. It was around for a lot longer than I remembered. Like talking to a few people off the record that worked for them.
Yeah.
It makes me want to like bring those people on and let's hear stories.
Yeah.
Because that's it's almost like comics is cult.
Totally.
Like that is a weird piece of comics history, and I would like to know more. There should be a good book about it, like a tell-all. I bet everybody had NDAs and stuff for it.
Yeah, and he's well past, so they could be honest. Colleen Duran goes to Image, very noteworthy. I have the two trades of her works there. She talks about I don't know if it's mentioned in here.
She comes up again later because we're going to look
Okay,
at like
yeah,
some
yeah.
top indie comics, and she says something really interesting there. But it is cool to see that happening because like Jeff Smith's Bone had gone to Image just shortly before this, and now you have Distant Soil going there, and they mentioned Terry S. Wood's Wandering Star now at Sirius. This is like the aftermath of those distribution wars where like self-publishers are in trouble. Like they're trying to figure this stuff out, and quite a few of them I think started at least looking to align with a company like an Image Comics.
Yeah, totally. Jack Abel passes. When I was at the Kubert School, teacher Phil Felix, the lettering teacher, he was a Marvel bullpenner, and he brought there was like a 1 or 2 page comic that they made in the bullpen celebrating Jack Abel that was just like floating around. You got a bunch of artists in there, so they're making comics, and whenever he would mention Jack Abel's name, he would cry, like he would get very teary. So Abel left like a very positive impression on his fellow bullpenner.
Caliber Press mentions Mike Deodato's comic Fallout 3000. We looked at a bunch of these Caliber Deodato comics. I really like them. They're kind of cool black and white comics. It's bizarre to me like what gets mentioned. Like what makes it into a piece of color art in Wizard magazine. Pretty wild. And this crow series I don't think I've ever seen. I kind of like the design of a female crow.
Right.
Kind of interesting.
You remember what that's about?
I don't.
So there was like a custom figure article in the
Yes,
last issue,
I do
and
remember.
there was a space this shape in that article, but there was no toy. So like it was a how-to
Yes.
and a tutorial, and there was no end result. So they're saying, "Oops, we forgot to publish the final photo."
That's hilarious.
Acme Novelty 7 is coming out from Fantagraphics. 11 inches by 18, which is fascinating. It's one of the big ones. Giving Jimmy Corrigan a little bit of a break, and then showing off some of his like one and dones that he would do for like
Those
the
are
Chicago
nice.
Weeklies.
I like those big, like the almost like Sunday pages. Those are really sharp possibly fodder for a future episode, but it describes it as wears zany artwork. Was seen in the Oscar preview issue of Entertainment Weekly. That part is interesting to me. Is like it's still like such a victory to get comics into these more mainstream media outlets.
Well, I wonder what that means. Like did he do a comic commissioned by Entertainment Weekly? Because they would do that. You know, like whenever I was inspired to send Harvey
It could
Pekar
be, yeah, it could be
a package of stuff, we had a subscription to Entertainment Weekly, and there were like new Crumb Harvey Pekar strips in Entertainment Weekly. They commissioned that stuff, and they paid a fucking princely sum, dude.
I always remember the Crumb, around the Crumb time, Charles Burns doing a spot illustration of Crumb, and it was such a cool illustration. But in my mind, I was like, why isn't it Crumb artwork?
Mark Zingarelli, like when I first met him and scooped stuff up, you know, he had such a robust illustration career. He showed me like in Photoshop, he like in a Helvetica, like wrote, you know, some title page and put a stroke on quotation marks and sent that to the publisher of what, Esquire or something like that. He's like, I got paid $1,600 for these quotation marks with the stroke around it.
Jeez.
Yeah, just for something that got.
Those are fun stories, but then you go, why did the illustration market collapse?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like all this stuff ends up bloated. Hey, under Extreme Studios for Image Comics news is Bad Rock Wolverine by Valentino and Chap Yape. It's the first of the crossovers. I just picked that up.
Yeah, we got sent a couple of those.
Oh, maybe that's where I got it from.
Yeah, because shouts to the Kayfabers, because it was actually solicited in earlier episodes that we talked about, and I'm like, oh, more Chappie Up comics. I don't know about those, and then we got about 3 copies. And so thank you, Kayfabers.
Yeah, I like his art, and there's not a ton of it. I think that War Child is maybe my favorite of his. It feels like that's
the most
Apex
rigorous,
right? Maybe the thing he spent the most time on.
And you know what? Speaking of like the illustration game too, like later, probably 97, 98, after all this comic shit goes away for Chap Yep, the last comic pages I ever saw from him, it's an ad in comics, probably like around like when JR is doing like some spider title, but it's a Vans ad, and it's this robot with some cool boots and shit like that. And then you see the name, like it's Chap Yap, and so like he's so used to making $900 a page off of Rob Liefeld or whatever, that like the little jobber rates of Marvel, like after everything shakes out, the market correction occurs. He's like, fuck that, I'm gonna still try to be making $2,000 a page or whatever.
Yeah. Spawn number 50 has a new Todd McFarlane lead story, Pencils and Inks. I don't remember that. I would pick that up if I found it cheap.
The Chap Yap Vans ad almost looks like this with the same colors.
I tracked this down when I started like rebuying Image stuff.
It's so cool looking.
It is hyper detailed, and it's kind of like mech, Japanese influence, which I find interesting too for that time period, especially.
My dude Dan Bedrosian from Parliament Funkadelic, he's from Boston, and I guess it's on the other side of the state is Northampton or wherever Words and Pictures is. The other side of the state, so it wasn't never convenient to him, but he goes, yeah, did you ever go there? Because I know you guys said on the channel that you never got a chance to go there. Like, I'm like, well, it's done now. He's like, oh, it's still a museum, and they still got a lot of the stuff. Like, it's not specifically a comic museum, but you'll see shit there. You'll see comic stuff there. That's what he told me.
Man, I was not getting into it whenever I was peering through the windows and banging on doors. Like, it was locked up tight and closed when I was there.
Yeah. What was it, a museum?
I thought it was just a closed down building. Like, there was still there might have still been signage because I was able to see it.
Yeah.
But like, as far as I know, there was no open anything there. I don't know if anything was still hanging in there. That's interesting. I wonder if it's reopened under new ownership or something like that.
Kayfabers, let us know.
This show looks amazing though.
Yeah.
It's Image founders and Cerebus artwork, all the artwork from the Minds story, like 13 issues worth of artwork up on the walls from Dave Sim and Gerhard, combined with a bunch of Image creator artwork. That would have been, imagine that for a weekend, dude.
Totally. And I think,
especially in the 90s, like whenever it wasn't common to see that kind of original art.
I think that Dave Sim stuff, like those might be the pages that you like put together and it creates a big tapestry.
I don't know, maybe.
There's one story that is that way, but if you read his guide to self-publishing, I think it's the guide to self-publishing that Dave Sim put together. All of his pages are on heavy-duty illustration board, so it's not even like Bristol. So imagine 20 pages times 300, 6,000 pieces of illustration board. Like that's a lot of volume.
Yeah, it is. I think he has most of it still.
I do too. Yeah, you don't see it in the aftermarket.
Alan Moore is joining Supreme here, starting with issue 41.
That's
a pretty good run.
We got a snippet from a Rob Liefeld shoot interview where we just got him talking about the Alan Moore stuff, and it's in total. It's about a half-hour video that's so worth watching. It's got a lot of hits because people just fucking love the impression and stuff. But Rob is funny. He's like, Todd called me up and said that that Alan Moore's writing a Violator comic, and Rob's like, the Watchmen guy's writing Violator? Where did we go wrong in comics? and he's like, well, you know what I did? I called him up and I got him to write Bad Rock meets Violator.
It's amazing.
Where did we go wrong?
Pam Anderson, between this and was it Stripperella, the Stan Lee animated thing with her?
Yeah, get off this shit. Get off this casting call bullshit also.
I was saying off camera how like I feel the same way about current movie news that I do about the Wizard movie news.
Yeah, couldn't give a shit.
Not interested.
So like
this is like the second Marvel Image crossover.
Yeah, this is the zeitgeist, man. Like these kind of like mech suits. Anime now has a section in the back of Suncoast videos, and we now call it anime. Like it's become a thing. For girls, Sailor Moon has hit the United States television markets. For boys, Dragon Ball is out. So it's creating a vector to get interested into this stuff. And we saw that Brass thing. Here's the Rob Liefeld version. And that Chap Yap ad kind of like has dudes like built with these kind of like mech parts.
Yeah, it's definitely invading. This is like what I picture Wizard becoming.
Right.
Like this kind of, I don't know, low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, they should have just showed a picture of Patrick Daniel O'Neill.
So first look, Matrix, DC's new line of science fiction comics. I think this is actually released as Helix, I think is the final name of this.
Yes.
And it's an imprint along the lines, I think clearly of Vertigo, trying to copy Vertigo but do sci-fi. Kind of love this idea. One of the things reading this issue made me think is, how do we make new comic readers? And to me, this is a great attempt at making new comic readers. I don't know that any of these ran very long.
No, and they were not designed to. They weren't designed to be serious.
And I didn't read any of them either.
I got
so
two.
I don't know if any are good or not. Like Tim Truman is writing and drawing a Vampire Hunter story.
Yes.
Like I bet some of this stuff is good, but I was just out at this point for any kind of Marvel DC stuff.
Because they only go halfway. It's half measures. You're getting people who speak the superhero comic language to like play with this other thing. So it just looks like superhero comics with like a different coat of paint. I do have Black Lamb. Dig it a whole lot.
Yeah, a couple of these look good. And there's a series that's not mentioned here that Steve Gerber writes. And I can't think of the name now, but it was like set in a prison. And I remember kind of like flipping through one of those.
The noteworthy piece of Black Lamb for me in terms of art is this is a comic where Tim Truman makes an argument for the Micron pen. It's the first time that I've ever seen anybody admit to using microns for the ink of a project, and he employs the technique of penciling on the back of the page, putting onto the light box to ink on the other side, and that's a technique that I employed to reasonable health, like during my art school period. And the Vermilion one, if I remember correctly, I do have that. And if I remember correctly, Toddlebin will do like finishes at a certain point. And if Toddlebin does finishes, it's a Toddlebin artwork.
Yeah. There's some nice creators listed throughout that preview. I don't know if they all came out that way or not, but I applaud DC or anybody for trying it.
And they kept doing it. Your Minx line.
Yeah.
A couple years later.
All right, big feature piece on Judgment Day here. Finally, Kingdom Come is here, and they bought enough ads that they get a feature. And why not? Like I said, I feel like this is the story of this year, probably the big success of 1996, and I got no complaints about it. It's a pretty ambitious story. Why not?
Yeah, totally. it's completely on display the level of fanboy that both Alex Ross and Mark Waid are.
Yes.
So, you know, reading enough of that kind of talk, you should know exactly what it is going into it. We're not going to get something very deep. Like, literally, if it wasn't on the Super Friends cartoon, it doesn't mean anything to Alex Ross. Like, he says so.
Yeah, there's a character in here that Wade is more fond of than Ross because of his age. John Johns, I think, Martian Manhunter.
Exactly.
But I think it's fine. It is, as you say, like fan service in a lot of ways, and it's where comics have really been moving in the last couple of decades, and probably by the late 90s, the people that are sticking around at that point are the fanboys, you know, the people that are in it. So it's kind of a reward to them.
Yeah, that's what it is. If you want to call it a reward, because there's nothing to pull. Like there's nothing to share with the audience, because and it's not even really good salesmanship. It's just kind of a matter of, it's reportage.
You're talking this article.
The article, yeah. It's just reportage. The
truth is, all it should be is like Alex Ross art. You know what I mean? Like, that's what pulls us all. Alex Ross doing all the DC characters is really the pull there. I linger on this ad. This is Big Entertainment, who does all the techno comics. I didn't realize that they were the ones who did this adaptation from Tarantino for From Dusk Till Dawn, with Trevor Von Eden does the pencils in this thing.
Yeah, but you don't see his name in the fucking credits.
No, and I don't know that this is Trevor Von Eden artwork in this picture. Doesn't look like the good Trevor Von Eden artwork I think of when I think of his. It's a funny book. I have it, and it's just very glossy. You know, you can kind of see it's a Hollywood production.
Yeah. So fascinating too. Like, they're promoting that, like, Alex Ross's next project, and he's got enough equity that he could do a Uncle Sam comic.
I just picked that up for $1 at Pittsburgh Comics, both issues, and it kind of made me curious because I had completely forgotten about it for 20 years, and I was like, oh, I do remember this.
Yeah.
This being hyped up, and I have no idea. I haven't read it yet.
We've seen this image a lot of times, man. The smiling Matt Murdock, which they're promoting as, like, new angle on the character, man. Like, the vestige of Frank Miller Daredevil has run its course, up to, DG Chichester or whoever the fuck gave him that weird black costume and all that. So let's try a little something different. Carrie Nord on drawing duties. I think Carl Kessel on writing chores.
Yes.
And this was much celebrated at this moment in time when comics were at such doldrums.
Everybody had to be happy to go back to this costume as opposed to that atrocious armor looking stuff.
That for sure. And then just to put a smile on his face was literally an innovation.
This is unresolved X-Men plots. This is when I was saying there's a lot of Gambit mixed through these. I don't have too much to take on any of this stuff. Like, I was out of X-Men and never bothered to dig into it to see if any of these actually get resolved.
Yeah, of course. And even on the cartoons and stuff, they don't. But here's the take. It's so clear that the shit, your precious canon, fanboys, is made up on a month-to-month basis by the writers who are just on a hamster wheel trying to provide for their families. So a lot of spaghetti gets thrown at the walls, and to the point where, like, the writers don't even remember the shit that they throw up at the wall. It's funny watching Larry Hama interviews online with, like, Comics Tropes Dude or any of these other people who, like, jerk off a lot to, like, his G.I. Joe comics and stuff, and they're disappointed when Larry Hama's like, I just made it up every month. Like you're putting all this, like, weight on it. No, I just made it up. I had a comic I needed to get done every 4 weeks, and it just they're heartbroken when they hear that stuff. It's like they're expecting some big tapestry at play behind the scenes, and he's like, no, like, I get orders, and they'll
feel like a lot of life is that way.
They'll do that stuff too, like, yeah, but when they would, like, bring back Zartan with the orange mohawk, like, did that disappoint you? And he's like, I have a job to do. Like, what are you talking about?
You know what this made me think is, like, it's so unreader friendly.
Yeah.
And I don't mean this article, I mean, like, where X-Men are at this point. Like,
yeah,
it
totally.
just seems so convoluted of, like, how could you start in with this much nonsense?
What's the biggest one of our childhood, dude, is that very last one they talk about. The X-Men become invisible to electronic sensors, and it's this weird MacGuffin of now they're erased from history. Like they're effectively dead, buried, disappeared, MIA, all of that. And they're like, well, yeah, what happened with that? And the people at Wizard were like, oh yeah, we forgot about that. The editors at Marvel forgot about that.
It's pretty much, yeah. That's what you have is Bob Harris is given an answer, and then Wizards like translating it, and that's basically the answer to this one.
Totally.
How did this go away?
Totally. And even as kids, we were there, like that was the X-Men comics when we were kids. And to read it, like you'd have to reread issue, like what happened? Like how was Rogue here? How was Storm a little kid?
It was very strange.
What just happened?
Yeah, that whole thing was strange. I feel like if it weren't Claremont writing that, you know, like that was a certain amount of continuity was the way he wrote and the creative team. If you removed those, it would have just been like, what in the hell is going on?
You know,
here?
that could have been the strike 2 and 3. That could have been the blemish. Like, you know what? We need to get this fucking guy out of here.
It could be more of the Marvel. Now this time, Wildstorm crossovers. Like this is really. I did not remember how much all of this is happening at the same moment. Where it's just like we're desperate.
Brett Booth.
Gotta get this stuff together. Dave Sim in a rather unflattering super close up. Guys could have treated him a little better on that photo, I think.
Yeah.
Tom Palmer Jr. from Palmer's Picks conducting an interview with him. He's past issue 200 on his quest for 300 issues of Cerebus. I didn't pull too much out of this. Talking self-publishing, which we're going to kind of, it's almost a theme now going forward in this issue. We're going to see more of that covered. But not a whole lot to take away from on this. One of the standouts is the rubber blanket third page ad.
That's true.
It's pretty cool to see.
One of the things that is noteworthy is that, you know, he gave himself this like 300 issue mandate or whatever you want to call it, goal. They ask him, you know, like if you're interviewing the guy, you got to ask the question, what happens if you know it doesn't happen? What happens if something happens to you? And he reveals, and I think knowing what we know of Dave Sim, I think he's probably pretty serious. It's going to be published with no pages. Like the issues will come out with blank pages. And to me, that's an art piece in and of itself. If that was the case, you know, that's a piece of conceptual art at that moment. It's an interesting notion, but he did make good on it. And you know, like I was cheering that guy on since I discovered him from Spawn comics. Really, I thought it was such a noteworthy thing. Like after that Spawn issue came out for Christmas that year, I got every trade paperback up to that date, and you know, really dug in deep with Cerebus. And of course, spending all your time alone, like making your comic, like there are negatives that come from that socially, psychologically, and all of that.
Yeah, no doubt.
But at this point right here, he's very cogent.
A little bit of a profile on Gerhard, who had taken over doing the background drawing and really did some exceptional drawings throughout the run of that.
There's nobody who draws like him.
No, and he describes it as like he would basically get the characters would be drawn by Sim, and then it would be up to him to position them in perspective and stuff in these backgrounds. That's a wild skill set.
It absolutely is, and it's a interesting career to like pursue. You know, it's a career that can only happen by accident. There was never a job title that was that. I mean, obviously, like people would have ghosts and assistants who would do the backgrounds for sure, but not make like such a robust career out of it.
Yeah. All right, Small Wonders. Wizard profiles the big guns of the small press. Dave Lapham, we've talked about him in some videos. Terry Moore, James Owen, Rob Schrab, Terry S. Wood. For some reason, I thought Terry Wood was a guy. I was surprised to learn 30 years later that I was wrong. Martin Wagner, Colleen Dorian, who we mentioned earlier, this one, and Paul Pope. That's a pretty talented group right there, man.
This was huge to me. Like all of these, once again, Eddie P. being the mush. Eddie P. put all these on his pull list, and almost none of the comics continued after this, with the exception of probably like Stray Bullets and a couple others, man. So like, let's go through each dude to talk about the highlights, man. We'll start off with Rob Schrab. Scud was his first creative works professionally, which is kind of surprising in a way, because he has, you know, Hollywood career. Is he Heat Vision and Jack?
He is Heat Vision and Jack, which would be my high point personally,
right,
as a fan. But he did Scud for a while and came back to it to do 4 more issues maybe 10 years ago or something. Image has a big collection, you know, there's 25 issues or so of Scud out there.
Yeah. This is actually one that I never, like, I grabbed a couple issues, and it is his first thing, and it does not read well.
I'm with you.
It's confusing. The best parts of it are the covers. At least back then. Maybe he became a good cartoonist, but I think it was clear that he had designs for Hollywood and shit like that, and even maybe even Scud was, maybe he's the first generation of the failed movie pitch that he turns into a comic or something like that, because he's clearly like, that's a posed photo.
Oh, it's a great author photo.
Yeah.
Because this is a time before cartoonists were really doing good author photos. I feel like that's a pretty good a standout. I always see that Scud collection and think about picking it up because they have like the omnibus of it. It's black and white, so it's cheap, like $30 for the whole run.
Yeah.
And I do wonder about it because like I have random issues and I never quite connected to them. So I always thought maybe check it out. But I do like the design of the characters, super cool.
The covers are always good, but the interiors are never this. It's always much more like dashed out and incoherent. Morton Wagner, the next dude. Hepcats. And he's at a place now where doing the individual issues does not bear the necessary fruit for him to continue. So we've never heard this kind of chatter before up to this point, man. He's just going to, and I don't think this materializes in real life, but he's just going to build up a arsenal of comics and release trade paperbacks rather than
every 12 to 18
issues.
months. That's the plan there.
And
I don't think it happens that way.
No.
It's funny because he definitely has a cult following.
I mean, Tom Palmer Jr. gave him mad juice.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Colleen Doran is next, and we mentioned that she has gone to Image Comics, kind of following in that Jeff Smith route. She talks about that she is paying for the printing, but Image, because of their higher profile, can help lower the price of the printing cost because it's higher print runs or whatever, which she will still pay. That's confusing to me. I don't totally understand that. Or what she means by that exactly. But certainly I think it boosted her profile, having that Image eye on the book. This is probably about the time that she kind of enters my sphere.
She was doing Distant Soil as a kid and was originally published at Warp.
Right.
And it was not a good situation.
No, that was noted a little bit. Like there were back and forths in the letters pages between the Warp publisher, Richard Peeney, and her.
And I got this DVD, man, that came out. Like it's a biscuit above a bootleg, but it's a guy like interviewing a bunch of indie people, and she's on there and she's talking and she's like literally crying about like she wouldn't say the name of the publisher, but I mean it's Warp. It's here in black and white, and she would talk about basically I guess the deal that she signed was like a Vertigo type deal where like Warp owns half of it or something like this.
Wow.
And she had to like fight for the other piece. They I don't know enough to get into it, but she had to fight to just get her whole shit back.
Yeah, she describes it here in quotes as a bitter dispute. And it does play out. You look at some of these magazines from around that time period and you can see them fighting about it. Might have been in Comics Journal.
It's fucking gross, man.
Yeah, it is.
Let the girl have her thing.
James Owen, a lot of these are cartoonists who are profiled in Palmer's Picks. If you're unfamiliar with them, he does a book called Star Child, and this is a fascinating story.
Yeah.
Selling less than 800 copies of issue 2, and then he's in an accident. He breaks his hand or something like that. Broke his hand, so it gave him an opportunity to do Star Child 0 with guest artists like Will Eisner, Dave Sim, P. Craig Russell, Paul Chadwick, working over his rough sketches. Ended up selling 45,000 of those. Completely changes the trajectory of his book as a result. I think he goes on to be a successful publisher in magazines, reviving one of the sci-fi magazines.
Yeah, like Argosy or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty interesting, his story, but it does kind of deviate out of comics.
Yeah, totally. And I got a bunch of those, for a quarter. Just like that Scud stuff. Like, this is a better illustration, which is probably a cover, than his finish on the inside. It's very unique, but it's not really pleasing to the eye, in terms of my taste and stuff. So it's kind of a slog, kind of hard to fuck with.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting. He ends with, I always had an aversion to poverty. I hate being poor. And I do think he becomes successful. Just it's kind of tangential to the comics work, I think. Dave Lapham, we've done videos on Stray Bullets. Huge fan of Stray Bullets. He had come up through Valiant and Defiant. Valiant's one that I probably first noticed him at, like Harbinger.
Yeah, of course.
But just could draw everything in a
fast.
way that looked like it should be boring, but somehow it wasn't. Like he
I know
drew
what you
regular
mean.
people and made it compelling. So Does Stray Bullets and still doing Stray Bullets, which is pretty cool.
There are more issues of the new Stray Bullet stuff, like the
Yeah.
Sunshine of Flowers, or whatever it's called, than there was of the original run, which is pretty freaking cool because we had a drought for a decade, maybe.
Yeah, and that drought was between the last issue of Stray Bullets and the semi-last issue. It was
Yeah.
like years between those two. Wrapped it up and then started the new series. Terry S. Wood doing Wandering Star, and Wandering Star gets picked up by Sirius. So not Image Comics, but a similar idea of like, a lot of these people tell the story about how hard it is self-publishing, like making the finances work.
Yeah.
So you get a publishing partner that hopefully doesn't exploit you or cheat you, and they kind of help do that business side of it, invoicing and making sure the people that order the books pay for the books.
Right.
Because they all tell stories about distributors going out of business owing them thousands of dollars, and you can imagine if you're dependent on that, how devastating it could be. Terry Moore. Terry Moore, probably one of the underrated self-publishers. He's had 3 big series go, and his story's cool here. 41 years old, living in Houston. I think he's about a year or two into doing Strangers in Paradise at this point. Had worked for an advertising agencies for 15 years. So it's a guy who sort of like has life experience, professional experience, and decides, nope, this is what I want to do, and talks about that creative freedom of doing your own work, and has really, really made it work. To do 3 series that, you know, continue to be in print and stuff, that he self-published, man, that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, like he struck at the right time where you could probably do big numbers, and then I'm sure he has a portfolio of like outside investments, you know, maybe own some apartments or something like that like can pay his nut so that he can continue to pursue a lot of that stuff. But I just think he made a lot of good decisions outside of the comic game.
I think it's probably a really smart business guy. Again, coming in whenever you're 40 as opposed to whenever you're 19 and, you know, washing dishes and struggling to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
Probably makes a big difference. Paul Pope, pretty early mentions of Paul Pope and getting some background on him here. At this point, I think he's about done with the first run of THB. I think there's like 6 issues out, and he's talking about doing a 12-part serial for Dark Horse Presents, which would become One Trick Ripoff.
Right.
So pretty early in his career in terms of, you know, moving beyond self-publishing and starting to get noticed, although he does say that people are coming calling. Like, I think he mentions some publishers offering him jobs, but certainly playing up the importance of self-publishing, you know, in this article.
Yeah, totally. He mentions the manga stuff too.
He talks a lot about like the attitude coming through in the work that he makes. He's very conscious of that. That's something as a fan, like whenever I first saw his work, it was so different. There was an attitude that was really different. He would have text pieces in those self-published books that were fascinating. and I think that like it was conscious. It was almost a persona that he had crafted as part of that self-publishing. And
Straight up photos of himself, man. Like he was definitely conjuring a persona.
yeah,
And
what's his
and on that
little costume?
on that, what do you call it, man? That those episodes of Anti-Gravity Room, when he shows up, he's like, there are 2 kinds of comic book rock stars. You either love them or you hate them. So I mean, he called himself that.
Yes. Currently working on the Japanese manga comic Mongo. So he was also a group of Westerners that did, were at least commissioned. I think Kodansha commissioned like half a dozen of these guys. I don't know if any of it actually made it into print.
I think just his. Did it?
He published some of it himself, but I don't know if like any of it was actually published in Japan.
Because I think Mazzucchelli might have been one of those
Yeah,
dudes.
I think so.
And his definitely didn't get put out.
It was an you know, it was a bunch of highly regarded cartoonists here in America. Milk and Cheese. This is Evan Dorkin. I think he had done something in a previous issue, like a board game kind of thing. And here he is doing a 2-page full color spread. Pretty interesting time too, because he would do stuff in Deadline magazine, I'm guessing around this time.
Yeah.
You know, there was this thing where it's like you could run comics in a glossy magazine like this. And Dorkin did that a few places. All right, so now Jimmy Palmiotti is stepping into our How to Draw Comics and doing an ink demo over this Joe Quesada pencil sketch. Boy, that's not a lot to work with for demonstrating ink.
Joe Quesada, he's you know, he's a mercenary, man, and Wizard ain't paying him nothing to draw this thing.
Demonstrates different tools, pen and brush together. But I love this, the tools of the trade, like walking through some of the actual specific tools that he uses. This was always valuable to me, like a real professional actually laying out like what he uses, because this is what I needed to know. What do I have to get my hands on?
Yeah, totally, man. The elusive Pro White that you would always hear about, like, where do I get some of that? And then when you finally get it, you think it is the real shit, and it's like, holy fuck, this shit sucks. This is awful. This is the best we have right now, because like
It's hard to find good white.
the way, well, you know what? Deleter number 2 is a perfect whiteout. You can put whiteout down. It dries fast. You can ink over top of it, and you can put more on top of it. And that is where Pro White failed. You get one shot. Like you put the whiteout down. You put the Pro White down. You get one shot to draw over top of it. Plus, it might have some chunk to it and texture and bullshit that you have to navigate around, because you can't put it on smooth and flat. You cannot put Pro White out on top of ink that was on top of Pro White. It immediately turns into like a gray mush, and you destroy your drawing. You could never, if you get that gray thing happening, you could never put Pro White on top of it, because it would just like reconstitute the ink and just make a gray fucking mess. It was the worst.
That's funny.
And it's ridiculous that they all used it.
He cites for his ink Faber-Castell's Black Magic brand ink. I've never heard of that.
It's Higgins Black Magic.
Higgins is the only Black Magic I know, and I gotta disagree with Jimmy on that, man. That stuff is some washed out stuff.
Yeah, all those old dudes who were about Higgins Black Magic, they have to like give caveats, and it's like you take the lid off and you let it sit for a month.
Let some of the liquid evaporate, so it's thicker.
And it's like there ain't nothing better.
Yeah, a couple more of those heads, combining again different media and doing modeling on them, which we see again down here when he talks about like finishes versus tight pencils. And if you're given these, if you're doing the finishes, then you get to go in and put a little more of your hand and demonstrate some of what that looks like.
Yeah.
Figure in silhouette in the middle, background, foreground figures in silhouette with the white in the middle.
It illustrates the heavy lifting that a finisher or inker can do. I don't know that Palmiotti ever did it, because like I'm sure that Joe Quesada isn't turning this shit in when they're working together and he's making those storytelling decisions. But he's just showing you that it is possible.
All right, homemade heroes. Somebody cashed in on their
Might as well, man.
get your Evangeline half. 10 small press books you should own. So Palmer's picks, man, just really delivering a lot of shopping lists this issue. If you were into indie comics,
yes,
this
sir.
would be a good issue for you to take.
You're getting a
home.
dozen. You're getting a dozen, man.
So we've got Dirty Plot. We did a cover episode where we looked at all the Dirty Plot covers. He calls out issue number 9 as one to check out because it's a full-length story about all the weirdos she encountered at art school. I may pull that one out just to read for pleasure. I don't remember those details, so I enjoy art school takes in these indie comics. 8-Ball kind of says how good almost any issue is because of the nature of the anthology format that he does. Hate. This is when Hate had gone into color issues.
Yeah.
Very noteworthy for an indie book.
And you know what, man? Like whenever Red Room came out, and we were like trying to figure out like how it's doing and all that kind of stuff, the publisher cited that the biggest selling comic was a Hate comic. Like, you know, before Red Room.
Yeah.
It was Hate. It wasn't 8-Ball. It wasn't Love and Rockets. Hate was the one that was the best selling individual comic.
I'm kind of glad to hear that. You know, Hate's a genuinely funny book.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good. I'm glad that it had success.
I'm the biggest Peter Bag fan, but I just wasn't expecting to hear that.
Yes.
But of course now it's Red Room is like the top 5, 6 best selling.
I feel like you should email these dudes constantly and let them know that. Hutch Owen's Working Hard. That's a Tom Hart book that got a Xeric grant. He was a guy that was around like when I started getting into mini comics.
Yeah.
That stuff was like that previous generation.
Yeah. And you know what? Like I know there's some good retailers here in town that like, you know, specialize in indie. They said they carry it. They've never sold one copy 25, 30 years of having a retail space. Nobody buys it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd be curious about all of their indie sales.
Yeah.
Jar of Fools is Jason Lutz. I enjoy this book a lot. I actually own it in 2 different formats. It's another Xeric grant. He's probably best known for Berlin, which he starts around this time, which is just a meticulously researched piece about pre-World War II Berlin, I believe, and ran for like 20 years in these detailed single issues. Love and Rockets we've talked about quite a bit.
Heartbreaking to see 82 to 96. You know, there's a shelf life on that first volume.
There is, but fortunately, this is just 96. So it's not like those guys are off twiddling their thumbs or anything. And they outline their upcoming works, including Jaime's wrestling book, Whoa Nelly.
Yep, and girl crazy with the Dave Stevens and Coop covers.
Yes, Rubber Blanket, David Mazzucchelli. We've spent a lot of time with him. They applaud him going from Batman Year One and Daredevil Born Again to then becoming this more, I don't know, focusing on the art side of what comics can be. Taboo, the great, I think, underrated horror anthology that Steve Bissette put out, 10 issues worth. And noteworthy things like From Hell starts there. Just a really impressive collection. I guess because it's just hard to find, I think, is the reason it's not more celebrated. But it's pretty outstanding for horror comics.
Mobius is in there.
S. Clay Wilson.
Yeah.
It's impressive. I have all but one issue, so if anybody has an extra issue 7, send it my way. Yummy Fur, one of my favorites and one of my first breakthroughs, and Zot.
And one of these is not like the other.
You know, when I think of Zot, though, is very, very early manga. You know, like that's 84,
I guess it has that Amera manga feel. And what I will say is like the Harper Collins collection of Zot that has like the black and whites.
Yeah.
It's real fascinating stuff because you see him employing some of his rubric from understanding comics into the actual comics production, which is a super interesting piece of that period of Zot.
All right. Any movie, TV news get you?
So I was a fan. I had this VHS tape. It had a Comic Book Confidential, and then after the credits, it's the Generation X movie.
That's fine.
And I've watched it a lot of times.
Yeah, this stuff usually doesn't do too much for me, this movie info. It's funny to see. I do enjoy like the ads for shows and things and who the guest lists are, and you can kind of see them dwindling as the comics industry is going the wrong direction.
For the toy stuff, man, they're talking about Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, and that was like a big second push for Star Wars because it transcended, like it wasn't in film. There was a toy line, there was video games, and there was a comic. Like I think it was Cam Kennedy. No, he did the shit, I forget. But it was sort of it was a big deal at this time. It added, because it wasn't like 1,000 years before the movies. Like it happens in between. It happens in between Empire and Return of the Jedi, if I remember correctly. So it's like all the characters that you know, and that added a lot of life to Star Wars before like the special editions come out, and then the inevitable prequels that'll happen.
Worth noting in their short takes, George Lucas recently moved up the new release of Star Wars from February 21st, 1997 to February 14th, 1997. It doesn't come out till 99, the prequels.
Yeah, maybe he's just talking to special editions.
Possibly, but there is energy like starting to surround Star Wars at this point. And I read the Shadows of the Empire, like the novel.
Right, yeah, and the novel's different. Yeah, the novel's different than the comic too. So it's like telling different parts of like this like, you know, specific narrative. There were toys. Like it was real cool. On the episode of The Toys That Made Us about Star Wars, they described that he got, for his royalty, like they had to give him $10,000 a year or like 5%. And when there was no Star Wars toys coming out, they were giving him, you know, $10,000 checks a year, and they just didn't the one year, and so all the rights reverted back to him, and then that's when he promotes the prequels coming. Like after he got all those rights, it was like he was like waiting, biding his time, letting them forget, so that he could jump into action, and then you know, renegotiate a better toy deal.
That's I knew there was something about that his toy deal set up, but didn't know the details on it. Anything stand out in the more picks?
You see these writers, man. Your Ron Mars, your Mark Wades, the guys who are getting bought by Mark Alessi and going to have to move house and home, which is super funny to me.
It's pretty dire, like the stuff that's being listed here.
Yeah, it's so bad, and these guys want to be in comics so much, man, that they're going to let a rich dude buy them and ship them off like cattle. It's going to be soonish. You know, maybe 97 at the latest.
Kane is one of the self-published books I feel like they could have added if they wanted to. I'm a big fan of Paul Grist's Kane. It's a good crime comic. I think it looks cool.
Concrete, Think Like a Mountain with the Jeff Darrow covers, I believe.
Yeah. Kingdom Come #1, and it's not like a giant called out spotlight.
Right.
I guess nothing is really the giant called out spotlight this issue, but if you were going to do one, that's the one I would imagine.
Preacher 15, Yellow Bastard, Sin City 4 of 6. So this is like Eddie P is going to the comic shop every Wednesday at this point, man. Like Yellow Bastard is the first regular series that I was scooping up, and I'm not quite a Preacher fan yet. Like it's with issue 18. It's after this Hunter story. Whenever they do that single Vietnam story is when I put it on the list, because I had my rule as a kid: never buy part 3 of something. Got to get it from the start.
Interesting. Kane is at 14, Stray Bullets at 9. I did not realize Kane preceded Stray Bullets.
It could be publishing frequency as well.
I don't know what this is. I don't know who the artist is.
Oh, that's Ian Churchill, Unmistakable.
Wow. Yeah, I was out.
He was a one of those. He would do fill-ins on Adam Kubert Wolverines, and then he gets scooped up by Rob Liefeld, and I forget what he does for Image, but then he's a part of like the Heroes Reborn
Rejects.
stuff.
He did some witch book, some magic book for them. I can't remember the name of it, but
Yeah,
it was like an Extreme published book. Or
I was sort of out of
Awesome,
that stuff at that time for sure.
one of those. The manga is focusing on Ghost in the Shell, the anime, coming around, and it's kind of playing in limited release at various theaters in America. I think looking for mainstream looking for a bigger distributor in the U.S.
There's a lot of stuff that's coming with this. First off, it's priming the pump. Like, there is far more interest in anime than there ever has been. They talk about some of the stuff that occurred like in history. They talk about Akira, and somewhere in here they mention like MTV playing bumpers, because MTV would play had Speed Racer at this time, which was huge. My mom like when MTV put out Speed Racer again, like my mom was watching that shit. And then they talk about the bumpers in and out of program. That's Ninja Scroll, man. Like, I was fucking there, dude, and seeing just like those little 5-second pieces of Ninja Scroll. Like, what is this? I got to check this thing out. Manga Entertainment would be, you know, the VHS company that would put out the Ghost in the Shell and Ninja Scroll and all that. They funded like half the Ghost in the Shell budget, which is fascinating because that's an American company pumping in money. And so clearly they have interest in growing that market here. They do mention Sailor Moon. They do mention Dragon Ball.
Yes.
Which is brand new on American television, which I mean fucking blows up. They mention other stuff like Ronin Warriors, which is out around like post Power Ranger time, because you got your multicolored dudes. This is a good article.
I feel like it's been spot on since they started this column.
They get good people. This Carl Gustav Horn, he's taken the mantle after Leia Hernandez kind of like dropped some science. Also, I want to point out, man, Tigers of Terra, this late stuff is not my bag at all. But this artist, Ted Nomura, the original Tigers of Terra that are like the 80s comics, I fucking hunt these things down and love them. Like, he's putting so much effort into them. The unfortunate thing about this era of those comics is that it's that like archive white paper, and he's using computer gray tones, so it's just like so muddy and dark. You know, like that whole era of black and whites. Serious Publishing, SIRIUS, would have that problem too, where it would be the shitty gray, super dark comics, and his comics would forego the great textures that he would put in the early stuff for these gray tones, and they just kind of a muddy mess.
Do you know this Dagger of Kamui?
No, but I do not think that it has anything to do with Sanpei Shirado's famous Kamui.
That's what I was going to ask. You know what? I thought Death might be a miniseries for us to look at.
I think so.
All right, drawing board. Some fun stuff here. I like this Galactus. I think that looks pretty good. Linil Yu.
Yes, not the first piece from the Wizard drawing board, and it won't be too long before he fucking takes over freaking X-Men.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, like, is this the most successful cartoonist to come out of the drawing board? He certainly has a giant career all over the place. I like this Sandman, Calvin and Hobbes mashup because it's even kind of mashing up some of the Dave McKean-isms for that cover.
Yeah, it's a good job.
It's pretty good. And you see your manga on these bottom two examples. The She and the Viz characters, both heavy manga influence there.
Yeah,
it's
man.
here at this point.
Yeah, it's for sure.
Top 10 comics. I don't know if there's anything extra here. Maybe the One Piece is X Patrol #1. The Amalgam book makes it into the top 10.
I feel like Dawn #1 as the serious book being #1. I think that's a piece for sure.
I would look at that. That one's interesting in that it's serious, but it's color and it's a glossy. Like it's pretty good production values at a time when comics weren't necessarily known for it, especially indie comics.
I always wonder what he uses. If it's paint or like he has some kind of like marker approach.
They look
that's
like washes. Maybe it is marker. I don't know. Maybe something we look at, take a closer look. The DC versus Marvel. So these two are super interesting to me because when we turn the page and we see past the ads, well, we see the back issue stuff and they talk about Amalgam means hot. They show like their top 100 list. And if you go through it, it is like DC/Marvel, Marvel/DC. They have like half of the top 12 books are Marvel/DC before you get to like 13 and 14 are Spawn, 47, 46. And it's almost like if you were to erase all those, they'd be like books 5 and 6, the Spawn books. It's like Marvel and DC had to team up to beat Todd McFarlane. But that Marvel DC crossover stuff, like they were hoping to juice sales. It's a big success for them.
The places that I bought those were at Giant Eagle, at the spinner racks, at the grocery store. So they had newsstand distribution on that material still at that point, man. I think it's like that. I remember getting distinctly at the grocery store, and I remember getting those Age of Apocalypse right over there. We had a news store, Galaxy News, and they had the Age of Apocalypses.
So I could see us hitting those. We've talked about it. Maybe we'll pull out a couple of the best of those. Maybe leave in the comments, you guys, what are the best of the Amalgam books, and maybe we'll check those out pretty soon. And Ed, I'm comfortable skipping to the inside back cover at that point. And Wizard Profile, Drew Hayes.
Yeah, man.
So Drew Hayes, known for Poison Elves. We get a lot of feedback in our comments. There's a lot of Poison Elves fans out there. I think there was a recent Kickstarter for a big collection of the late Drew Hayes epic Poison Elves. So comics that still resonate with an audience. And man, that's what you hope for as a creator. You want to tell these stories that make it beyond you and, gone too soon, died very young. But at the same time, like those comics do persist. Like there is a fandom out there for them.
Yeah, it's a smart conceit in a lot of ways, man, because you have the D&D era. There's a lot of crossover between like role-playing games and comic conventions. There'd be all that overlap. There would be game sections at comic conventions and things. I'm just painting a picture of the time. And so you would have that confluence of these different little subgenres and shit. And like the elves, it's like Wendy Peeney's pussy, it's whack. It's kind of like soft. So like what we're in the 90s now, man. We're into like, Trent Reznor era. So make like some hardcore elves, because there's clearly this market, these people that are fucking with that kind of Tolkien type shit. But like make one that's got some gothness to it, some industrial music elements to it, and see what you could do. And I think this dude got to like 100 issues or something.
He did a lot, and like he did a bunch as a self-publisher first, and that was his first comic that he made.
Yeah.
So to do that and pull off the self-publishing for, I don't know, a dozen issues or something before he goes to, I think Sirius is who ends up publishing a big run. It's remarkable to be more or less successful as a self-publisher. Like we've just gone through the self-publishing and small press issue of Wizard, really, and you heard people lament how difficult it is to do that. This guy that has no comics experience basically does it through sheer will. So,
and it's a cool ass
always
image,
impressive
man.
to me.
It's a cool ass image. Once again, though, like the sweat equity put into the covers and the color stuff is pretty divorced from the inside, because like his interiors, like they don't exactly look like that. They're a little bit more schizophrenic. But at this last Big Eyes sale, I got I, Lucifer 2.
Wow. That's the initial start. That's how Poison Elf started with I, Lucifer was the name of the original several issues. Was it magazine size?
Magazine size, yeah.
Yeah, the first several issues were magazine size. That's cool, man. At some point we're gonna end up looking at Poison Elves. I pulled out some issues. I have a bunch of the serious run, especially the early issues, and actually was looking at them after reading this profile this week. So, yeah, I'm sure that we'll get some comments about give that series a look.
He's
and,
amazing.
We probably will at some point soon.
Because, like, part of these wizard profiles is they make you, like, write a checklist of, your favorite comics, yada, yada. And he is perfectly, like, of that time period, man. So he's the age. And to me, like, your favorite toy as a kid and adult, the Shogun Warriors, that places you in context for me, man. Like you're those guys that's like older than you type dudes, like Chris Pitzer age dudes. And then favorite cartoon, Star Blazers. If you say Star Blazers, now you're firmly establishing yourself as a 70s kid for sure. People you most like to work with, James O'Barr, Henry Rollins. So you got that edge and you got that goth energy. Rollins is his favorite musician. Last good book you read, American Psycho by Bret Easton Ellis. Like I know this fellow. I could profile him. If I just read this and I saw him in a lineup with, like, say, a couple other people, I think I could pick him out.
It's a cool story. It's one of the more entertaining profiles that I've read because it does combine with what we know about his comics to paint a picture of an atypical cartoonist.
Yes. Yeah, very singular.
And that's exciting to me. When we talk about, like, how to get new readers, you need different creators. You need creators who have different points of view, and I feel like that's a guy who did.
Fill the niche, man. Nature abhors a vacuum. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily YouTube channel. We have more than 1,400 videos out there right now. We've covered dozens and dozens of issues of Wizard, but a lot more content that you could find also. Hit the little magnifying glass on the front page. Give the channel a search with your favorite comic titles. And if we haven't talked about your faves, let us know what they are so that we can push those to the top of our reading piles. We have a Patreon for the King Kayfabers to sit in on our live stream recording sessions and get the videos before anybody else. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. You're taking a look at a nice bibliography of our works to date. But Jimmy, tell the people what you got.
My next book release, Street Angel Princess of Poverty, will be out in November from Image Comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. If you don't have that, add that to the list too. But get to your store and let them know to order a Street Angel Princess of Poverty for you. Orders due now, and it'll be out in November wherever comics are sold. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive still available at those stores. Hulk Grand Design sold out at the distributor level, which means it's going to get harder and harder to find. If you haven't picked up your copy of the Treasury edition of Hulk Grand Design, you want to do that sooner rather than later. And my latest zines, 1986, celebrating the greatest year in comics history, and BW, celebrating some of the great black and white explosion books, some of the not so great ones as well, which are my favorites. These will both be available at jimrugg.com and on patreon.com/jimrugg, along with true crime funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, including a couple of wrestling yarns.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is able to now be ordered by your comic shop. Make sure that you do it so that we know where to send these comics. It's a finite print run that we have out there, and so many of them are being accounted for online, so you cannot take for granted that you'll just see this at the shop and be able to scoop it up. Let your comic shops know. It's a 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. So we're doing it upright by including all the comics from the first 4 volumes, plus, look at that, 150 pages of extras, a lot of new art put into this book just to make it a nice cohesive whole. Please support it. It's the best book I've made, and it is going to be available for the holidays, coming out October 18th. In November is the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback. That is going to include all of my X-Men Grand Design works. It's the one place you'll be able to get all that material because some of those books are currently out of print. So scoop that up for the holiday season. Red Room is the current focus. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. But Crypto Killers is the 3rd and final season of Red Room. If you go to that center spread there, there's a story called Latchkey Kids, which I've now retitled Switchblade Shorties. That's the daily comic strip that I'm going to be putting together, and this is their kind of first appearance in comics. So this is a hot key. If you see issue 3 of Crypto Killers, you got to make sure you get your hands on it. Had to bring a stack of these to the Parliament Funkadelic show because everybody wanted the first Latchkey Kids. This is not the only way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, however. Jimmy, please let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also in the show notes underneath this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
I always think with the promo, like whatever's mentioned first in like the commercial should be second at the final promo.
Okay.
If that makes sense. That's sort of how I always thought of it. Is like
That makes a lot of sense.
yeah. And then we just switch back each week.
Hey, what video do you want to do last? What video do you want to do, I should say?
I feel like the dude that does the hour-long video should not have to edit the Ronin.
Okay.
And if you wanted to do the BMW zine in place of any of these, I would be up for that as an episode. If you want to wait. But I think that would beat. I think it would beat Maycross if we had to choose one.
All right, let's do Next Men, and I'll think about that.
I don't have too much good to say about this comic.
Well, save it, because there's some stuff about this that's weird.
Yeah. Good to go?
Yeah. Hello, and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
We are a daily comic book YouTube channel, so tune in daily to see our 1,500 videos. And if you check out our search box on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube site, you will be able to look up your favorite cartoonist, your favorite comic books, and see if we've already covered those titles. If we haven't, go down in the comments and let us know the books that we should be adding to our list or moving up our to-read list. Also, Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 different levels there that'll get you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get all the videos first, as well as sitting in on the recording session. This will offset the Kayfabe effect. Sometimes we look at books that are rare, and those books either disappear or go through the roof in prices. So you want to be the first one to be in line for those. King Kayfabers are the first. All right, with that out of the way, Ed, we are going to look at John Byrne's Next Men, #1 from Dark Horse. You see a 1991 cover date on here. John Byrne, famous for calling himself a cog in the machine. Longtime Marvel and DC popular artist, writer, had done X-Men, Fantastic Four, Superman. So kind of the top of the line when it comes for work for hire. In the early 90s, goes over to Dark Horse and starts doing some creator-owned titles. This was his first big launch, John Byrne's Next Men. I was loving Byrne at that time, so one of the first indie books I really sought out. You know, it predates Image Comics. I had to mail order this from Westfield Comics, and there's going to be a weird piece of this. This series actually starts in Dark Horse Presents. There were 4 installments, and what those things are, Next Men are kind of like X-Men in the real world, let's say that. This is a government-mutated group that escapes from its government facilities with the help of some outsiders. Here we see somebody that was coming to inspect what is going on in this operation, shows up a day early, causes chaos in the military complex, and frees them from a Matrix-like existence. Page 1 starts with that freedom. Everything I just described happened in the Dark Horse Presents 4 chapter 0 issue. I don't know why it doesn't start there. It's not the best foot forward because, like, I need that origin story. I know it exists. So when I was rereading this week, it's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. What I remembered isn't what happens here because I remember that story. That's an important part of the story, and it happened chronologically before this was published. But we don't get that with issue 1. We're sort of start with the action of they've escaped or they are escaping at this point. They've been woken up from their Matrix-like existence, and now they're on the run. But we don't get much of that. You have to read it in text. I always complain about this.
Terrible issue 1.
It's issue 1.
Terrible.
I don't want to read about the story so far. It's issue 1. The story so far should be page 1.
Yes, yeah. Terrible issue 1. John Byrne, giant fanboy in mainstream comics himself. Such a fanboy that I was trying to think of, like, you know, did he ever establish any comics himself from like a issue 1? Closest would be probably like Alpha Flight or something, and he denounces that book as being a fake book because it wasn't created by Kirby or Ditko or in Lee.
That's such a weird point of view.
It is a weird point of view.
Especially if you're the guy creating it. I can
Exactly.
see like internet trolls
Right.
explaining to somebody with a new book that it's not created by those guys, but for you to do it to your own book.
It shows you the level of fanboyishness that he is. All that said, with that level of fanboyishness, I think that Kirby does the greatest like first issues of superhero type comics that exist, and has done enough of them to create a suitable template with which you could just kind of fucking steal from to set up your stakes, to set up your characters, show up a little powers of each one, usually create some sort of engine that two warring factions are in need of, so that you have your built-in conflict. All that stuff will happen in a first issue of a Kirby comic. We get such a little portion of something in here, and frankly, it's not enough for me to like want to go out and buy issue 2. That said, I'm a student of the old saying on Cartoonist Kayfabe, the early 90s speculator is the middle late 90s liquidator. Like, I'm the guy who bought a long box of Dark Horse comics for I think $8, and at least a dozen issues of that are in there, and I enjoyed it as a whole. But as a first issue, this is just it's embarrassing, especially for the career that this guy had,
And for the build up. Like this is 5 years into Dark Horse as a company existing. So you get John Byrne to show up.
Right.
That's a big deal. And it is a little disappointing.
Look at the cover.
I'll say this
The
is my
characters are
caveat.
boring.
This was my favorite series for a while. All the way up really until it ended. Some years later, probably 4 years later or so, it probably ran that long. It was my favorite series. But going back and rereading this issue, I was surprised by what I found. Note on the colors, Matt Webb. You know where we saw Matt Webb's name most recently on this channel? We were looking at War Comics. He colored John Fury, Alex Toth's
That
Korean
guy.
War script, and we were pretty harsh on that color job. But you see here, it's mostly flat colors, so got no problem with the coloring per se. But I was surprised to see that name and to make that connection. But it's funny because, like you say, I'm surprised that I kept with this series after issue 1. I probably had pre-ordered them, through the mail.
Yeah.
And once it gets running, I love it. But you're right about like those costumes are not too exciting, although they're going to peel out of there because the whole conceit is like they're on the run, like they're in the real world now. I don't know where I read the Zero stuff, the stuff that was in Dark Horse Presents, because it's in my head very clear, and I don't know if Dark Horse, they must have repackaged it at some point.
There was an issue 0.
Okay.
Yeah, and it contains that stuff that you're talking about, because I never saw it in Dark Horse Presents, but I do have issue 0, and it is more eventful than this right here. But this is that period of John Byrne where it's going through the motions, John Byrne, with like all his textures and stuff, and it's very formulaic in its construction of like close up, mid shot, long shot, every page, pretty by the numbers. Put your perspective grids down, like he's not bringing anything like new aesthetically to the table. It's all sound. It's all the stuff we've seen before. There's also that piece at around this time when these very popular mainstream artists and cartoonists were deigning to do some indie works. It would be so much more rushed because obviously they're not getting their page rates, but you could tell that they weren't putting in the effort that they were on their more popular works, and for mainstream publishers. And a guy like Byrne, who's like, well, Alpha Flight is a nonsense book because it wasn't created by Jack Kirby. Like, you see where the mindset is. So like, where is that mindset when you have something that's completely not like even outside the Marvel universe? Like, to him, comics is Marvel DC.
Here's my zag. This is January 1992. So I had read Jim Lee's X-Men and Rob Liefeld's X-Force and McFarlane's Spider-Man. I loved that stuff at the time. This is such a almost alternative, like B-list 80s kind of title. It's so static in a way. And I wonder if I responded to that, because it's one of the things I kind of like. It's not as noisy as a lot of the 90s stuff that we look at or have looked at on this channel. And in a weird way, I find that refreshing.
I will concede that, like, at the time, like, this certainly, and he would hold it as like being more readable than anything but, say, Savage Dragon that came from Image Comics.
but even Savage Dragon would be like so much noisier,
No,
like a
totally.
spread of that versus this. And I think that probably was part of it. You know, it was almost refreshing and different. I wasn't that versed in comics history by that point. But our story is they're escaping from this military compound and their vehicle gets blown up. And they try to manifest some of these different things. Like they don't know where they're at. They don't know who this person that's helping them are because they've been in this cocoon their whole life. And now they're out here. They could just make stuff up whenever they were in that. I'm going to keep saying Matrix because that's what it's like. It was an alternative virtual reality, essentially, where they could do super fantastic things like imagine a weapon and now it's in your hand. That doesn't work, but they still have some of those superpowers. Like one of their partners that was in that fiery crash comes out of it unscathed, shot, and the bullets are bouncing off of her. So it's traditional superhero stuff. It's just maybe a not quite traditional origin.
Yeah.
And he talks about origin in the letters column too, by the way.
This would be called like ground level comics. This is that stuff that's like that superhero adjacent. You have all the freedom in the world to make whatever you want, and it's just something that could be plugged into a Marvel DC comic, at some level.
It does feel like a lot of the stuff that I have since gone back and bought, like the indie 80s stuff that would be street level, it'd be like a little bit superhero, but also a little bit like normal people. It kind of feels like, I wonder if Byrne looked at a couple of those and went, okay, this is what creator owned.
This is what indie means.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a typical, this doesn't look like Fantastic Four Superman either that he had done. It does feel like it's some kind of weird, almost trying to be more sophisticated in a more static kind of presentation. Does that make sense?
I suppose, but
I don't know if it's deliberate.
You just can't get past that aesthetic of like this is the style of 80s Marvel DC because he was the style of that stuff, and sure there's less 3-point perspective and shit, but it's still.
So keep in mind that idea of like superheroes in the real world. This guy can run really fast, so they send him off to help. There's a town 20 miles down the road. Go get help. This is our big bad guy who's in charge of this project Next Men.
When you see this guy, do you think that it's like Archie Goodwin or somebody?
That's
Mark Gruenwald?
totally. I was thinking Archie Goodwin. Like from that point down, I mean, that's the caricature that we see everywhere.
There was some other comic we did this week. I forget already, man. That maybe it was even that Spawn comic that had like a Archie Goodwin kind of police chief or something.
I do love whenever I think Archie Goodwin is sneaking in cameos. This is a guy who was like the head of this program. In some ways, we're seeing two characters here like Ronin.
Look at that color.
How about that?
Matt Webb. Did you get an Eisner for that?
Wonder if Matt Webb worked for Dark Horse Presents because I know they had an in-house color department. And that gradient's like the sign of your early digital coloring. You can see like the striations in the gradient.
Oh yeah, banding.
Yes. All right, so now the police show up. We're outside of the military's jurisdiction. They're going to fight about that. Who has the rights to what's going on out here?
Never seen that happen before.
And our bad guy is a bad guy and blows his brains out right in the office.
I was reading this digitally, and if you zoom in on this, man, you can see a face in there.
Really?
In the brains. I mean, he didn't draw it.
Blowing a face out the back of his head?
He didn't draw it, but like it's like there's eyes, nose, and that's the mouth right there. It's an old man.
This is kind of neat. He hits a button to open up like a panel, and it turns out that window's all bullshit. Kayfabe office.
Yeah, man.
And he hops on his little escape pod and basically blows up this military base. Just kind of a good bit of carnage here in the first issue. But you talk about like dashing stuff out, and it does feel like all of those explosion panels are drawn pretty quickly.
Yeah, like this is that era where he's just like really, really being speedy.
And once the base explodes, these military guys realize like they've got bigger fish to fry. And they kind of back off. Remember this era? Collect the coupons, get some free whatever it is. I think it's trading cards in this case.
Yeah, we want your address is what that is.
It's amazing. Our people are at least teamed together. We've all known each other. We don't know anyone else. So whenever you touch one of our fallen comrades, we're going to go to their defense.
There is a Lee Kirby element to it where like this guy's whole character is that he's a ginger. Like that's the character trait.
You know what? That's the
I'm a
further
redhead.
thing of how are we going to make these characters distinguished? Like they're in generic, similar costumes, all with shaved heads.
Except for the one blonde.
Yeah, and that's because I don't think you can cut her hair because of her invulnerability.
Exactly. She was in that fire.
Dude, I would read all the interviews and everything, and like the idea of her invulnerability is like, I don't know if she does it or it's an example, but you could take her hair and like, it's like steel line, right? You could cut somebody with it.
Yeah, you
but
could
how do
Garrett wire someone's neck.
But how do you pull a hair out of her head? And his thing was like, well, she could run her fingers through her hair if you do that, like hairs come out. That's just, they're loose hairs. So what a stupid, like, what kind of interviews? Too much. I was reading everything I could find.
You know what that is? That's a vestige of like his Superman shit. Like how do you cut Superman's hair and trying to figure that part out.
It is true. I think all these guys, because they're working in that genre, it was like whatever ideas you had for superhero stuff to do that was cool or innovative, man, you kept that list running so that you could put it down and whenever you get a chance.
I'm reading that Grant Morrison Batman, and there's a story where like, hey, Thomas Wayne might be alive and he might be a bad guy. It's pretty cool. It was a pretty cool story. I won't give any spoilers away.
So the police load up the next men and they're going to take them into this town and try to figure out who they are, where they're from, whatever.
This is what happens, man. If you wipe your butt, you don't wash your hands, and you like itch your eyes.
Yeah, this is the Cyclops, right?
Dookie eyes.
Name of the town is Climax. I don't know if that pays off later on or not, but it feels a little on the nose.
Yeah.
And then our guy who went off to the town that was supposed to go to Climax, he's run super fast to the point that he wore out his shoes because it's the real world. They're no longer in their sleeping tanks.
Looks like he's in a pose to Climax. Like, this is obscene, man.
It really is. I never noticed that
because they're thinking about like, well, how does he wear these chastity belts and still make waist?
Man, Ed, when you talk about shortcuts, like now I'm realizing like how many of these backgrounds are just the scribbled
Exactly,
nothing.
The rocks and stuff.
And you think about if you've ever been out west, it's they're beautiful landscapes that you could be populating this with. Crazy Cat made a living with that.
Jeff Darrow, Shadow Cowboy, the new one. Take a look at some of those plateaus and things.
So this dude can't go on much further because of the blistering on his feet whenever another mysterious Good Samaritan pulls up, takes a look and says, hop in, we'll get you to the next town. But he does disclose that he was running in the wrong direction and that government agent or whoever Tony is that helped them escape did point him in the wrong direction. I feel like if she's new to this area and her car just got blown up with a rocket, maybe she's disoriented. I'm not ready to call her a bad guy yet, but it feels like that's a subplot that's being established. Loads him up, and then it's going to be like, all right, let's head back to the right direction and see what's happening. We have they had sent out early issue ones, so you have a letters column already. John Byrne explains he's the guy answering these letters.
Those guys were always really proud to let everybody know that they were the ones responding.
It was kind of the status quo, I think. McFarlane's answering his and Larson's answering his, and pretty soon Larson and Byrne are going to be sniping back and forth. This guy asks him about all these books that he has coming out, like Namor, She-Hulk, OMAC, and Byrne. This is where he explains that he does 3 pages a day. But those books were done at different stages. OMAC's completely done by the time this is coming out. I saw some people request us look at John Byrne's OMAC. I like that book. Certainly to look at it, man. It'd be something I'd take a look at. But what we get here, the team has been broken up. Some of them are in law, under scrutiny of law enforcement. I feel like it's set up. There's a bunch of stuff here. If you want to establish what's going on, one thing is get the team back together. That's often a thing I think that we see in team books.
Yeah. Once again, man, if you're setting up a series, you could do far worse than read the first chunks of issues of all the great Silver Age, Marvel comics. Because Kirby at that point he had like his 10,000 hours practice of like making comics like that, man. And there are things that you need, and this just doesn't have it. And even in an era where you guys over at with your Image Comics are clearly doing shit so that it's like 6 issues for the trade or whatever, you could still make that first issue meaningful. There's a way to do it. Do the work.
This is him explaining about origins and how for the first however long decade or two of comics, the origins were kind of a non-thing, which is funny when you think of like Batman's iconic origin or Superman's blown up planet. But he comes down here and he says that there's like a couple of ways you can go: mystical, technological, non-technological. He wanted these to be human, not mutants, so that meant he had to go the technological route. And then he gets up here and he's like, last note in closing, you'll notice how the cliffhanger ending for this first issue is decidedly low key. And I wonder if this is part of where I was kind of putting in my head too, the idea that this is not like that Marvel bombastic style of storytelling, but something a little more mature and sophisticated. Like I said, I love this series. I did not remember this issue the way the reread went. I did find it disappointing, and I think I probably stuck with it because I had pre-ordered the series, so I probably got a couple issues before I could really stop.
And at this point, Byrne has gained some equity in the reader, where you give him some benefit of the doubt that maybe you'll give him a couple issues of chance before to see where he's going with it, and then make your buying decisions after that, man, because that happens. Creators, like, they do enough good work that you dig, you're going to give their next thing a shot, and when you realize he's got top billing, this is his own original concept, maybe he's got a bunch of ideas that didn't make it into other books, so he could express them here.
He revisits this, that the full name is John Byrne's Next Men, and I think it's because Marvel was like, you can't do Next Men. You can't be the X-Men artist doing a book called Next Men.
Right.
That's speculation. I can't remember if that's the reason, but he does explain it's John Byrne's Next Men a couple of times, and it is sort of to distinguish it from a possible X-Men.
And as
book.
a kid, I mean, that was not lost on any of us.
No, definitely not. Also, now I can't unsee this costume contraption.
The little waist.
Just a hole.
Yeah, it's like for
and
catheters.
there's one hole there, which suggests to me that whichever direction your waist is coming from,
it's a cloaca.
It's all gonna
It's
just
a
collect
vent.
at the lowest point there.
Just like birds.
Wow. He also came back and did some issues for IDW.
Yeah.
I don't know when, maybe 2010-ish, sometime around there.
It's
but
true.
it was like wrapping up the first series, because there was like a cliffhanger at the end of the series, which always frustrated me. And so he came back and did like 9 more issues, I think, in the 2000s.
There are these dudes I don't think that there will ever be a Sam Keith Image comic anymore. And John Byrne's been doing things at IDW. It's like, what went on there?
He also did a book that came out before this called 2112, I think was the name of it. And it was a sci-fi book. Dark Horse published it. And it was connected to the Next Men stuff. Not in an obvious way, because it's set in the future. But I think like the tech, it was almost like he's building a universe.
Yeah.
In the science fiction kind of world. And so that may have been part of the lack of real answers in issue 1, is that it was almost like a mystery was part of what you're getting pitched here. It's a bigger story. Maybe. I don't remember all of that, but I do remember being psyched for it.
I wonder if Whipping Boy is in the Next Men universe.
I believe that it is.
Are you serious?
I bought and read Whipping Boy, the paperback novel that he writes,
right.
In the process of Next Men coming out. And I do think there's like a tangential implication that those two are in a shared world.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was just joking.
Had no idea how much of a burn victim I was.
Straight up, man. Good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. We're a daily YouTube channel, and we have more than 1,400 videos out there right now. Chances are we might have talked about your favorite comics, but if we didn't, search around, let us know, and we will bump those books up to the top of our reading list. We have a Patreon where the King Kayfabers can get in early and see all our videos before anybody else. They hang out with us in a live stream recording chat session. We've got 36 people in the chat right now as we speak. Mitigates the kayfabe effect, like I said, man. But ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, can you please tell the people what you have forthcoming?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next big release. This is coming out from Image Comics in November, and you can pre-order it now at your local comic shop. I encourage you to do so. It's how they know how many copies to print. This is a follow-up to Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. It collects all of the comics featuring Street Angel that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. Still available at your local comic shop, so pick up both. You'll have the complete Street Angel set. Hulk Grand Design has apparently gone out of print, at least at the distribution level. So if you haven't picked up Hulk Grand Design, this Treasury Edition yet, I encourage you to do so. These may get harder and harder to find. They may be impossible to find before too long. I've also been self-publishing. These are my latest zines, BW and 1986, celebrating the black and white explosion, as well as the greatest year in comics history. And True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling stories. You can read these on patreon.com/JimRugg. You can get digital copies on my website, and later this year I will be offering print copies on my website.
Got some big books coming out in time for the holiday season this year, Jimmy. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is is coming out in October 18th, I believe, which means that your comic shop is in the process of being able to order this comic right now. Do not take for granted that it'll just be on the shelves, because so many of these, I've been promoting it for several months now. So many of these are accounted for right now through online sales, and there's a finite amount of them in existence. 500 plus pages, collects all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree, plus 150 pages of extras that are not in those first 4 volumes. So this is kind of the ultimate statement. It's not the only holiday comic that I'm going to have out for this season. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you in 2023. I think it's coming out in November. I do have some out-of-print volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there, so it's going to be your chance to get all of my X-Men Grand Design series inside of one package. Red Room is the current focus, and Crypto Killers is the third in a series of Red Room comics I put out there. 2 trade paperbacks out there, Trigger Warnings and The Antisocial Network. Crypto Killers is going to be 4 issues in total, and the 3rd issue is a hot key because it contains the first appearance of the characters who are going to be in my daily comic strip that I'm going to start putting out in January 1st, 2024. So make sure you get your hands on this one if you see it, because I could see that one being like, one of my comics that goes up in value. Jimmy, this is not the only way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. However, can you please let the people know how to do that?
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Jimmy, what did you decide, man?
We'll just do them across, then it's off the list.
Okay.
It's been on there for a while. I want to do the that 86 zine whenever I'm ready to do the online sales.
That makes sense.
So it'll be like the end of this month, probably is the time. Yeah, I think end of October, early November is when I plan to do that.
We get the wrestling pay-per-view. Is it Saturday or Sunday?
It's Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday night. I'm going to Cedar Point then on Sunday with the family.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an action-packed next several week 10 days. Yeah, I'll be sleeping good Monday after Baltimore Con.
Right. Good to go.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody that Cartoonist Kayfabe is a daily comics channel on YouTube. We have put up about 1,400 videos at this point. We encourage you to check out your favorite comics and Cartoonist by looking at the search, the little magnifying glass on the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube page. Enter in that favorite title of yours, favorite creator, and see if we've already covered them. If we haven't, go down into the comments and let us know what books we should be moving up our list and moving up our to-read pile. Also, we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 levels that will get you access to our videos early. At the King Kayfaber level, you will get all of our videos first, along with sitting in on the recording session. One of the great advantages of that is gets you ahead of the Kayfabe effect. Sometimes we look at books that are a little bit rare or hard to find. They disappear quickly. If you're a King Kayfaber, you'll be the first one tracking down those books before they disappear or before those prices are elevated.
Well said, Jimmy.
All right, Ed. We are looking at kind of a classic comic here. This is Macross. This is probably the first Robotech-related comic to be published here in the States. Published by Kamiko, and right off the bat, it's kind of bizarre. You look at this, and there are painted elements. There's kind of an open line. It's not the heavy rendering that a lot of the comics are doing at this time. And this is 1984.
Yes.
So this is couple of years before Lone Wolf and Cub is published by First, a couple of years before Viz starts publishing with Eclipse to bring manga to the States. This is a really early attempt at like manga anime kind of storytelling being published here in America. And Kamiko takes a swing, man, because it is a full color book, and you can see like even the color is pretty ambitious what they're doing here. It's an adaptation of the Robotech anime, and it's based, as much as I remember, pretty solidly on that anime.
Absolutely. And to me, the most entertaining piece is the inside cover, this inside story piece where it looks like Kamiko made a pitch to Harmony Gold, the distribution company that brought Macross over to the States and called it Robotech. And they were impressed with the pitch. So they're giving them the go ahead. And I think it is pretty clear that like the art is doing everything it can to look like the animation cells with the backgrounds and stuff. So that's what we're getting this blue line color method. From the looks of it, dude, I think that that they have access to imagery. Like I think there's so much light boxing of the characters and the artwork for so much of it, and then you get these interesting shots where, you know, it's like just full color rendering.
It's very out there. Like if I had found this book without any context if it's an adaptation of anime
Right.
or what anime and manga are, it would be such a strange indie comic. And you know, like you see this stuff, it's not airbrushed, it's like painted.
Yeah, and I think it's markers. Like there's, I think Wildstorm got the license after this, like, you know, a long time later, and put out trade paperbacks, and you could see the fidelity of the scans. You see more paper texture and stuff in there.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I had no idea that they repackaged this because Kamiko goes on to publish some Robotech comics in addition to this one.
They do.
I don't know how much they invested in the rights to do this, but it must have been enough that you got to keep going. And it may have been a huge success for them. I don't know the conditions how this was received.
Totally. I will tell you that, like, you know, some of the Robotech comics were some of my early comics. They were not this ambitious with the color and stuff. And then they would get people like Reggie Byers and Mike Leake to just, you know, it would be tongue-in-cheek comics. It would be the same kind of line work, but they wouldn't have access to a lot of the shit, because, like, this stuff is, I'm quite sure, just traced off.
That's a really good ship. But even the background feels a little bit like some of those backgrounds
Exactly,
would feel, you know, like it's interesting to see what they're trying to do in this adaptation and how close they are to it.
This is real funny because, like, you would hear about, like, the Mort Weisinger, Julie Schwartz, like, mandates in DC Comics, like, no dog fights, it's too static, it's too boring. And then there are the exceptions to the rule, like Q-Bert and Alex Toth. And then you see this shit, and it's about as boring as it gets. Like, the composition of that is trash. Like, like, what's happening? Are they just avoiding catastrophe?
It is very funny.
And also, it's the same sequence on episode 1 of G.I. Joe, if you remember, when, like, Duke and the crew are on, you know, a tarmac, and then a jet comes down. I'll knock the mustard off that hot dog, and Scarlet comes out of the fighter jet. It's like, literally, you need that scene in these kind of shows where jets are a part of it.
This almost feels like you're doing the character designs for the toy.
Totally,
Like, let's
it's
see
like
this from
turnarounds.
different. Yeah, let's see this from different angles. It makes
It's-
me wonder if they had like models or something that they're like heavily referencing in certain
No,
of these
they're-
panels.
Yeah, they're tracing stuff. Like if you remember as kids, like with your G.I. Joe vehicles and stuff, you would have the schematic of like how to draw it, and then there would be like the final models, and then where to put the stickers of like the American flag and all that
Yes.
stuff. And it would be these drawings, you know, just total like almost vector drawings, except like hand done.
So I kind of love this comic in a way. It looks totally different than almost anything, and I bet in
For
1984 it really looked totally different than almost anything. Was Robotech something that you encountered as a kid?
It is the kids who were a little like your age would be Robotech heads, because it was like 5 a.m. cartoon during my young cartoon experience. But like the older kids who were just slightly older, a year or two older, were like the Voltron Robotech dudes, and that
Yeah.
was just a little before my time.
I would see it limited because it was on when I was at school. It was like a 2:30 show, and I'd get home at 3, something like that. And I think it was on a weird channel where like I would see it at my cousin's.
Like
so
a
like in the
UHF
summer I
channel.
would see it, but then it wasn't a daily show for me. I liked what I saw. It always looked pretty cool. But it's also funny like what the energy is, because I think of the robots, right? It's in the title, even though this is Macross and it's not quite in the title here. But there's so much like intro stuff to this. This issue. You see like the alien ship invasions here. The story is that the Macross fortress had crashed on Earth. It's kind of a strange story in a lot of ways, and I don't know that they sell it clearly here.
You know what? Like as Macross, it's a Japanese version, and what we got was such a sanitized, edited version. And people like my homeboy Aki, who grew up in like San Fran, like when this was coming out, he's Japanese, and he moved to Japan later, and saw Macross and was like, holy shit, they gave us such garbage. So this might be the setup.
That's what I wonder too. Is like, what were they basing this on? Like, what did they fall in love with? Where they go, we got to get this license. Was it stuff that was already being syndicated here?
Yeah,
as like
Robotech.
a truncated version. And then I wonder, do they get access to the uncut version when it's time to do? Once they've negotiated it, we're going to do this.
Right. Yeah. No, Robotech was out for sure by 83. Absolutely, Robotech was like 81 or something in the States.
It does make me wonder too, like, who else was doing any kind of adaptations of Japanese stuff in comics?
Oh yeah, because that is interesting because they say at the beginning that this is like the first effort to do that, and before that, which is pretty cool when you see it, it's not exactly what you think, but like Dale Goldkey had
Battle of the Planets
and Astro Boy.
Oh, that's right too. I forgot about Astro Boy. That could have been a long time ago
In the 60s.
because that would have been also mirroring cartoons.
Totally. But it was drawn by white dudes.
Sure.
Which I guess this is also, but it's like trying to stick to that tradition. And there might have been No, the Speed Racer's later.
The cartoon might have been at this point. It was pretty
Speed
early.
Racer cartoon is a 70s cartoon.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the alien ships are coming in, and Macross detects it, the ship, and like destroys them. But that just allows them to say, we're bringing the whole fleet.
Yeah, maybe one of the most ambitious panels of the whole thing is like all these screens
Yeah,
and stuff.
futuristic screens.
Yeah.
It is funny to see that. I don't know if I were reading this and did not have context, if I would even know what this is in like 1984.
Oh, that's funny.
Right? It'd be kind of peculiar to see that. Like, what are all those floating things?
Right. Yeah, it looks radar-ish and stuff.
I'm astounded by the reproduction of the paint, though. They do a really good job with that at a time whenever color in comics, American comics, was not something that was usually well done.
The guys at Kamiko, they worked some stuff out, and Matt Wagner talks about it in this DVD that I have, where it's just a collection of these old interviews where, like, when he did Mage, it was literally a call at the 11th hour from the publishers of Kamiko who were gang printing color. You know, like they were just gang printing color books. Like, I'm sure this was one of them. And they were like, well, if we print another book and like book that time, it'll be, X amount cheaper to get these books printed. So they just hit him up and were just like, hey, dude, would you do a color book? Can you get it done in like 3 weeks or something?
That's pretty wild. It makes me wonder too, like, were these things successful enough that then they kind of float Kamiko? Because they did like 2 or 3 Robotech series.
That's a good question. I do wonder what the when you have the long tail, what were the ones? Certainly Matt Wagner's works. Licensed stuff I think is dicey. You got to pay so much money up front and then give some vig off of all the stuff. Like, I'm sure the creatives, man, got nothing. Like, you get your bullshit page right, you won't get no royalty, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah, it's such a like I said in the beginning, like this goes back before I think of like manga really being published here.
Absolutely.
So if you're thirsty for this stuff, like you don't have a lot of choices.
Yeah, man.
I do like seeing the spaceships. The designs are pretty cool.
Yeah, and
even
like,
the alien characters, it's something different, and it definitely looks different than the average American comic from that time.
I think this might be a cinch to make because I do think that it's all traced off. Every piece of it is traced.
Even some of the coloring is like that cell animation where your second color, the shadow that you're putting on there.
Yeah, cell shading
this,
as they call it.
And it's funny because it's not totally flat if you look. I bet it is all painted like you described.
Totally.
Compared to the cell animation that would be just about flat.
Right.
And now they're at war, man. So the guys that are fooling around have to jump in the Robotech, the planes, and take off. And our pilot, who was driving that weird-looking ship in the beginning, not really part of this crew, but because of necessity, they throw him into a live round.
It is it is a trope of this kind of thing,
yes.
Man. It's Neon Genesis Evangelion, it's Gundam.
Cool explosion lighting.
And what happens is like this dude, and it's always a boy because we're making toys, man. And it's this kid who's buying this figure, so you have to have your stand-in. And he's also always a virtuoso. That was like the with Evangelion, that was like one of the innovations was to like give this little kid, put him in this peril, and give him like the most severe PTSD, like have him just out of his mind.
But of course, like if you're aiming at kids as the consumers, like it's such the easy way of like Here, relate to the hero.
And more often than
Kind
not,
of looks like you. He's your age.
More often than not, is he's a nepo baby, so he's like the son of the scientist who invented Gundam or Evangelions.
Rick, so you decided to try your hand at being a fighter pilot after all? Yes, in combat. I thought my first flight would be in combat. Really give it a shot. Says it wasn't his idea, Roy. But, of course, things kind of go awry. And as he's crashing down to Earth, we start to get our first glimpse of what? What are these ships? G.I. Joe doesn't do that.
But Transformers does.
That's true.
And there's literally, do you know that there's that Jetfire Transformer that's exactly a fucking Macross toy? Like, both companies put out the same figure. I have no idea how that happens.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You know, it's all that licensing shit that they do because it's Takara or whatever and Bandai, and like I have no idea, but it's the exact same toy pretty much under two different labels.
I'll tell you this: if I had bought this thing in 1984, you know, you kind of see this robot-looking character on the front. Okay, pretty cool. And then you're reading it, and nothing is there until you get to this point. Whenever you see that ship transform into a robot, that's enough to make me want to read the next issue.
Look at that cod piece. It's going to get other...
That's a scary cod piece.
It's going to get tanks and stuff pregnant with that thing.
One of the scarier cod pieces we've seen. So there's your Macross #1. Kind of a revolution, right?
I really appreciated dusting this off for the aesthetic value. Like, as a reading experience, it was kind of boring to me. But for the aesthetics, I like the idea of like a cel-shaded image with like the cartoon background. That's very attractive to me.
Yeah, I like it too. I think they do a really good job in terms of the color reproduction. Like, this image looks great to me.
Yeah.
I would track down more of these. Like, if I come across any more of these, I am definitely grabbing them. And then, of course, I always love looking through like the old ads. So you see your Mage book being promoted there. It has to be early on because I think it ends in 86 and this is 84.
Right.
So it had to be the very beginning of Mage. Elementals, probably something we're going to look at some point. I feel like that's one of the other noteworthy titles from Kamiko.
Yeah, what we're doing right here is like all the stuff I just said about, you know, the color books,
Yeah,
like Elementals, this Macross, and probably like one or two more. Oh, this was a revelation to me right here, this PandaCon. So in Primer 7 and 8, PandaCon is there. And I guess maybe Turtles is out. But, like, I always thought of PandaCon as a derivative. And certainly there is a Playmates toy in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles line that is PandaCon. And I had no idea that it was as early as it was. Because I know it had its own series. And I know it was in some other what do you call them? Anthologies and stuff. Is Evangelina color book from Kamiko? I have it. Okay, yeah. So that's another one of the gang color joints. And how smart for Kamiko to like figure out and crunch the numbers and have the ability to do color at a time when it was very expensive, to separate themselves from you know, a lot of the other publishers. But I guess this early on, like Pacific was doing color.
That's the thing. I think
Eclipse
all these guys,
color.
There was such a ceiling on what you could do with black and white comics in terms of sales, and I think like all these indie comics would show up and be like, we have to do color, and they would do those blue lines, they would do painted books, they'd do whatever they could to not just do color but also let's do it better than Marvel and DC.
To give some added value.
I did want to show off this image because if you pick this thing up, I feel like I see that image and it is amazing looking.
Right.
You know, like you see those ships that are just painted in a somewhat realistic style. Even that landscape's kind of an awesome painting.
What is that thing? It's $40.
This is ordering the VHS or beta. So you're ordering the tapes of this original thing, and they have this like, you know, the entire length of the Macross saga spans nearly 14 hours. The initial chapter, Booby Trap, which, you know, is what they're adapting at least in the beginning here. You know, you can pick up, and it's $40 for that first chapter.
See, that was the thing, man. Like that, even when we were kids and Suncoast Video got hold of this stuff, man, you just don't fuck with like Bubblegum Crisis or something, because it would be like 50 tapes that cost $20 a piece for a half hour, and it's like, fuck you, man. There's no way I'm doing
There was
that.
such a premium on all those things.
Yeah, and I worked at a movie store, and there's a big old distribution book, just like previews, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make our store the flyest store ever. We're gonna have some cool shit. And I remember distinctly like looking for the Garbage Pail Kids movie, and I'm like, we should have that. I remember seeing that as a kid. It was $300 in a distributor book, because they just didn't generate that many, you know. Like,
Wow.
like it would be like the Disneys that would be $20 tapes, because there's just so fucking many. But like rarer stuff that's like a smaller, like El Topo or something, that's a $200 tape, $300 tape.
That was such a weird market.
Yeah, and you know, because they were marketed not to individuals but to stores that would need to rent it out 40 times to make their money back off of that single tape. And that was the concession where the manager is like, there's no way we're going to rent out this tape 150 times this year. So like, we will not be getting the Garbage Pail Kids movie. It's not going to happen.
That's funny.
But then-
I remember renting that as a kid.
But then it makes you think about like Incredibly Strange Video that was over in Dormont that had all that stuff, you know, on VHS. So that guy invested heavily and created a market. He had animes and shit like that too.
He used to have EC Comics.
Yes,
you know,
he
like
did.
when those were being reissued and stuff, I remember buying some EC Comics there.
When they liquidated all the Creepy and Eerie's that I have, I went right over there and just bought all their comics up.
That was a great store.
Yes, sir.
So I feel like this is a pretty cool artifact in comics history. And I was excited. We were looking at something or other, and this came up, and it was like, I have that. That's one we should look at.
Very cool, man. Good to go.
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily video show, and we've covered more than 1,400 subjects at this point. So hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Give your favorite comics a search. If we did not talk about your faves, let us know in the comments below so that we know to move those books up higher on our reading list. We have a Patreon where you can support the channel, keep the lights on in the offices, keep these videos coming to you on the daily. Some of the value that we provide is by giving you the videos before anybody else sees them. That helps in a situation like this where we show off that Maycross comic. The King Kayfabers who support us are able to get those comics way faster and earlier than Gen Pop, who are going to have to pay bigger fees if they want to get their hands on these comics. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, let the people know what you got coming out.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next book release. It'll be coming out from Image Comics in November. It collects all of the comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, so it'll be a perfect set for you. And what I ask is, go let those stores know that you want a copy. Now is the time that they put in their orders. So order Street Angel Princess of Poverty now, and make sure that Image prints enough copies for you. Also, Hulk Grand Design, this Treasury Edition collection, one of the nicest books I've ever made. I believe it is out of print at this point. It's not available from the distributor anymore, which means those copies sitting on the shelf in the local comic shop, once they disappear, it may be a long time before you see another Hulk Grand Design. Pick it up if you haven't already. I've also been self-publishing comics on my Patreon and website. BW celebrating the black and white explosion comics of the 80s. 1986 celebrating the greatest year in comics history. And True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling comics. You can read these on my website. You can read them on my Patreon at patreon.com/JimRugg.
Eddie P is Santa Claus this year and got a couple of cool holiday efforts coming to you in time for Christmas. October 18th is going to see the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus on your comic book shelves. I'm extremely excited about this. Your comic shop can now order the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, and make sure that they do so, because so many, I've been promoting this comic for months, so many people have ordered this comic on Amazon and, you know, Barnes & Noble, these kind of online channels. Make sure that you get your hands on this thing. 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, and we did this up right. 150 pages of new material inside of here. Drew a bunch of new stuff like this piece, so that at Sotheby's last month. Very excited. So please support the book when it comes out October 18th. Not the only holiday piece coming out. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is coming to you sooner than later. It's going to be out in November. collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. There's a volume or two of X-Men Grand Design that is no longer in print, so this is going to be your way to be able to get your hands on all of it inside of one handy dandy trade paperback edition. Red Room comics are the focus of my energies right now in terms of new material hitting the shops. 2 trade paperbacks out there, Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. Crypto Killers is the 3rd and final chapter of my Red Room series, and this 3rd issue of Crypto Killers has a backup feature called Latchkey Kids, and those characters are the focus of my next my daily comic strip that I'm working on. I'm serializing it on my own Patreon for now for the early adopters. Got about 66 drawn right now, but I'm going to release it on all of our platforms on January 1st of 2024. But this is going to be the hot key, the one that you need to get your hands on because it's their first appearance technically. These are not the only ways to support the channel, though. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also in the show notes under this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Jimmy, give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more manga. I don't know if that qualified as manga or not.
It's cultural appropriation. Cancel Cartoonist Kayfabe. Ronin time. Before I split for Japan, I want to edit like a couple vids together. Could do like long Sundays. I think Akira's a must because we got Frank Whiteley and Jeff Darrow. The Eisner Miller. What you looking for, Jimmy?
This is yours.
Cool. The Eisner Miller is on my mind. I think 1963 will be a good one.
Yeah, those are all good.
So we'll be able to save this Ronin. Like we'll get it done, and we'll save it for like next round. But I want to evangelize you on a Cartoonist Kayfabe trip to Tokyo next year, Jimmy. Let's make that a reality. I think I'm going to get a new phone sooner than later. Certainly before I head out to Tokyo again, because I'll still have this.
Yeah.
So that I could do 2 rounds of recording. Because my dude, Japan Book Hunter, is getting that storefront. And he's going to have a real good setup. And I plan to do a lot more episodes out there. If you don't mind, Jimmy, I'd like to use your issue. Can Can you lock me in there real quick, Jim?
Chuck Arnold says Comics Interview 23 has a decent interview about the Kamiko Robotech books.
I think that's
Try
awesome.
to track that down.
Yeah, like I got it digitally.
Oh, okay.
For sure. I got the whole run digitally. I got all of Amazing Heroes digitally. And like that's something that we got to think about is like when we start doing that stuff. There's a part of me that thinks, Jimmy, like it's like 1 week do a TCJ, 1 week do a Wizard, 1 week do Amazing Heroes, 1 week do Comics Interview. Something like that. I also think we should do Dandy Dawn soon.
Yeah.
Tuesday's probably out. You think?
Yeah, I don't want to pile more stuff
that's
on
a little
Tuesday.
too that's a little too much.
I saw him stirring stuff up online with that release of the 63 annual. There's been Alan Moore backlash.
Is that true? Or is he kayfabing that?
I mean, I see it on Facebook because we're friends. So, like, I'll see people post stuff and then he gets mixes it up with them. I think he'll be fascinating to talk to.
Yeah, he's seen some things, man.
He really has. He's doing the, like his 86 status is transitioning into Borderlands, Border Worlds.
Borders Worlds, yeah.
So, like, he had done a bunch of the Megaton stuff.
Oh, yeah.
At that point. And, I mean, like, craft-wise, as good as those comics look now, they're, like, heads and shoulders above what was going on back then.
Yeah, really good.
And it has to be angering to, like, look around, see the garbage that's being published and sold. Like, I have a complete Silverwolf checklist in there and, like, text about him. And, like, you realize, like, these dudes were really just
Grifters, man.
making product that they knew there was a market that would buy it sight unseen. And, like, if you're really a craftsman, to see, like, these people being rewarded and pumping it out, like,
right.
I think there were, like, 27 books or something that they had solicited for January. It was just, like, dumping this stuff when they could make money. Yeah. Boy, Dawn's been around long enough to go through all of it. The 80s glut, the 90s bubble.
It did some arrows to fucking make the rent.
His arrows are some of the most expensive ones.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's expensive to get his stuff.
Yeah, I've never seen the issues. Like I got the those like blue trades or whatever.
They're expensive. The trades are as expensive as the single issues.
Oh, that's cool. I got my Wendy Whitebread trade.
Yeah, I would.
Borders Worlds turns into that because like there's a lot of big ass fucking thick pubic bush about to do some fucking in 69 and shit and with a cybernetic background, and then jumps into that was like his portfolio piece to turn heel and become Anton Drek for a minute.
Forbidden Frankenstein.
Yeah, dude, that thing is real. He's got this like undercurrent of perversion that is just extra gross because we know him and stuff, and he's kind of pudgy and it's Don Simpson. Like it's just gross to think that he thinks sexual thoughts and stuff.
It is true. Like in a way, I don't want to hear any like. Go have sex, live your life. Don't tell me about it. Don't want to hear about it. And those comics leave nothing to the imagination.
Let me just read these real quick.
Yeah, I can't remember if there were any standout ones.
Good when you are, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Continuing our Ronin coverage today, but first we got to let you guys know that we are a daily comic book YouTube channel with a catalog of more than 1,400 videos, and the chances are we talked about your favorite comics, but maybe we didn't. Hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe homepage on YouTube. Give it a search, see if we talked about your faves. If not, put something in the comments. Let us know what books we need to push to the top of our to-read stacks. We have a Patreon for the early adopters and the biggest supporters of Cartoonist Kayfabe. You get in early, become a King Kayfaber. You're hanging out in the chats with us as we record these videos, and you get access to all the videos before anybody else. Continuing that Ronin coverage, we have issue 5 right here, chapter 5 of this very important bleeding edge series of Frank Miller's career. And Jimmy, if you're good to go, we could just jump right into things.
I'm not. I have a note on issue 4 that I did not get across last time. I really liked issue 4, and the reason was I feel like the characterization starts to catch up. You know, like 2 and 3, I feel like Miller's establishing this world and kind of like figuring out stuff for himself, and some of it doesn't really pay off in a lot of ways, like maybe some of the gangs that are inhabiting New York. I don't know that that's something that we're going to see as we continue forward, but by issue 4 we start to see Casey, her husband, even Virgo, the AI behind Aquarius. They all start to exhibit more characterization, and I respond to that. And this issue is my favorite one to read so far in terms of those characters making sense, and I feel like you can see what they're doing, why they're doing it, and in a lot of ways I want them to accomplish stuff at this point, you know. So it's funny because it's almost like Miller was wrangling cats at some point in this series, and now they're under control and they're starting to put on their little show and jump through hoops, and pieces are fitting together.
Right.
And it's starting to kind of make sense to me in terms of a story and a plot and threads coming together.
This is a Warner Communications book published by DC Comics, May 1984, and atop a rooftop in Hell's Kitchen. We have Casey and the Ronin after some post-coital fucking lovemaking. You're seeing those Sin City marks off the bat with these pools of black that you see. You know, remove the color. You got Sin City illustrations here. And one of the fun things aesthetically for this issue is that we're going to get some more of that Goseki Kojima type line work. I think we see a little haze of the blue line.
Oh yeah, for sure.
On the far left.
That's
there.
funny. It's because I see it in the trade paperback too, and I don't know how well it'll show up. But what I see is it's out of registration, right? Because we're seeing blue across the top and the side. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting to see that part. And we've been saying it every installment is just the artwork is really the fun part up till now. And you see Miller learning a lot and getting more confident. He talks about learning to ink in this series. I think at this point he's pretty confident in what he can do with ink, and you see it. It's a mix of that line work that you mentioned along with those spotted blacks that are just, in my mind, a trademark of Miller. When I think of the Miller artwork I love, it's this kind of like bold kind of spotting of blacks.
I think this is the issue where Lynn Varley arrives.
She's doing a lot.
At her full potential of what we know her to be. Take a look at this fire. Tom mentioned it on the last chapter episode where she's able to choose colors and hues that communicate the illumination from fire on the character's skin tones and stuff, but she's playing, you know, she's able to get a diverse range of color that you just have never seen in comics up to this point.
I think this is the stuff too that we read all those quotes on the cover, and it's other professionals talking about how groundbreaking this is, and I think when you open it and you see this, no Marvel and DC comic looked like this before.
No, sir. If there was any doubt that Aquarius is not gobbling up money-making Manhattan or whatever New York borough this is, yeah. We see it going down right here.
Yeah, it has been spreading and spreading, and it is overwhelming how much it's taken over.
It's good storytelling stuff because Frank still gives you one building for context. So he's saying that, yes, it's completely enveloped the city, and how do we know it's a city? Because you see a water tower, and you see one lone building in the mixture.
This makes me want to go back to the artist edition again, totally. Because it looks like this is very blown up.
Yeah, totally. You see the big dots, yeah. and they're uneven, which suggests like a blown up photostat. And also the duotone is very, I don't know that they ever made it that big. Maybe to size.
Could be.
Maybe this was drawn to the size of the comic.
Part of the reason I got to go back to the artist edition, Ed. I got to cross-reference as we're looking at this.
And we do have a video of that. There's a playlist called It's Miller Time, and that is all of our Frank Miller videos. Plus, we have a playlist on artist editions. Miller is very good at this, man, creating these little moments to transition us from above ground into Aquarius. And who is it that we have restrained? Is this Casey's husband?
Yes, Dr. McKenna, the guy who more or less built Virgo in the Aquarius compound, and as the demon takes over the owner and moves it towards a weapons manufacturer, Dr. McKenna's unhappy, and now he's at odds with Vertigo, and you see him restrained because they don't want him to ruin anything.
Right. And he's being questioned.
And that, of course, is our, I guess, owner, the person who's in charge of Aquarius and Virgo, inhabited by the demon at this point, and he's basically our bad guy.
And he's kind of inhabited by Aquarius technology. You see his little Caligula, like Caesar, crown of thorns or whatever, fig leaves. The technology is all up and down that costume.
This is one of the things that emerged to me reading this issue is the idea that like Virgo is a character.
Yeah.
Virgo is not, I don't think, is consumed by the demon.
Right.
So like, what is Virgo's interest in all of this? I almost called her, but it's like it's the machine. Like, what is the machine, the sentient machine's interest in this? Good guy, bad guy. What are we looking at there?
Yeah, that is a good question because it's not virtuous. It's maybe, is it self-preservation? Maybe that all comes out in issue 6.
It's very unclear to me.
Yeah.
You know,
It's playing both sides of the fence because he's letting people go, but he's also doing some things that we would consider to be not good.
yeah, when we're going to see those in this issue as we keep going.
Yeah.
But it did occur to me reading it this time, like it did feel like that's a character, and I'm not sure what that character's motivation is.
McKenna convinces his captors to free him, and he semi-lobotomizes, or at least renders deaf, we'll say, the Aquarius AI so that they could actually have a proper private conversation.
There's a lot of exposition along those lines throughout this whole series. Probably one of the things that doesn't work as well. I'm always going to be against too much exposition. I cringe whenever I turn the page and see tons of words. So
Yeah.
that's always iffy. But it's such abstract concepts that we're looking at that you probably have to do some version of that kind of exposition.
We're going to see a series of spreads here that are kind of like in Ronin vision and literal to what, say, Casey is seeing or what's actually happening, inside the real world. And when we get our Matrix interpretation of, the feudal Japan, that's when we're bringing back the Goseki Kojima type line work.
Yeah, it's cool to see that because it does feel like Miller's put in a whole bunch of hours since that first issue.
The background color of this spread here, there's like a very heavy paper texture that is making me very curious because it shows off in these 2 panels as well, but not the following. So it's like Lynn Varley was coloring on some weird kind of board, but just for 2/3 of the page, 3/4 of the page.
Which seems peculiar.
Do you see it in the trade?
I don't. I think it looks like. Oh, you know what? There is something else going on that one.
I think it's just a printing.
Yeah, that may be a printing thing.
Because it looks pretty clear here.
Right.
It looks pretty cohesive there.
In terms of the texture of paper that's coming through, it's so. I mean, that's such a touchy thing. Like they really are doing something cutting edge here and figuring out how to have a camera that's going to get that level of detail.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think that's a crapshoot at this time period.
Yeah, you're probably right, and they got it right in the trade. This 2-page spread, I swear, is done in the Turtles comics with a bunch of foot soldiers up there holding the exact same weapons. I'm feeling like, but man, I enjoy the samurai part of this comic probably more than anything. So
I do too.
So to revisit that is extra fun because it's also like the stuff that Miller's pulling from, sure, the comics, but he's definitely pulling from those baby cart movies, man. Because like these dudes had those kind of helmets and stuff.
Really like Varley's coloring on these pages too. It's very minimal. I think it complements this a lot.
Yeah.
And it's almost there are superhero elements, right? Like we're still stuck in that genre, but they look fresh here.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel like it's spandex samurai warriors.
No, that's true. That's true.
Man, in the line drawing here, again, I want to go back to the artist edition and just enjoy looking at the line drawings.
Yeah, man. 81, he would have done that Wolverine miniseries and leave this like kind of negative space on every page. So he's kind of like revisiting that, pushing everything toward the center, which is a 2-page spread. You've never seen a 2-page spread like this before.
Yeah, it would have been freedom that he got with Ronin, that
Yeah.
you wouldn't get in a monthly Marvel DC book where you can't control the spreads with the ads. It's also... this more open space to me feels a little bit like manga storytelling where like you can really breeze through these pages, these combat sequences.
Totally. It is kind of a dream state when you see the kind of Shogun warriors and stuff. And Lynn Varley colors it with that in mind. It's a very pastel, dreamy, hazy kind of color palette. A lot of blues.
It's fascinating to think of this as like 83, getting towards 84, and then like 85, I think Electra Lives Again pages emerge as early as 85.
Right.
So it's kind of cool to see him coming off of this and maybe going into that, at least some ideas.
And you could see it even with page 1, you know, like there's a clear line approach to some of that.
Yeah, some of it's in there. We often talk about these ideas registering in these creators, and it's like, keep that list and you can apply them to future projects. And it feels like there's a lot here that goes into Electra Lives Again.
Some good visual storytelling here, man, where like what we are seeing in these pages is not the reality, and Miller will remind us here and there. So, you know, it's not exactly an old, quilled arrow coming at him. It's a little piece of Aquarius tech. Is blowing his goddamn cybernetic arm off.
Yeah, and once it breaks, the visuals will also reinforce it. Like it's a different inker now here in the present.
Yeah.
In the real world.
Putting in those big black pools again.
And I wonder as a reader, like, how much of it is a shock when you turn that page and realize, oh, wait a minute. Those aren't samurai warriors and ninjas that are fighting. This is actually the future, and it's these robot AI security robots.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention. This is not a Stan Lee comic that tells you what you're seeing on the page. Like you as a reader, you have to do some work. And here's what Aquarius has been building. These little AI stormtroopers.
And the demo back in Aquarius is the group that they're trying to sell these weapons to. Hey, watch this demo.
Right.
And now we're back to Dr. McKenna and his captor, and they're having this discussion. He's talking about Billy, who was the armless, legless body that Ronan inhabits, and then Ronan grows those cybernetic arms and legs that he's operating with.
Yeah, we're gonna get a little bit more into Billy's character.
Yeah, and you see Casey kind of going to him. That was a relationship that's established early on, as you know, he kind of crushed on Casey. Pretty interesting stuff here, you know, like for a wordless 2-page spread, Miller has established these characters and their relationships to some degree, and you can have these wordless sequences now and see kind of like one character empathizing with another character that they have this history together. Pretty ambitious for a comic.
Agreed.
Especially back then.
And the Ronin is now rendered back to Billy status, which is to say, a Thanksgiving turkey with a human head.
Casey's dialogue, some fun dialogue. I have no idea what's going on here, but there's only one place on Earth that make green plastic robots. So what's the deal, Virgo?
Cool robot designs. It is funny too, because like the robot never looks the same from panel to panel.
How could it? It's such an impossible drawing. Makes me think of Fugitoid.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
with those proportions for sure. The big ankles and things. So now let's get our Billy origin story about how, you know, and there's a whole lot of like, you know, is he handy capable in the headpiece or something like that? He must be angry because he has no arms and legs. It's kind of antiquated.
Yeah,
talk.
it definitely is. Weirdly, you know, it's probably one of those criticisms that Miller will follow Miller throughout his career. You know, an insensitivity to political correctness or something. I look at it though, and one of the takeaways for me again is on the visual side. Like,
Sure.
This is yet another style that we have not seen applied yet.
Yes, and it is that clear line style.
I think it's a really effective use of style as storytelling device, because
Absolutely.
I'm not confused cross-cutting between these two different times. I'm not confused at all because the visuals are so distinct.
Yeah, totally. I think one of the hallmarks of like the modern day pieces on this page is black, and like maybe this panel could have used more black
Yeah,
to
it could
just
be.
make sure that we get out of there. But it's that rhythmic thing where it's like, you know, flashback, you know, current flashback, flashback current, current flashback. And we're seeing young Billy getting bullied, and the way that manifests itself is tickling an armless guy with no legs is maybe the height of evil.
Yeah, I was thinking about this reading this, and it's like, what could you do? Like, all you could do is try to squirm away. Like, you're completely at mercy of the abuser.
Got to put your brains into a happy place. And of course, Lynn Varley colored it with the accurate colors of a ginger, because that would be something a ginger would do.
Shades of things to come here with a Batman poster on the wall behind Billy.
Is that what that is? Oh yeah, I guess it is, huh? Yeah, it is. That's funny. And then this is the juxtaposition. Like left hand, you got Billy, a little Thanksgiving turkey, and then you got the armless, legless Ronin on the right. So we're merging their kind of origins and showing that there's no wrinkle. We got some psionic powers, which is huge in the fucking early 80s. Like, there's 3 maybe Stephen King novels that have psychokinesis, telekinesis, something like that. It was Ari Geller. Like, there was a lot of that in pop culture at this time.
Yeah, and I wonder, also, you know, like, it's kind of cool to read this again and read it in order and think about the pieces as we get. I haven't read book 6 yet, you know, in this reading.
Jimmy, we're not recording, man. I'm so sorry. I don't know how far we got.
I can't even get it to acknowledge the stop.
Oh, you know what? It is still recording on my thing. Okay, cool.
Do you think it's
Yeah.
disconnected?
Yeah, we're good. I'm so glad about that.
Wonder what the deal is.
Yeah, it's just this getting hung up. I'm so glad. Yeah. Keep an eye on that, though, man.
Yeah, I will. So one of the things, questions that I had, like, reading this and having not read book 6 yet,
Yeah.
is that idea of Virgo. Because it was implied earlier that Billy has some kind of abilities that go beyond just whatever the machine is able to do in terms of his mind and the arms or the cybernetics.
Yes.
And there was that implication that he's got more psychic power than just that. It's not just the tech. And it makes me wonder, is that something Virgo is on board with? So again, like, where is Virgo's loyalty in all of this? What does she know about Billy? Why would she send those soldiers if she wasn't evil? But I'm not convinced she is yet. So kind of interesting. It just opens up more questions that, again, the web is getting tighter. All these characters are getting closer and closer together, so we're going to get some answers. But I like that this was laid down earlier, the idea that Billy had some of these powers. And apparently even laid down earlier now at this point.
He's Domu, man.
Yes.
And mom comes home and is like, "You a monster." My thoughts are like, you know, if he had the right mom, she would have been a stage parent and monetized that little fucker.
That seems very far ahead of its time for 83.
Probably the most disturbing panel of the whole comic right there.
Yeah, it is really weird because Billy does not look like a young kid or anything.
That's for sure. You know who he does look like, though? And if he wouldn't have been like this back then, but there is one person still being kept alive inside of an iron lung. And he's been in that iron lung like his whole life. And he looks kind of like this guy. He's got kind of like a red face. It's like getting chipped away from like whatever kind of shit he's got going on. And, you know, he's just laying on his back, paints with a brush in his mouth and stuff like that. Like, but there's one guy being kept alive in one of those things. And he's not unlike that. You know, just put the iron lung right there. Now, you can't be messing with Casey with these little robots.
This also seems like this is Billy now, not Ronan.
Right.
You know, it's snapped whatever was inside of, you know, Ronan's control or whatever. It feels like that has snapped maybe.
It's such visually, it's just one of those things where we turn this guy into a full different, you know, it's Psylocke or something. Like, that part is just impossible to...
It is strange.
To understand, you know, like, if you just made him like an Asian dude from the start, I just don't, that part seems unnecessary, right? Back to McKenna.
Yeah, and this is again what I was saying about he's demonstrated he has some type of power, and it seems like a few people are aware that there may be more to his psychic ability than he usually shows.
Yeah. Doing some of this off-kilter panel stuff where we're just breaking down these conversations more and more, and this is your exposition stuff, but we're knocking it askew to give you this last panel with the kind of hysterical laughter.
Yeah, I like that. You know, and I think Miller continues to do that experiment with page layouts and panel layouts for many, many years after this.
So now we're getting, this is that banality of evil stuff, and it's textbook. It's well, I just have a job, you know, I'm just doing a job, I'm just following orders. I could quit, but they'll just get somebody else in there at a certain point, so why not just stay? If somebody's going to do the job, why not just me? So it's making all those concessions to continue doing something evil is what we have with this couple of pages.
Some of my favorite stuff in comics and comics writing is stuff like this, where like it's a universal human truth.
Right.
You know, like a lot of us can relate to this, being in those positions where you're doing something you don't want to do and you rationalize it.
Totally.
Those feel like true moments to me. Like, okay, that's a human moment. Good to put that into a fantastic story. It helps ground it.
And we're getting these hatch marks that we really haven't seen this issue anywhere else except in this particular sequence. And you could deconstruct them real easy too. They're those like perfect, what is it? What kind of 45 degree angles, man.
I always think of that with Gerhard. Like,
Yeah.
I remember reading, I think it was a Comics Journal interview, and he talked about that. That's how he would do his hatching.
Let's put the arm back on Ronan and go back to La La Land. But now we're getting the back and forth between, you know, what's happening in Ronan's mind and then what we're seeing in the reality. And it's very seamless in the visual storytelling approach with Miller's artwork and with Lynn Varley's color. You know, when we are in the modern day, she will give you those browns to storytelling effect.
This is another fun characterization piece because Casey's really helping the Ronin or Billy in this sequence. Virgo's telling her not to, and she's like, "Shut up, Virgo, I think I'm in love."
Right.
And I guess, you know, be damned the fidelity of the marriage to Dr. McKenna.
Oh, he already busted some fucking loads inside of her already, man. So, you know, they're together.
And now there are, sounds like a helicopter, but Ronin explains their wings. It's this his flying demon slaves.
And this is a great spread.
It's a great spread. It so clearly visually illustrates what we just said, you know, of crossing those two worlds. And it's like, you don't need one caption to explain this spread.
And the cool thing is, like, she's seeing a little bit of that stuff. And such a smart panel to have kind of transitioning over both, where she's wiping her eyes clean and then sees the fresh stuff. Like that, this is a great piece of storytelling.
It really is. It's fascinating too. Like, again, I've said it before, I enjoy listening to conspiracy podcasts and they talk about all these crazy things. And the idea of linking AI and demons and, you know, all this stuff, like, it's all in this story. It's so weirdly prescient in a way.
It took Miller like these 5 issues to get to this place where he arrives at this very pleasing set of mark making where the sort of holding line of the outside contour of the figures is big, bold.
Yes.
And then you get that little rapidograph to do all the little gizmos and doodads and Radio Shack bits on the inside. And that's very attractive to me.
It works great, and it defies like traditional inking where it's normally put your heavy black line on the bottom side.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's not what he's doing here. It's a different type of use of line.
And I think this gets picked up on in the future. There's a wing of art style that has that kind of an approach to it. As Rome burns or Caligula standing watching everything go down.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of like Virgo doesn't seem like it wants to destroy Casey, but it also can't let Casey go.
Right.
And so when she makes a run for the subway, that's what happens.
And there she is in the rubble with very Wrightson-like mark making, I would say. Frankenstein era type rock textures. Which I don't know about you. I've done this a million times where I I need a certain aesthetic. I like there's something that I have to draw that I might not have ever drawn before. So then you think about like what's the best version of that comes to mind. And this is very much in the school of like Frazetta Inkline, Wrightson Inkline.
Yeah, those planes being defined by the different crosshatch,
Yeah.
definitely something that I've seen done a lot. You know, especially when it's done well, it kind of sticks out like that. You know what? If you go back one page,
Yes, sir.
I love this ending because McKenna is now back incarcerated. You know, you see the restraints go on there, and Virgo's. I don't know if she's killing him or not, but this is a shot that you won't have a tense thought in your head, not a single one. And as it's about to go into his neck, his last thought is Casey, which is both touching to me as like he, you know, this is his wife, he loves her, whatever their relationship's going to be. But it's also the great transition of like as he's calling out her name as possibly his last thought as a living person. You turn the page, and indeed it is Casey, and you know his whatever in time of peril, calling out his wife's name. Also in that state of peril. And I'll tell you something, man, you get to this point and it's like, okay, that's a clear end of this chapter. What is going to happen next? When I look at it in the trade paperback, you see the facing page. I like having this ending. Like
Yeah.
it's a pause here as opposed to the trade where I see what happens next. And in a weird way, it takes away some of the strength of that image and of that like end of this chapter moment.
Totally.
That's something I feel like good book design has come a long way in figuring out how do we do this. You know, we talked to Jeff Darrow last week, and it was like, oh, I had to insert a page here because I wanted to maintain this certain rhythm once the book is collected as a book. And I think that's something that, like, I encourage everybody that makes this stuff to think in those ways. Like, what is the reading experience?
For sure. Super attractive, too, how Lynn Varley has that one warm color of this blood. And it's a dark blood. There's blood with a blue in it. It still has the oxygen in that blood. It's a very kind of dark, dull, you know, it's not Dawn of the Dead, red wax candle blood. But just highlighting the sort of focal point. You know, you almost might not be able to tell that that's a damn face without a little of that help.
I've really enjoyed Casey's evolution over this series. Like at the end of issue 1, I don't know that you go, oh, Casey's a hero or, you know, she's the Elektra in this
Right.
story. At this point, I feel like clearly that's what she has turned out to be. And I like that part. I like that evolution. It feels novelistic that you're not just giving us that on page 1, issue 1.
Right.
And it gives you a second character now besides the Ronin as like a potential hero and somebody you might... What's going to happen to her? Is she dead here? Are we going to see her at the end? I'm pretty psyched for issue 6. I guess is what I'm saying there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Go Frank Miller. You know, like I've kind of spun full way around on this series. Issue 2 and 3, I was ready to be like, nope. I understand all the criticism or why this lost momentum. And I've seen a lot of people comment because we talk about this as being like an unsuccessful series. Whenever I say that, I'm referring to sales.
Yeah, that's
you know, this is a very expensive series, and I don't think it delivered the sales that DC was looking for initially.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by unsuccessful. In terms of the narrative, I think there's ups and downs, but I feel like we're at a really good place here at the penultimate climax of like, I want to read issue 6.
Yeah.
I don't say that about every book that we look at here.
Yeah, it's still, you know, it's still bleeding edge. Like it's still experimental, and Frank Miller trying a lot of different things, which flies in the face of cohesion, you know, aesthetically, maybe thematically sometimes in spots. But I think it was a very necessary project to happen. And I might have read the entire Ronin 3 times. It's been a long time since the last time I read the whole thing, so I don't even remember. I remember the lights going out, you know, like when you flip the page and you see like shit get darker and darker, and I remember a pull out somewhere or maybe several pull outs, but I don't remember too much.
You know, I got them out of order. So like I probably got issue 6 and maybe didn't even read it when I got it because it was like I gotta wait until I get, you know, these other missing issues or something. Reading it all in one order like this, I don't remember doing that. I probably did it, but it didn't make an impression on me. And I've really enjoyed going through it this way. And it makes me want to go back into that artist edition. There's so many pages that I look at and I think like, man, the drawing.
Yeah. Those last couple issues, this issue and the final issue, I think are like the notoriously harder ones to find because the way it works, stores have to order stuff, you know, 3 months in advance basically. So they have to shoot blind for issue 1, 2, 3 But after 3 issues, they now have some empirical evidence, some data on what their customers are buying, so they can make smarter or ordering choices by issue 4. And these last couple issues, not easy to find.
Yeah, that's what you always hear, and it makes sense for all those reasons. Like, this was a book that was just, there weren't any comps to this.
No, that's true, and the onus on that is a lot of the readership, not stepping up to support such a weird looking project, and I could make arguments for either way. Like why would I want to pay for your masturbation, your artistic masturbation?
Like I said, I might have quit if it was around issue 2. If we'd have got issue 2, I would have had no problem walking away from this.
Right.
I'd have been like, you know what, there's reason for all that criticism. I'm glad that we stuck with it. I'm excited to do this. But I can see why readers would have shied away, especially at that price point. But the other piece is you cut 2 years ahead, and it's like they figured out all of this. This is everything that's in Dark Knight is in this book, from a production, sales, marketing, all of those things. And when Dark Knight shows up, it's the opposite. It is, we didn't print enough of them. We overprinted, and we sold out before it even got to the stands. You can almost see, like, I just wonder what kind of talks took place with Miller, Kahn, Giordano, whoever was involved with this and with Dark Knight Returns. Like, I feel like they went into a room and went, listen, we were almost there. We're going to adjust the dial this much, and you got it. It blows my mind. Again, we say it, but how ambitious this book is compared to everything else Marvel and DC were doing at the time, and including the creators who would get shots at, like, here's some freedom. What do you want to do? I'll do a Silver Surfer graphic novel.
Yeah.
Or a 48-page issue or something. Like, it's just so small-minded compared to what this is.
As we go through things like Comics Journal, and we build this narrative of the comic industry as it was at the points in time that these magazines come out, I'm going to be very curious and pay close attention to when things like, I don't know, potential Batman project are announced for Frank Miller after Ronin, because we got a year and a half, 2-year buffer between the release of, like, the last issue of Ronin and the first issue of Dark Knight Returns. A lot of that time must be in production of just making the thing, but there has to be a little downtime in the middle there, and there's 2 years of comics being put out to, like, nurture us into this Dark Knight universe. So that's going to be something really, really worth paying close attention to when we get to those issues of Comics Journal and Amazing Heroes and
he's
stuff like that.
He's also collaborating, so he's looking at stuff like he sees Bill Sienkiewicz doing New Mutants probably, and goes, oh, that's interesting, let's go talk to him. Same thing with David Lapham. So there are issues of, like, Amazing Hero from, like, say maybe 85 or something that'll have, like, Elektra and Batman, like, on opposite corners of a building, like they're going to come out of the car and bump into each other. And you look inside, and it's like there's Elektra Lives Again art. There's talk about the Daredevil that he's going to do with Sienkiewicz. Meanwhile, he's doing Elektra with Sienkiewicz. Like, it's sort of nuts, and I wonder how much of that comes out of this, where, like, his head is just, when you do something different, and it's almost like it sparks creativity. It feels like that period between now and when Dark Knight 1 comes out, it's not that he's just doing Dark Knight 1.
Right.
It's almost like shit is shooting out of his brain in all these different directions, and then it takes some time for all that stuff to actually bear fruit, some longer than others. But, like, they're doing really wild. He's involved with some of the wildest comics that had been produced up to that point.
It's a fascinating thing to think about, because, on the flip side, you have Alan Moore, who is doing Watchmen, Swamp Thing, Miracle Man, and whatever else at the exact same time.
And you know what? Those comics are amazing, of course, but they don't have the outside the direct market legs that Dark Knight becomes, like, I don't know, somebody that's going to the moon or something, that's opening up this new territory.
Sure.
And then you have the Alan Moores that are like, oh yeah, now that you guys are here looking for something besides, like, little kid comics, check out this. It's a very creative time in comics.
Absolutely, man. Can't wait to get to the final issue of Ronin probably next week. Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we have about 1,400 plus videos in our archives as we speak. Go to the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube page, hit the magnifying glass, search for your favorite comics. If it turns out that we didn't cover your favorite comics yet, you got to let us know, and we will put those comics way higher on our list. We have a Patreon where our biggest supporters can subscribe to us and get all the videos before anybody else, have access to this live stream recording session. We basically do whole episodes that only they get to see in the private streams in between recording our videos. But ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, you got to let the people know what you have forthcoming.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is coming out in November from Image Comics. Pre-order that one now at your comic shop. Let Image know how many to print and make sure you reserve a copy. It will go with Deadliest Girl Alive. Together, those two books collect all of my Street Angel comics that I've made so far. So, like I say, that is your marching orders from me, is go to your store and pre-order Street Angel Princess of Poverty. Also, pick up Hulk Grand Design while you're there. It's out of print at the distributor level, which I think means it's out of print. So pick it up while you still can before they're all gone. And I have been self-publishing zines and comics. So BW is back in print celebrating the 80s explosion comics. 1986 is brand new, just fresh off the presses yesterday. This is a celebration of the year of 1986, which really saw comics change dramatically. I'm excited to unpack that over the next month going forward. And True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction comics in full color and black and white. You can read these all on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg. And also I will be offering print editions on my website maybe in late October sometime. Got to get through Baltimore Comic Con, and then we'll be selling these whatever remains.
Sooner than later, we'll
Yes.
say. Sooner than later comes the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. It's going to come out October 18th to be exact. We've printed up this whole thing. We've published it. We are sending it to the different warehouses, and now your comic shop has to order it. Your comic shop needs to know who is going to want this book so that they can order accordingly. And you can't take for granted that it's just going to be on the racks, because we have already sold so many through pre-orders online and things. So it's going to be 500 plus pages of comics. It is collecting all 4 volumes of the Hip Hop Family Tree series that are out to date. 150 pages of additional materials, which is going to make it kind of the ultimate statement on the Hip Hop Family Tree series, just in time for the 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree and the 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. Not going to be the only holiday release for 2023 from yours truly. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is going to be coming out. It's going to be the same cover, but slightly smaller trade paperback size, collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. And some of those are out of print as we speak. So it's going to be your way to get your hands on all of it at once. Red Room is the current focus, and there are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. But coming to you right now is Red Room Crypto Killers. It's going to be a 4-issue series. I believe as of this recording next week, the 4th issue should be coming out. And this 3rd issue of Crypto Killers is going to contain a backup story called Latchkey Kids, which are the proto versions of the characters I'm covering in my daily comic strip, which is titled Switchblade Shorties. And I'm serializing that on my Patreon right now, but it's going to hit the outside world January 1st, 2024. Jimmy, what are the other ways that the Kayfabe audience can support the channel?
They can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
There you go. All right, let me forward you this commercial.
Yes.
And then if you're good for a little bit, man, like we got a little mail. Got a little mail to go through.
Turn on my phone so it goes there, hopefully.
You want it to your phone?
Yeah, I have to turn off airplane mode. All right, try sending it now.
All right, let's see. Airdrop to Jim Rugg. It wants it on your iPad.
Nope, I got it.
Okay, cool.
Well, I'm accepting. It might take a second to get here.
Yeah, not too long. King Kayfabers, thank you guys so much for joining us. I think we're going to be doing it Tuesday because me and Jimmy have some travels come Thursday, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So we got to use our Wednesday to pack, Thursday to travel. Got Baltimore Comic Con this next coming weekend. And then I guess business as usual when we get back. But yeah, it's going to be Tuesday this next round. So
Yeah, thanks as always for hanging out, everybody. Couple King Kayfabers said they're going to be at Baltimore, so that should be great. That's a fun show.
yeah, really good, man. They give us a lot. I hope they give us the same amount of space. There's, I don't know if you got any emails about like
Not
accommodations. I got none, but I've gotten emails about the cheap hotels that are available, and I was looking at last year's stuff, and it was pretty close up to the minute when we got the accommodations email with the like, you know, do this and do that to get in the thing, but
You haven't seen any of that yet, and that's something that we did wrong last year, so I'm hoping... I've been paying attention, looking for it.
it hasn't come in. It came in early, like at a earlier time last time. So I guess what I'm saying is, if they think that we're paying for a hotel, they're smoking crack rocks. Because there's no way I'm doing
I don't
that.
think that they think that, but I may have to
Give them a nudge.
reach out and see all of it, load in, details, everything like that. You know what, man? It's like a month earlier than they usually have it.
It
so
is.
I wonder if they're all thrown off schedule-wise.
Well, gotta let the people know where the hell we're staying.
It's true.
Because I ain't doing this for my health.
I'm sure it'll work out. I've never had any trouble with them. They're usually pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's a great freaking show, man.
What else? Anything else we need to go over? We got to figure out our list of books.
We do.
Because I'm going to be away. We're going to do Saturday night wrestling.
Yeah,
Looking
we're going
forward
to the
to that.
pay-per-view.
First cage match. And then Sunday morning get up at like 5 and head to Cedar Point.
Yeah.
And then I think we're going to stay over in Ohio and come back Monday morning, which means like Monday afternoon will be my crib session for Tuesday.
A lot of looky-loos, man. I'll do that Ghastly Graham. I'll do Manga Quest 2023 Part 1. So that's 2 looky-loos.
Yeah, we'll figure it
And
out.
then
do
obviously,
do Ronin 6.
that's
it's
one
it's
for
on
sure.
my nightstand. Like I've already pulled it.
Yeah, that's
like I'm reading it whether we're talking about it or
Yeah,
not.
no, we got to do that stuff. I was thinking for another one would be like the Art of Tezuka art book. You know, like that. Just that title, Art of Tezuka, should do super well.
Yeah, that's an upstairs book for me. I have like the books that I most cherish
Right.
in the studio.
Yeah,
you know, like it goes out from there to the downstairs and into the storage space, and that Art of Tezuka does.
That's a home book.
That's an upstairs, not just home. That's the.
It's funny
near and dear.
because I have the bedroom shelf, and that's the Clowes and the Wares and the Frank Millers and the Alan Moores and stuff like that. This is the shit. This ain't nothing in a way. Like it's just like what I've accumulated willy nilly in a way.
It's so random, and I have that stuff too, where it's like this was a shelf that I put up at some point,
Right.
and haven't done a lot of revision to.
Yeah, like and there's so much stuff that I could like just literally give away that I just don't even care about.
I'll be honest, like that's something that's on my list as like probably in spring I'm just going to have to thin stuff out.
Yeah.
So it's something that I've been thinking about a lot.
There's a lot of that stuff I would not regret. But I just never bothered, you know?
It's just so random. You know, once you get burnt on it, then it becomes like, oh, but what if somebody's first art job is here and we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, totally. So I got, this is all the stuff that came in from Cal.
Yes.
And so like...
I did want to give that a look because
Yeah.
that's some of that stuff that...
Yeah, we need to divvy these up for sure. And then, you know, it's pretty nominal, the other stuff that came through. There was a couple packages from that time last week, and then this is from that I picked up yesterday. So King Kayfabers, like I said, Tuesday is when we're gonna next do our thing. So have a good night, and me and Jimmy will start to edit these videos right after we divvy up our mail. So take care.
Yeah, have a good weekend, everybody.